The game's done quick hotfix. This is a special. This is the Infamous Community Relay. The community is going to be showing off Infamous, Infamous 2, Infamous Festival of Blood, and Infamous First Light. Before we get into that, just a few quick announcements. Oh my gosh, I can't say our own. AGDQ 2023 online will be January 8th to the 15th. Head to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. Game submissions are closed, but you can tweet at gamesdonequick to let us know what you're hoping to see on the schedule. Also, we have Fright Fatales, a one-day event on October 23rd. I can't speak today, y'all. To celebrate spooky season with dark, scary, or horror-themed speedruns from the Frame Fatales community. You can use !fright in chat to see the schedule. With all that said, I will kick it over to the community here for Infamous. How are y'all doing today?
Fantastic.
Yeah, very good.
Excited to be here.
Yeah, I mean, this is, long time coming.
For sure.
Yeah, y'all have been planning this for a while, so I'm excited to see it. I'm excited for y'all to be here. Do you want to talk about the game before you start, or do you want to just jump into it?
Let's just jump into
Or
it. We can talk
introduce
during the cutscene.
yourselves.
We can do the introductions in the cutscene. It's a bit long.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, yeah, I'm good to go. Let me know when I'll hit start.
You can give us the countdown.
All right. 3, 2, 1, start. I'm Nate. I'm going to be doing the run for you guys today. And for our commentary, we have...
Okay. So, I am Sir Sanju. I am another runner of this game. I hold the record right now. I've been running this game for years, and it is a really nice run to see.
Activation plus.
And we also have
Pulse is 45. Respiration 10.
Tommy somewhere
Tomei,
here.
and I guess you could say I'm one of the originators of this run, even if I personally wouldn't say I contributed that much to the modern run.
You did get me into it more, though. It's the reason why I actually run the game
that's
more.
true. I was one of the few people who did attempts to begin with. What is it now? 8 years ago, I think.
Yeah. When I did my first run, I then stumbled upon the SDA forum stuff, and that's when I picked up the game again. Bench skip was a thing too. Talk about that later. But yeah, mainly, while Nate plays to this, pretty much there's been a catastrophe, and Cole McGrath has somehow survived this, and he can't walk.
He's limping, but he's going pretty fast.
Yeah.
This is
The
Zeke.
start of this game is pretty
He's
slow.
a character.
Yeah, Zeke is a character for sure. You learn about what he does and what he becomes later. He's supposed to be like the funny sidekick. That's pretty much the whole thing.
Yeah, he's funny. He's the funny fat guy. He's the fat friend. The game's words, not mine.
Almost verbatim, but yeah, pretty much.
What's happening to me?
Yeah, this game is any percent. The reason being it's a really long game. If you do any of the other categories, it becomes hell because there's a lot to do in this game. And it's in any other category, you have to repeat a lot of the missions many times. And it's not really the same mission, it's just the same mission but changed in location. It's the same concept of mission. So it becomes a bit boring in other categories. There's interesting strategies for missions, so that's interesting, but at the same time it's kind of boring. Also, this game has no cutscene skips, so you're gonna be going through the whole experience of the game.
Which is great, because there are
Yeah.
several exquisite quotes.
Yeah.
There's some cutscene skips.
I mean, there's some cuts and skips, but not too major. Not like nothing too major. Except
I
for
found a few.
except for the actual like major thing
Excuse my
at the
cursor.
start. There's like 2 things at the start, and then like some other major things. But there's
So
one
right
thing
off the
at
bat
start.
here, this is a long one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Long
like
cutscene.
there are skips that skips cutscenes, but once a cutscene have started, you can't skip it.
Yeah. Speaking of spooky games, Fright Fatalities, this is a pretty spooky game, actually. It's very dark and gritty, very interesting art style. Some of the other infamous games don't quite have the same thing.
If you
Festival of
compare
Blood
this
is pretty
game,
spooky.
if you compare this game to any other game, no other infamous game has the same like atmosphere. Even Festival of Blood, which is supposed to be a Halloween game, is not that spooky.
Yeah.
That game's just like it's like a comedy story.
I've always thought that Festival of Blood is kind of an homage to Infamous 1. I feel like there is a few references in that game to this game that I think maybe some of the developers wanted to give a few nods to.
Santa Claus
First
saw
Blood
JFK.
also-
Oh god, that's one of the best one of the best lines in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, Zeke and his stuff.
Yeah, that's actually Cole saying it. Yeah, and Santa Claus
Oh,
saw
yeah,
JFK.
sorry.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Hi,
Hey, Alan.
so glad to be here. Yeah, I wish I hadn't missed the very beginning, but
Yeah, no
glad
problem.
to be here now. Yeah.
Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Emerald Alley. I'm gonna put this whole event together. Infamous has a real special place in my heart. This was the very first game I ever speedrun. It's a real thrill to see it on the channel. Real thrilled to be here. Real thrilled to be on the call with Sanju and Tomain. I've known these guys for a lot of years, but this is actually the first time we've ever been on a call together. So it's very exciting.
So something interesting is about to happen right now. Just look at this bench.
Oh
And he
my!
just-
I'm just a
Ooh,
god.
quick.
I'm a
Let's
god.
go.
What can I say?
Let's go. You have exactly 2
Great
minutes
start.
to do it. By the way, there's 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes to actually like do that trick. So it's like, but pretty much what it does, now you're in a state that you're not supposed to be in. So like the game's like, I guess you just did the mission because you're outside of the mission.
Yeah, you can't actually jump in this state because the game thinks you're still on Zeke's rooftop.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. I do like to claim a little bit of ownership for finding a pretty consistent setup for that bench jump there.
I mean, to be fair, I never really actually had a setup. I just go for it and get it first try. So it's
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, say me too.
it just works. I mean,
Okay.
it's just something that somehow works. Actually, about that, like I actually got a comment on a YouTube video on the tutorial of this. Of someone telling me, can you tell me how to actually do it, because I can't get it. And it's like, dude, if the
Good
tutorial
question.
doesn't work for you, then can I help? I mean,
But like Sanju said, there's a lot of time to do that little trick there. You have the entirety of Zeke's dialogue that introduces the First Glimpse mission and the entirety of the phone call that would ordinarily play after the First Glimpse mission, but gets played because you skip it here. And even a few seconds after that, of course, you need some of that time to run to the bridge, but it's a very long time to get what is ultimately not that difficult to trick.
yeah, I mean, you have like a lot of time to do it, and then if you get it like super late, you still have a lot of time to get to the bridge. It's like, I don't know, it's a really fun trick to do, and there's also a trick coming up here. Like it's something that, like when when we started like doing it in runs,
Wait, what strat?
it made no sense,
shooting them from far away, right?
works.
Yeah.
Getting out of here.
Didn't
Whenever
T-Pad come up with that?
this mission starts, it's like one of the
Yeah,
best
I
strats
believe
too.
so.
Riot cops if we
No,
want
it
out
wasn't.
of here.
It's
Try a couple of the
like one of the
guards
best
with some
strats too.
crap, But I can trigger a riot.
Oh, okay.
Help keep the heat off Zeke and me.
Okay, those.
That's fair.
People will get the hell.
No, he definitely contributed to the route too. Don't know if you've mentioned him at all yet. I call this line him up and knock him down, because that's basically exactly what you're doing.
That do be what you're doing, yeah.
Yeah, and the first glimpse mission is also where you would ordinarily unlock the shockwave ability, so you have it through this mission, which is very nice.
I died.
That was sudden.
I'm
Yeah, we weren't on easy.
I'm on medium.
That would do it.
Hey, but I'm further forward, so I actually saved time.
Yeah, we do any percent on easy because it's just annoying to play on anything harder because the enemy aims way better, so it just costs time.
It's the same game, it just takes longer to kill things, and we want to go fast.
Yeah, that actually saved time on the spot, I swear.
Yeah, it still did, but yeah, looked funny.
Now, you saw Nate take a death there. It's basically a small up warp. There are lots of intentional deaths in this route.
So essentially, if Nate just plays any accidental death off really nicely, you won't even notice.
True. And that's true.
Unless you know the game real well.
Gate to the decontamination unit and fell headlong into the harbor. And I moved faster than I knew I could. I was greeted by name. This FBI agent, Moya, had seen the footage of me at Ground Zero and came here to wait.
Something I love about this game is the art style and the cutscenes. They're definitely it's super unique. I can't think of any game that has art quite like this.
It's a comic book. It basically is in support of the whole modern day superhero thing that's going on.
Electric energy from a group of people and concentrate it into an individual. She'd lost contact with John the night of the blast. Despite all her connections,
Yeah, a lot of this run is you're just going to be seeing me do
somehow believing I could be trusted.
doing things fast.
Imagine that in a speedrun.
Yeah, I'm just going to be playing the game fast. There aren't that many major skips. There are a few that are pretty significant, but for the most part, it's just little corner cuts and...
I mean, major skips, yeah. One of the things I love about this game is that there are, it's called the minor skips, just up the wazoo. Basically, every mission has one.
I've taken the liberty of cloning your phone's.
It was a little crazy.
Yeah, almost nothing in this speedrun resembles what you would do as a casual player.
That's super.
Like, even something just real simple here, like not lowering all of these, whoopsie daisy.
Oops, that can be a bit tight.
Yeah. Even something in this mission, like not lowering all of these poles, I don't know what you would call them. Like, certainly a casual player would do that, but you don't actually have to, so... It's like you were saying, just a little corner to cut. And are you gonna deboost through the... I don't even know what this is. The waste coming out of the vents?
You can jump around them. It's a bit tight.
Oh, I actually haven't
That's
seen
actually
that
new to
before.
me. Yeah, that's very cool.
And something I found here, let's see if I can do it. You can jump off the top of this.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not
done
gonna
that
get
by
it.
accident a few
Yeah.
times. I've never been able to do it consistently.
Can save you a tiny bit of time. Didn't get it there, but it's not a huge deal.
Not at all.
You can actually get up to some pretty odd places in this level, but sadly you can't really skip anything with it. I spent a lot of time strat hunting this level.
Oh, Nate, quick question.
Yeah.
Gas station, question mark.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
Of course. Always. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah,
Some of the
for
best
GDQ,
voice
we
lines in the
have to,
game.
yes.
Yeah. So there's escape.
Nice work on that gate, wrecking ball.
And then you're going to see another major escape here coming up after this little cutscene.
Getting back to shore? Well, let's just say I'm no Michael Phelps. Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah, I'll lower, yeah.
Hey, take it easy, lightning rod.
I'll
No
do this.
Michael Phelps. It's really putting a date on this game, isn't it?
He ain't no Michael Phelps.
Figured you were a goner.
I lowered it to 480 in Discord, so that should help. All right, let's see if I can get bench jump again.
And it drains neuroelectric energy.
Close, close.
Stuff I've been saying, every word is
Okay, we still have a bit of time for this one as well, so it's not too bad if I miss it a few times.
Yeah, the window isn't quite as obnoxiously generous, but it's also not as catastrophic if you miss this one. It's like a 5-second time save ultimately, because you just get on the ground a little bit faster to get to the next mission. And if you don't, you just jump off
There
the
we
back
go.
of the little rooftop apartment that Zeke's got going on.
name is Jedediah.
See if I can get a little bit of XP here while I wait for the next mission.
It's always good. Yeah, there's a few times in the game where you have to return to Zeke's roof, and if you can do a bench jump and get off and kill some Reapers, or once touch powers are unlocked, and boy howdy do we have something to say about that.
Uploaded into your phone
You can get a little
position.
little XP, little karma progress, if possible. Coming up is the power of new eyes on your video game.
Crazy.
Yep,
Crazy
we
God
skip
gamer
there.
GG.
Yeah, we technically knew about that skip being possible for about 7 years
Yeah.
before Nate came along and looked into it and like, this is how you get it.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have mentioned that Nate is relatively new to our community. He's kind of revived interest in certainly this game and arguably the series as a whole. Yeah, as Tomaine said, he did that skip by accident a long time ago. I did that skip by accident a long time ago during a challenge run. We both kind of attributed it to either random chance or some other thing causing it, but no, you just have to be out of electricity when you hit the blood trail mission marker, and for whatever reason, the game thinks you did the mission. So we have touch powers, we have everything. We're completely good to go, and it's a fairly long mission too. So the next time I run this game, it's like a free 5-minute time save.
Even more than that, actually.
Really?
It makes the XP route far better, believe it or not.
Found it. Looks like a portable audio drive is attached to this satellite dish.
Yeah, I mean, technically, isn't that the biggest skip in the run now?
Yeah.
By a fairly
Sasha
large
skip's pretty
margin to
close.
boot with.
Sounds like a bunch of garbage.
It's an encrypted message.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But I can't break it.
I just never get Sasha skip, so I don't count that. Yay!
Yeah,
version
true.
differences.
We'll talk about Sasha Skip in a little while.
Let's hope I get it.
That would be good.
Oh god, this guy's gonna kill me. Don't do it. That would suck.
Yes. Just to hammer the point home, Sanju, Tomaine, and I ran the game for hundreds of hours, not knowing about how to do that skip consistently, and then Nate comes along and it's in the game now. So, power of new eyes on the speedrun.
Okay, I think things should
Well,
be better now.
Things before.
I'm running
Sorry.
Welcome back, Sanju.
Yeah, welcome back, Sanju.
almost cracked it, but I need another sample.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
technically, we didn't even attempt it because we were just stumped.
Oh yeah. I was listening to everything. I just I couldn't say anything. But yeah, Blood Trail Skip is it was such a big thing.
Definitely. It's definitely one
Makes
of
me
the skips of
smile.
all time.
Yeah, one of the skips. Yeah, definitely.
It makes me smile. I'm glad we had it.
Yeah.
That's the
Even though I
last
haven't run this game in 5 years. I wanted to before the event, but I barely found time to do Rust First Light, so I didn't really have time for this game.
I couldn't stop Kessler from detonating the
Yeah, same. I believe I PB'd, and then you beat me, and then we both stopped running the game.
Glass grater next to some kid. Don't know if he was dead or not. Didn't have time to check. I'm gonna try.
It's just a little hard to find, you know, for Tomain and me, 3.5 hours of free time to do a run.
Yeah.
Got to get me out of here before Kessler finds.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of
setting
those
that much
enemies will get yeeted off roofs.
He must have used 10 drops to communicate with his handlers.
It is the best way to gain points as well. So,
Those scattered around the city. You should try and find as
because every time you kill
Oh, you know
someone by yeeting them off the roof, you get a high fall, you get a takedown, you get XP in this game by just doing a lot of combos, pretty much. So.
Yeah, it's easier and the reward is bigger. So
Yeah.
I actually got the Have a Nice Fall stunt once. I believe it was during this mission. And when I was trying to get the Platinum Trophy casually, Blast Shards were the very last thing I got, but that was certainly the hardest stunt for me to get, was the
Yeah.
last one.
Yep. Yeah. That one is.
Can't solve
That one's kind of hard to get. Yes.
maybe not. But if you help him,
That's for knocking 3 enemies off a roof with a single shockwave. And if you try to get it after completing the game, there simply aren't enough enemies around.
Yeah. Exactly. And the game doesn't tell you which ones they are, so if you don't know. You never try to actually go for it. I mean, you will try to go for it, but most of the times they might even like troll you and not die when they fall. So.
This is medical emergency. This unlocks a respawn point. That's what these clinics are if you die. Casually, there's, 6-8 of these throughout the game. But we only do the one in the speedrun because, first off, we only have to do the one. Don't want to do side things. That's pretty obvious. But also, there's a lot of spawn manipulation in this run. So you want to be in specific places when you take intentional deaths and not winding up at these respawn clinics.
There is one thing that I tested due to other categories that if you could get to that mission faster and things actually were faster in the mission when you enter it, it would be faster to enter that mission, get out of the mission, and then death warp, and it would death warp you somewhere else. But things are really slow in this game sometimes, and especially secondary missions are really usually really slow to get into because there's dialogues at the start that you have to just be there, or cutscenes, or I don't know. It's very slow, and getting to missions also.
there should be a cell tower fairly close.
And you have to yeah.
Go ahead.
You also have to wait for them to load in the map. That's the other big issue. So.
I was just going to say another nice little bit of corner cutting there when Nate was climbing up the side of the building. As he crested the roof of the building, he was firing shots at the antenna to lower it so he could walk across to get to the blacked out area here while he jumped into the mission marker. Not a substantial jaw-dropping skip per se, but it's a second or 2 time save that's pretty free if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's one of those strats that it's one of those things you try to do, and you usually always get it. But if you don't get it, it's fine. It's only 1-2 seconds.
Yeah.
But if you get it, you can get it as you're getting into the mission, and it looks really good too. So.
Yeah, there's one of those with is this underground section where you it's the one where the grenades are unlocked. I think that's this one. I cannot remember. Where you jump onto a platform and you toss nades as you jump down to it, so that the wall you're supposed to blow up actually gets blown up in cutscene. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
You might have seen I grabbed a blast shard there. There's a specific route for the blast shards for all the way in Act 2 of the run. However, I missed one, so I grabbed a backup.
If you watch any of my runs, I never grab any shard at all. I grab them by chance during missions, but I've never routed them into the run.
Yeah, same. I never had a blast shard route, but that's cool.
It's for spy drones.
The reason I didn't route them is because of the ones that I get during the run, I get to have the upgrade happen during spy drones, and it comes really handy. So I need it exactly there, and I never really thought I would need it, but then the new strat came out, right? With the D-pad came out with this really, I don't know how to like actually explain it, but it's such it's a really
annoying.
fast strat, but it's really annoying. So like because
This
of
strat I was talking about a second ago.
oh yeah, there's
So efficient.
Nice.
very efficient, yeah. Also, the movement in this underground section, sometimes it might look weird or slow or whatever, but it is not. Like, we've carefully like routed everything.
Yeah, I don't want to say it was intended, because I don't think it was, but it's really interesting how the side walls in all these underground sewer sections are curved at the bottom. If it was a perfectly straight wall, we couldn't do this thing we do where we like jump off of it to get past the areas with water just a little bit faster than going through, say these platforms that we're on now.
Yeah. And the thing about those walls is that if you do a specific movement, you can get a boost from the wall. So like the perfect movement on the walls would be to get that boost every time. It's just really hard to do. So those guys are really annoying, by the way. In this game, any blast will kill
it's
you.
on the side.
So, oh yeah, this is the
Thinking
one
too
that's
far
on
ahead,
this.
man.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was last playing in the Warren when I was practicing, so.
This game is very
Casually,
fun.
those guys
Like,
suck. You'll be just walking around minding your own business, and you'll hear their
Nice work, Cole.
grunting, groaning, their sound. And you'll hear them long before you ever see them, so you just kind of have to look around like, okay, where is it? Where's it coming from?
So, I figured
if you've actually like for me, like that I routed 100% and like all upgrades, I know where they're gonna spawn. Now it's like every time I'm like in between missions, I know where they're gonna spawn, so I know how to like. But like in playthroughs, when I first like played through the game, even like when I played on hard, it was a nightmare because like there's so many enemies.
That's like I said, they're a nightmare in casual play. They're not that big a deal for a speedrun.
In a speedrun, it's only bad in certain missions because there's some of them that spawn weirdly, and you want to be really careful with that. Like it's like this game out of all of the games in the series, this game is the hardest to run. Like there's no question about it.
Yeah, I could go for that.
It is the hardest mainly because you can die super fast in this game. In the other games, I mean, Infamous 2, they really dropped the damage that you get from enemies. And Second Son and First Light, I mean, dying in those games, not really practical either. So
Yeah, it is very hard to die in First Light.
yeah.
I never really ran 2 or Second Son all that much. I think I did like 1 or 2 runs of each. I don't even have the rollout on our server. But, yeah, I could agree with that.
2 is only challenging if you play on hard. But even then, it is like this game is far harder than hard. Like this game on hard, like speedruns of this game on hard, no. I've done it many times, but just don't do it. Just play on easy.
That's pretty blunt.
Yeah, I mean, like the idea for this game, like for this game on easy, there's the damage reduction things, and they would come in handy earlier in the run, but you don't get them until later because you need the grenades. But on hard, you actually get the damage reduction a bit earlier because it is really practical to get. Because even then, you're gonna die super fast.
Yeah, I don't think we...
That's the only time I'm helping you, Cole.
I was gonna say, I don't think we gushed about the grenades enough. They are the most powerful and useful ability in this... Certainly in this run, in the game, even.
Yeah, I mean, there's the rockets can be like fun to use, and they are really strong as well. But the grenades are much more stronger than anything. So
yeah, the first speedrun air quotes that I ever did of this game that was almost 5 hours long, I did actually sink my upgrade points into the megawatt hammers, the rockets, and by the next time when I did grenades instead, it was like instantly saving something like 25 minutes.
Oh, you said 5 hours. My first was 6 hours.
Yeah, well, your first was a lot longer ago than mine, so understandable.
Yeah, I think I came in at right under 7 hours my first timed attempt.
This, whenever I do runs again, this is probably the mission that will, I don't want to say scare me, but this mission for at least my splits is an unbeatable gold split, because that fight right there in my gold split, it wasn't a finished attempt, and I should have recorded the segments or whatever.
Like
Basically, everything just
my first was 6
ran
hours.
right up to me and died. It was kind of amazing.
Yeah, that one can go south extremely fast. And you're like, oh well.
Only I love you. I've always loved you, Cole.
By getting a face full of Sasha's crud, we have the screen going a little weird. We lose some of our electrical powers. So, some of that battery capacity.
Yeah, with luck, we'll never get to meet Sasha.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true, yeah. And you have to kill these guys, don't you?
I don't think so, but it's kind of dangerous to let them wail on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one guy coming up as you get past this bus here. That was cool. Yeah, that guy right there,
Yeah,
he has a
that guy.
shotgun. I hate the shotgun enemies so much.
I'm doing this route pretty safe with Karma,
Yeah.
Extremely
as you can
safe.
tell. I am healing as many civilians as I can. Don't kill me. That would suck.
Yeah, that stretch on hard.
Oh my.
Oh, the conduit guy. Yeah.
Battery capacity. Feel like.
Yeah, they kind of retconned what conduit meant in the later games of the series. In this game, a conduit is really just a powerful enemy. It's not until Infamous 2 and very much more so in Second Son and First Light where the idea of conduits having dominion over a specific type of matter really gets introduced into the storyline. Because in this game,
is that stuff?
the conduits, it's not really suggested that way. They're just large, powerful enemies.
Organic, but I don't know how they're producing it.
Yeah, well, sure did a number on me. I'm heading back to Zeke's.
So this is another spot where we have to head back to Zeke's rooftop for storyline reasons. Nate, at least I presume, will do another bench skip here to try to get back down to ground level to find some heals or some Reapers to kill for XP and karma purposes. Oftentimes, these little conversations you have with Zeke on the rooftop to advance the story, they're not very long, so you don't have a whole lot of time to try to clip off the rooftop and come down and get heals, but whatever you can get, every little bit helps. Yeah, I was wondering if that little car surfing maneuver you were doing was legitimate, not legitimate, deliberate.
Oh yeah.
'Cause the
Sometimes you
first
can just get a
time-
launch.
The first time I saw it, just now, was the first time I saw it. It's like, oh, that looked cool. I didn't say anything at the time, but I was wondering if that was something you were specifically trying to do. You've done it several times since, so.
Sometimes you just get it and you get a little bit of free time save. Sometimes you don't. It is what it
It
is.
looks cool. So again, just like first glimpse skip, the game thinks we're on the rooftop, so we can't jump here. So it's a little dangerous, not too scary, but you have to make sure you don't die.
This is one of the worst missions. This is probably the worst mission of this island here, coming up.
You need to look at the big picture. Every time
It's
you
pretty
restore
annoying.
electricity to a section of the city, your powers escalate. I'd say that's a valuable touch once you get the substation
Nice.
back online.
Tiny bit of XP.
Do you actually have it routed to the point where, oh, I need to kill this guy in this
I don't
way
need
to
to.
get this much XP?
But it helps because I do a different route than Sanju actually. Because I go for Shockwave rank 2, which means
Yeah, that's
it's a bit
not what I do.
it's a bit tougher because you need a bit more XP to get grenade rank 3 as quick as possible. The good stuff.
The good stuff.
Hey, Moya, I'm down in the sewer.
Yeah, on this one, you
Should
can
have
just
the
go
power
straight
back on.
through the water. It doesn't hurt all that bad on the easy difficulty, and by completing the circuit right here, it instantly heals you anyway.
You tested that, and it does more damage on higher difficulties.
Are you
Yes.
asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking. Sorry, I should have phrased that better.
Yeah, I think that's just a. I don't think I specifically did, but that's a pretty natural assumption.
Hey,
Yeah, good point. I just never gave that any thought that the water would do more damage.
believe me, I'd love to. No idea where he's hiding, though.
So you're not okay? Now you're getting it.
Yeah.
Like induction yield is literally broken.
I actually can't get it yet.
Oh no.
No, it's fine. I'll have enough by the end of the mission.
Sure, but getting it ASAP is pretty good.
Yeah, it is preferable.
I'm not even joking when I say induction yield is broken. It's because they removed it in Infamous 2.
Yeah.
For a good reason. From a
Induction
difficulty
yield is-
standpoint, anyway.
Yeah, induction yield is an ability which lets you regain electricity, battery power, and by extension heal simply from grinding on wires or train tracks. It is so useful. Yeah, I know I would typically have it unlocked here. It's possible Nate has upgrades that I wouldn't get. I'm not totally familiar with his route.
Yeah, I already have Shockwave rank 1. Damn. Didn't get that quick takedown from the guy that was on the ground. It's alright.
Yeah, if you're able to knock an enemy down and pick him while he's down, as strange as that is to say, usually the game will register that as a kill. And there's a few points throughout the run where we fight what are supposed to be pretty major enemies that are defeated in that way, and the fights just go lickety-split. Now we have induction yield.
Yeah, definitely need it for this mission.
Cole, when you're ready,
Oh,
I have
yeah.
a couple of things I'd like you to look into. One of them might lead us to John.
Yeah, it's removed in Infamous 2. There's also a minor exploits. I don't know when is a good time to, excuse me, bring it up. But in this game and not in Infamous 2, it's removed in Infamous 2 because regular bolt uses power in Infamous 2. But in this game, you can shoot bolts at any metal surface, drain whatever you've just charged, and get free electricity and or healing. It's never much, because whatever you charge just by shooting bolts at it only stays charged for about half a second. But if you're in desperation mode, or you could route it in places too, it can be very useful.
Just stay calm.
Yeah, there's no box down there for the first one.
Yeah.
The train stopping?
Reapers must have disengaged the low-voltage feeder box that's mounted under the tracks. Charge it until it's green across the board. That should get you moving again.
I'll go look for it.
And there's a lot of enemies in this mission. Obviously, we're going to try to ignore as many of them as possible, but some of them might pose a difficulty. Well, when we're stopped, because the train's going to stop a few more times, when we're stopped, we try to ignore the enemies as much as possible. If you're just on the train, you don't have to ignore them.
There's another one.
Funny looking clip there. You can
A
get
little bit, yeah. There's some places in this game, it's not like old school NES games where walls are suggestions, but it's kind of like that. This game has weird collision in a lot of places, and not just walls, the ground too. I have fallen into oblivion just falling through a road. I'm sure it's happened to all of us.
Oh, that's not an enemy.
Yes, the conduit launch.
There it is.
Yes.
There it is.
Conduit got yeeted.
Happened twice.
Found it.
Yeah, sometimes the conduits would teleport on top of the moving train. Oh. What is happening? I shockwaved the conduit blast, but because I was on the train, the game said no.
Yeah.
But I'm not losing too much time.
I would usually just spam shockwaves there, which is another thing you can do by virtue of the fact that regular bolt doesn't cost power in this game. You can deplete yourself all the way and still be able to shoot bolts. You can't do that in Infamous 2.
That just shows how little I actually know about this game, despite running it for years. now I'm sitting here like, you can shockwave the conduit shockwave? What?
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea. Speedrunner of this game, by the way. Hi.
It's not uncommon for a runner to not know so much about their game.
That is fair, but I did 100% it and get the platinum trophy before I speedran it. So I'm a little bit embarrassed right now, actually.
That was okay. Yep.
Yeah, that was interesting. That's infamous physics engine.
Infamous moment.
Yeah, hashtag just infamous things.
I knew you were going to say that.
That's one of the few things I have. Yeah.
Not that I'm calling you predictable. Got another conduit yeet there. Yeah, this part's kind of interesting. I don't remember the exact specifics, but it tells you to clear the game tells you to clear the cars off the train tracks, but there's only a few of them that actually count towards that requirement. So if you get those specific ones off, the train will just barrel through other ones, even though they're still up on the tracks. And here's something I didn't know about this game for the longest time. These comic book cutscenes, I don't know if it's all of them, but a number of them change slightly depending on if you're good or evil karma going into them. This is one of them. In the evil version of this cutscene, Cole says, like, the civilians in the train when they freed gave him dirty looks, so he decided to fry a couple of them on the way out.
Yeah.
Evil Cole just delights in the evil. Although I will say Evil Cole actually makes sense, unlike Evil Delson Rowe from Infamous Second Son. Second Son's a good game, but the story leaves a little to be desired. And I don't know if it's been mentioned, but that's the one game we are unfortunately having to omit from our event here today because it would just stretch the event far too long. It's a good game, though. Still recommend it.
Yeah, sadly, as a community, we still aren't fast enough.
Close.
Yeah. Yeah, if you do that just right, you can jump down from the moving train and roll through the mission marker. It's tricky.
It's like the fountain all over again. Why aren't you stopping this?
I blew up a whole tanker full of that stuff under the park. Figured that would do it.
Well, it's coming from somewhere. These people aren't getting sick on their own, Cole.
I'll find out what's
Oh,
going on.
Trish.
Yeah, she's being really cranky for getting a lot of help.
Car again. There's sick people all over the place.
There are things we are taken to call Trish during our personal streams that we probably should not say on GDQ.
I mean, if you know the entire lore, she has her reasons, but that doesn't mean they're entirely justified.
Yeah, we actually skipped that in the speedrun. It's, yeah, the lore Telmain is referring to is that, Trish's sister died in the bomb blast that led to the world of not New York City, but totally New York City. Empire City is what they call it in the game, becoming so bad, for want of a better term. And she blames Cole for it since he was manipulated into carrying the Ray Sphere device, which gave him his powers. It was on him when it detonated, and her sister died, so she's like, well, you suck, Cole. Huh. That's
a nice little skip.
That's new to me, but it's that I see that and it's instantly like, how are we not always doing that? Because that's pretty clear. Because, yeah. Is it going to happen? I think it's going to happen here. Yeah, by taking that death, it skips this little good action screen, which is just a time waster. And honestly, it's getting a little bit ahead of the game here, but you have to delay getting the third level of grenade upgrades just a little bit past when you get the hero rank, because what they do is restrain enemies automatically, and if you're like spamming grenades in the middle of a big fight, you can actually kill someone you've restrained, which is evil karma, and it can, if you're just barely over hero, it can actually knock you back down to champion and you have to go up again, which is not a catastrophic time loss, but an annoying and very avoidable one. I've had it happen.
Damn it.
And this mission is one of the run killers for me. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a hard mission, but it's a hard mission to do fast.
Oh, I agree. My
so
splits
far.
always vary very widely at this part.
Yeah, it used to be I had time to grind out attempts, so this is what, 40 minutes into the run, so I would 40 something minutes, maybe 30 something. It's been a while, and my PB is like 40 minutes slower than world record, but anyway, I would sometimes get this far and just reset, is what I was taking way too long to say. But that was pretty good, pretty clean. The only death was intentional.
Yeah, that wasn't bad at all. I would take that in a run for sure.
Yeah, and now we hope for a train spawn.
That's not gonna happen. I did the mission too well. Sadly.
Who the hell are you?
Just a concerned citizen. Now,
You know what?
What's that do? Yeah, go ahead.
There should be a train going in the opposite direction. I'm gonna take it. It's a bit slower, but then I can shoot the gas station.
Okay.
So, should be good. Get a little
I'm so
funny
glad
Zeke
you're doing
dialogue.
that.
Yeah.
I think we're overselling it a little, but it's
I think it's
very
funny.
cool to it's very cool to include it in the run.
Yeah.
And destruction on an unimaginable scale. As he released me.
So this is the main antagonist of the game, Kessler. Hence the name of this mission, Nemesis Revealed. He is the one who set the events of the game into motion. And if you know, you know, but we won't get into that just yet.
Yeah, it'll be clear by the end, so we don't need to explain it ahead of time. Even if we're skipping 80% of the lore.
No train yet.
Yeah, I always thought the train happened if you did the mission really good or really badly. Sorry, really well or really badly.
Oh, you invert X and Y. That's interesting.
Yep.
I like inverted Y, but inverted X just hacks me.
I got the old school controls.
It's nice to have a game that offers the option for both, especially a somewhat older game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I turned on the subtitles just for this.
Okay.
Just in case people don't have loudest audio.
Yeah. What Nate's about to do is blow up the gas station. It's the closest one to Zeke's apartment, I believe, is the one.
Yep.
It causes this little Easter egg to happen. Something that a lot of people don't know about.
This is entirely new to me, so I'm intrigued.
Am I not gonna get it? There it is.
You saw this hellacious explosion. What the hell was that?
I blew up the gas station.
What? Just cause you can't drive, man?
Been looking into your...
Oh, that's so sad.
You interrupted it.
I interrupted it. Oh, that's the worst.
Well, we gotta go fast.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's why we wasted time to do it, because we gotta go fast.
Yes.
We did get to see him say hellacious. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's not a common word.
Yeah, the dialogue concludes by Bill says something about how he can't ride in a car without it blowing up, and then Zeke says, "Touche, Capitan."
Doesn't answer to anybody. If she's in with those clowns, you better watch
It's just a fun little Easter egg, and like I say, I don't think a lot of people know about it, so it's cool to show off how it's done, at least, even if we didn't get to see and hear all of it.
Yeah. If you haven't heard that dialogue and you do have the game, check it out. Blow up the gas station. It's pretty funny.
The location of the final substation in the neon has been...
No!
No!
Close. So close.
Yeah.
And the train is slightly faster than just skating along the train tracks. The monorail train in Infamous First Light is actually also slightly faster than Fetch running through neon clouds. We'll certainly get to that in a few hours. And that's something I didn't know for the longest time, even though I run that game more than anyone.
Didn't know we needed any.
Shit, man, open your eyes. Take a look around. You see any Red Cross?
Hope everything's okay with Sanju.
His internet went out.
Yeah, it's internet problems for the first time in a month, as he said. Like, yeah. Murphy's Law, nice.
Nice. Taxi got in the way. Good RNG.
Well, it's still very awesome hanging out with you two fellas. I believe this is kind of like the first time I've per se met Nate, so
yeah.
Meet ya.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
So you think
Ooh, I'm getting some good surfs.
Yeah, those were really nice.
Yeah. Gotta play a little safer though. A little low on health. There we go.
Mixbad correcting us here, saying that trains in 2 are much slower than the power lines.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about Infamous 2. I love the game. It's one of my favorite games ever, but I ran it like once, just enough to know that this is not the run for me, so I wouldn't know about that game. But casually, it's one of my top 10 favorite games ever.
Heard some people talking on the street. Saying
Yeah, you'll notice Nate did the precision shot there to make the swing arm move around and then didn't take it. Didn't take the swing arm. You still have to do that precision shot. If you don't do the precision shot, the way forward is blocked.
You can actually clip through that door. However, if you do that, you can't progress the mission still.
Sure.
So, very funny.
Sucker Punch style, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sucker Punch games...
Infamous and triggers.
Yeah, it was Sucker Punch games, really, because Ghost of Tsushima is the same way, really. You have to... It kind of makes me wonder, not that I want to give anyone ideas, but why all games aren't like this? Because in Sucker Punch games, it really checks for, okay, have you done mission 15 before mission 16 becomes possible? We do get around that a couple of times in this game. Not so much in Infamous 2 to the best of my knowledge, but as I say, I don't really run that game. But for the most part, you have to knock over all the dominoes. Or at least make the game think you have. There's actually lots of like skips, lots of like clips throughout the series that you can get to areas you're not supposed to be in. You just can't do anything when you're there. I can think of a few of those in First Light and Second Son. This game, probably too. FOB is a little too short for anything like that to matter.
Cole? You there?
Trish?
A plane just dropped a crate of medical supplies, and someone needs to protect it from the Reapers.
Man.
You want me to do it?
No car launches today so far. Very sad.
All of us.
It still looks cool. Maybe just because I haven't seen it before.
I'm not even on the right building. It is what it is.
Gamer. It's kind of funny that you just smack that one guy one time and then ran away.
He falls down, so...
So I'll be interested to see your strat here. I do this mission a little bit differently than Sanju does, I know that. Yeah, you do it like I do it. Sanju, I know, drops down, like, right at the start. I mean, he takes one lap on the power cable, but he drops down pretty much right away.
Sanju's also really good.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah. And then you drop down. Oh, this is... I thought you were advancing to the next phase. Yeah, I stay up there clear until the next phase.
Oh yeah, no, I dropped down here.
Yeah, because
at
this point, even if you are still skating on that power cable up above, the game will spawn you down here.
Yeah.
And this mission is pretty well optimized. You just toss nades where you know guys are gonna be. You'll see we take a death here. This skips a pretty lengthy and pretty annoying phone call with Zeke, where he talks about, like, wanting to merchandise your powers. And the problem is you can dispatch these enemies so quickly that Zeke is still yammering on the phone when the next phase comes in. Okay, that second intentional death is new to me.
Yeah, that's new. Hey, nice.
It skips the, hey, this is a truck little mini cutscene, doesn't it? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, you don't actually have to destroy the trucks. You just have to kill the guy that's on the turret.
All right, you can't do that with these. Please don't kill me.
One fairly free way of doing that is jumping up on the... Oopsie daisy.
Yeah,
is jumping up on the truck's hood.
I should have done that. It's all right.
Yeah, if you jump
There
up
you
on
go.
the truck's hood, you're not impervious from the turret, but you don't get hit nearly as much as you would just from running around, and you have a pretty clear line of sight to the gunner.
Yeah,
Case
for
in
some
point.
reason they're very bad at aiming slightly upwards.
You can still get hit there, but it's hard to die.
Yeah, they take a while to react to it for some reason.
Yeah, this game makes extensive use of pop-in rendering, so there'll definitely be some places where you toss grenades and something will spawn. You know, if you're a practiced speedrunner, you toss the grenades and something will spawn right next to or even right on top of it, and
Thanks for your help.
this looks really cool.
We'll see.
All right, here comes the trick of all time.
Yes, of all the skips there have ever been, this is certainly one of them.
For sure. I love Sasha's skip. Who doesn't?
I do too. I don't think Sanju did for a while.
No, I'm lying. I hate it. It's the worst.
No, I actually do enjoy it, as long as it works.
Yeah, I
See,
was
that's
gonna
the
say,
thing. It has to work.
it's great when it works. It just, we can't guarantee it, so...
So that's the first part. You enter that little part of the mission there. That wall clip is pretty easy. You just kind of have to bunny hop. You jump towards it, and you jump up again right as you reach the ground, and there's a small space, basically about the same size as Cole's body, you can just pass through. Ordinarily, this tunnel would be filled with enemies, but since we skipped the trigger, which is not something you can ordinarily do in a Sucker Punch game, we skipped the trigger from the fight that we entered but didn't do. That keeps these enemies from spawning. There should be a cutscene here. There's so many things that are happening that should be happening that are not. And there's certain things that Nate is doing here that we speculate help making this truck work, but like the guys have been saying, we're not really sure. This skip also seems to be dependent on software and hardware. You cannot do this skip on a solid state drive, a super slim PS3, or a digital copy of the game.
So the music's not turning off. We'll see if it works. Sometimes it still works. We'll see.
Hey, it worked.
We don't know. We really don't know.
At this point, you're home free. If you don't soft lock or get Moya's call again... Yeah, if you hit the marker the second time and you don't instantly, not soft lock, hard lock, actually, if you don't instantly hard lock or get Moya's call that introduces the mission where you fight Sasha, I can't think of it, Dinner with Sasha. If you don't get Moya's call that introduces that mission or just completely freeze the game, that's how you know it worked. And her call that introduces Stranded starts with a second or two of silence. So when you hit the marker and she doesn't instantly start talking, you know you got it.
Yeah, sometimes I do that and I save and it just says Dinner with Sasha still when I save. That has
never happened to me.
I've lost a few minutes to that, a few runs.
Yeah, of course you've noticed that we are restarting the game altogether. That is necessary to make this work. It's something about the game having too much to load and it just kind of loses its cookies. You could theoretically just take a death and spawn where Nate is about to spawn upon reloading the game altogether. But even if that does work, you would eventually freeze the game, eventually hard lock the game because it, like I say, just loses its cookies. But by making the save file for Stranded and reloading the game altogether, the game knows to only spawn the Warren. And this process is, a few minutes long of entering the underground tunnel, going to Sasha's boss arena, quitting out, save file, reloading the game and all that. It's still a substantial time save over doing the mission.
Yeah, that is still what
Thanks for tripping over.
5 minutes.
Yeah, the Sasha boss fight is not very hard or anything, but it's very long. There are various things you have to do in sequence to make it work. And there's one of those comic book style cutscenes afterward too, where the Dustmen, I almost said the First Sons, we're not up to them yet, where the Dustmen come in and, no, it is the First Sons, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the First Sons.
Yeah. Where the First Sons do come in and abduct Sasha. And that alone is like a minute long.
I get it.
Yeah, I believe in one run I had where I actually got Sasha Skip, I then hard-locked in the penultimate mission of the game and lost 17 minutes.
Oh no.
It's the penultimate mission, spy drones?
No, it's against the world with all the balloons.
Well, that's not the penultimate means second to last. That's like
penultimate then?
Third or fourth to last. You might be thinking of anti-penultimate. Yes, I am a word nerd.
No, that's fine. I like learning new things that are correct.
English is not your native language either, so it's fair.
But yeah, I hard-locked towards the end in that mission, so yeah restart your console if you're gonna Sasha Skip.
Well, usually, not always, but usually when I did the Sasha Skip, the console would restart itself anyway. Every once in a while, it would let me just quit out of the game and it would just bring up the XMB and I could just go straight back in. I never had any problems when that happened. But like I say, it would usually restart itself anyway. So this mission unlocks static thrusters. In every other game in the series, you start with this ability by default. So it's a little weird if you come back to this game after playing one of the others for a while to not have this for like the first hour of the run. There's some optimization here where Nate just went straight through the water instead of climbing up the towers to avoid the water because, as mentioned, the water doesn't hurt as bad as you think it does. Like, even this is not that bad setback. Obviously, Nate wanted to be on that swing arm, but it's not that big a deal that he missed it.
The game goes to like 20 FPS here for some reason.
Just PS3 things?
Yeah.
That's actually why this was the first game I ever speedran, because it was a console-only game. I didn't and still don't have a very powerful PC, and I was making too much out of it at the time, but I didn't want to get in like an arms race, pay to win, who has the best PC kind of thing.
Dwight, didn't that guy steal your car and strip it down for parts?
Yeah, he was a real tool. But, you know, I've dug his sister for a real long time now, and,
Here's one of the reasons I really dislike Zeke as a person in this game.
Yeah, Tomaine has a little catchphrase in our chats that, again, is not
I will not be repeating
on a
that,
GDQ
no.
stream, but it's well earned. We'll just say that. A catchphrase regarding Zeke.
Zeke. Someone really messed him up.
I have to admit, the writing for Zeke is very good, which is one of the reasons I really dislike him, because they're really good at writing him that way.
I can play off that angle, maybe? Come on, man, I need this.
There's something deeply wrong
Again,
with
cart
you,
before
Zeke.
the horse just a little bit. It becomes a pretty nice redemption story in Infamous 2.
Yeah, I still haven't played 2, so I don't like Zeke.
Ever?
Even though I like... No, I own the game, and I've seen the speedrun. I know what happens. Still don't like him.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's like you're
I played...
funning me, dude.
Take out. Look like a man.
Yeah, I played the first few hours of 2, and then I just got busy with work.
Okay,
or
good
what it
boost.
was.
Nice. So we mentioned another former runner of the game, D-pad gamer, a little bit earlier here. The routing in this little mission is one of the things he contributed to the game. Ordinarily, if you follow the echo of the conduit who killed
Not yet. Dealing with some
I forget the dude's name, that we see his body at the beginning of the mission. Ordinarily, if you follow the echo of that conduit specifically, you'll run into a guy who's like putting up posters around the town, and he asks you if you want one where you look like a triumphant hero or one where you look like a big scary evil guy, and it's a good or evil karma moment. But you can actually just completely run around that moment and just come straight to this fight. And we never thought to do that until a D-pad ran the game.
Your sorry ass.
Yep, one of
I'm
few
just gonna
points in the
punch him.
games. Yeah, do that. That's safer. As I was saying, one of the few points in the game where either it's not as stingy with triggers, or we just assumed there were triggers that didn't exist.
Yeah.
I took care of the guy that greased Dwight.
See, the way I do that fight is I just walk right up to his face, shockwave him, and kick him on the ground.
Yeah, I have Shockwave 1, so I didn't... I messed up my route.
Oh, right, the shockwave upgrade.
Yeah.
I like my
Makes him float
grenades,
longer.
so I always try to snipe him.
Trish, I think I found Roger.
This is another run killer mission for me when I grind out attempts. It's probably my favorite mission in the game to do, but it can go wrong pretty easily. At least for me.
Yeah, especially this beginning part.
If they've got Roger, you have to take them all out at the same time, or they'll kill
But it's pretty epic in scope how you go back and forth between the two islands. So I certainly remember that death warp, but I cannot remember why it's done.
This is fun. This is intentional, by the way.
Roger Miller, Trish Daly sent me.
It's done so that the enemies just stand still there at the beginning.
I meant the next thing.
Okay.
Where I intentionally fail.
Yeah. Listen, are you Roger Miller?
Because I still get the
Daly
checkpoint.
sent me. She's hoping you can fix the Stone Canal drawbridge.
Trish? She's stuck in the quarantine too.
Afraid so.
Hell.
Yeah, if you're not careful with where you run here, the engineer can like trip and fall and you have to go back and heal him. It's kind of annoying.
It's annoying.
She make it out?
Yeah, she did.
Good.
Now, are there crabs there? Did you skip a trigger for crabs? I mean, obviously not those ones, but I thought there were some that came out of that shipping
Yeah, sometimes they
container.
spawn there. I don't... It's weird. I don't know.
I think that's a proximity thing. I don't get those first set of crabs often.
This is screwed up 9 ways from Sunday. Watch my back. This is gonna take a while.
Here's some more pop-in rendering.
Guess they don't want the
Yeah,
bridge
Guess they don't want the bridge open.
open. Damn, circuits are fried. Kill them! All of them!
Pretty much all spawns in missions of enemies are fixed, but it still feels good to preemptively throw a grenade and just nail them.
Oh, yeah.
Even though you can make it 100% consistent, it's like, that was nice. I did that.
There we go. You've gotta be kidding.
This is one of the things that make me love this mission, certainly casually and in a sense in the speedrun, even though it can, as I said, go wrong. It's just so epic in scope. You go from one island back to the first one, back again, and then back again. That was cool.
Prime example of a car launch.
Roger. The number
Yeah, those are new to me.
outside of SC isn't engaging, and I need your help getting it online. Where are you?
Nate is the only one who does them, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Reapers are swarming all over this place.
The new blood coming in, swagging on all of us old-timers.
That's better than
It's interesting because it sort of resembles a baked-in ability in Infamous 2, which certainly we'll get to in short order. And that run is happening.
This might be okay.
It should be.
Let's go.
Okay, good. Sometimes that one doesn't cooperate.
So what did the Reapers want with you?
They heard the transients are looking for engineers to work on their tower, so they were going to train.
Great grab, Cole.
They get a reward.
He is Cole McGrab.
Seems like a lot of work to build.
Yeah, I thought Sanyu was gonna say that earlier when he was in, before his internet started malfunctioning, when he was talking about how hard the game was. I thought he was gonna say 50% of it at least was because Cole wants to grab everything that exists as soon as he's anywhere near it.
Sanju has his own little catchphrase in chat about that. It's a little bit more safe to use. He just says, Cole is dumb, forehead emote.
Here they come.
Probably an example of pop-in rendering right there.
Unfortunately, it's faster to attack them than wait for the train to hit them.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, I think that optimization might be a little new to me too. I'm not used to coming up here.
It's safe now. Get that thing fixed.
Might just be a difference in strat. Because I've done that since the beginning, pretty much.
Hey, need some help over here.
Tell Roger I'm on my way.
So now we have to head back to the Warren to help the first engineer we rescued. It's interesting that he knew that because the enemies are not really that close to him just yet.
I don't think the transients are going to cause me any more problems. Better go check on Luke.
Sometimes it spawns suicide guys after Roger says his voice line. Yeah, I don't know why.
Not sure I've had that happen. I was kind of wondering for a second there why you weren't just heading back, but that makes sense. Yeah, it's really good to get those two guys with precision shots. If you miss, it's not that bad, but it certainly drains time a little bit.
Everything checks out.
Here's a new optimization I found.
There's not enough juice to fire the hydraulics.
Stand back. That makes sense. I never really thought to do that, but that totally makes sense that the whole console and not just the part with the lights would count towards the hitbox for charging it.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping with
I don't think it matters so much with the second one since all this dialogue plays unless you're gonna like XP farm.
Yeah, sometimes there's a civilian there that you can res. It'd be nice.
Yeah, but as far as just getting back in time to... You do take a death here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as just having time to get back in time to do that, it's pretty generous because Roger has his, hey, thanks for helping me dialogue.
Forgot about Zeke.
Hey, Zeke. You still on the roof?
Oh, I messed it up. That's fine. Little.
You swinging by for a little siesta?
I want to punch him.
Oh, more bonus dialogue. Hey.
The superhero racket is great, man. Solving crimes, getting some loving from the ladies. I can get used to living like this.
You're not actually a superhero.
What was that you... Oh. I was going to say, what was that you said earlier about getting bench skip first try every time?
Hey, it's not every time. That was Sanju.
Are you crazy? People around here, they worship you, man.
Fat lot of good it's done me.
Oh, crap.
I know we had talked about having 2 breaks, but we never actually clarified if we were going to do that. Are we still up for that, or?
I'm up for whatever. I don't...
You let me know when's a good time to break, and we can take a quick
this
break.
is right at the beginning of a mission. I mean, Nate's the one with the controller, but I'd say this is as good a time as any.
Yeah, this is fun. Yeah, could take a break here.
Yeah, sure. If you want, we can take a break.
Yeah.
So during these long kind of streams, we like to take breaks just so that everybody can get up, stretch, make sure they're taking care of themselves. So we are going to take just a few minute break here. While everybody can get some water and anything like that. We'll be right back with more Infamous after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. This is the infamous community relay, and we are in the middle of the infamous run with Nate.
Welcome back.
I'll be in touch once the power is back on.
Nate and crew, I guess. There are others here.
Oh, Nate's the one doing the run.
Yes, I am on the rail, holding forward.
Gameplay intensifies.
Yes. Listening to Zeke's woes.
Now, this is another spot where I've occasionally inadvertently gotten one of the stunts. I don't know if you're going to specifically get it here, Nate. You've
Probably
doing some
not.
specific movements that I wouldn't expect. Yeah, okay. Right there.
Yeah, that tower tends to muck it up.
Yeah, but I have gotten the unquenchable thirst stunt here a few times. That's for grinding from wire to excuse me, from wire to wire without touching the ground, I believe 5 times. Yeah, this is I believe this is the longest run from spawn point to mission in the game.
Ooh, excellent car launch.
So cheers to Nate for making it interesting with these car launches. Otherwise, it's just a lot of running, especially once you enter this depowered section of the Warren because you can't grind on wires or train tracks when the power's not on. Almost there. All right.
And Fling Hero. Another power station. I actually love the power stations in this game. They're some of my favorite levels.
Sorry, man.
Sure, most of them are, pretty straightforward, pretty optimized too. There's really only one that I would class as a run killer for me, at least. And I think it's the last one, Light in the Tunnel. There's just so many things in that one that can kill you very quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, yes. Infamous moment.
Yeah, sometimes the game just has it out for you. Kind of ironic for runners complaining about Cole grabbing everything except when he's supposed to.
Yep. Ooh. Sniped.
I was about to say, really skirting the line there.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a checkpoint right here. I really just threw a grenade at him point blank.
Yes, you certainly did.
Yep. You know, they always shoot rockets point blank, and I guess I just said touche. Game nuts. Your actions have made you slightly more evil. Don't know what I did.
Been receiving reports of unauthorized drones patrolling the war.
Must have been something during the run to the mission. No, wait, it counts since you started the mission. And you start the mission in the sewer. Okay, game, sure.
Yeah.
Well, it has to say something.
Maybe I got an execute or something.
What the hell are you doing?
It has to say something there. You're always slightly more heroic, slightly more villainous, or significantly. This is one of the missions that you can, like, break and sequence break, but if you do, it just breaks everything. You can't progress forward. I have wound up on the top of, like, all the shipping containers in here, just looking down on everything, and you could, if you wanted to, jump out of this zone, but there's no reason. You have to hit all the triggers.
Yeah. Sadly.
There are some cool, like Nate was saying earlier, corner cuts, this being one of them. You don't have to turn off the valve that makes the poisonous gas come out. You can just jump around it.
Yeah, instead of one massive skip, there's, I don't know, 7 smaller skips during this entire trek.
You'll get yours.
Yeah, this is a really optimized mission. This is one of the spots where, I don't know if Nate's going to do it, but this is certainly one of the spots where, because of all these enemies we're running past that we don't bother killing, where I would spam bolts at something and drain it just to heal a little. You see, we're at critical health here.
Might die, but it's fine if I do. Yep.
Close one.
Well, I would ordinarily do it after that gun turret, so fair play.
Yeah, playing chicken with turrets are inconsistent at best.
Yeah, this fence right here is where I would do it. It is possible to jump. I'm not sure exactly what Nate's doing here, but it is possible to jump against a completely flat vertical surface, jump off of it, use static thrusters a little, come back to it, and gain height that way, jumping up off of it again the second time, third time, fourth time you hit it. It's possible to chain those indefinitely. It's really hard.
Yeah, I've never gotten more than a few containers worth of height doing that.
Another small skip here. Did Srav come up with this? Oh, no.
No way.
No.
That's crazy. That's never happened to me before. Where am I? Whatever.
No, you're fine.
I can back this up.
Oh, yeah, that's not where I thought you were either.
Okay, nice. Another direct hit. Let's go.
Yeah, and they add this. As you climb up, if you fall down again, you get that cutscene where Zeke gets rocketed.
Lots of funny moments.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I get from a storyline reason why they would only nuke Zeke after you fall.
Okay, just don't grab, I guess.
Okay.
Call me grab moment.
This is,
I'm just gonna Death Abuse.
There are some things happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have had this happen to me a few times, and naturally, I reset.
All right, we're taking the ladder.
Almost intended way. Does not feel good.
I would definitely have some troubles here, too.
Sorry. Here's some backups.
Yeah, that latter part was the actual route for me, at least for a while. Before Rob found
Yeah, did he come up with it? Because I know I learned it from him.
Are you insane?
I'm really rusty on like the earlier findings, i.e. like 5-6 years ago.
I just know
Who actually came up with what?
Yeah, that's fair.
But I can almost
Also-
guarantee it wasn't me.
This isn't a game, Zeke.
And I meant to mention this during Sasha Skip, that we really worked on that skip as a community, and something I want to mention, not just for Tomain's benefit, but slightly for Tomain's benefit. Testing something and finding out that it doesn't work is also helpful information. That's, part of finding out what does work is finding out what doesn't work. And Tomain has been kind of good at finding things that don't work. Oh boy, we've talked about run killers. Here is the mother of all run killer missions.
So I don't actually do D-pad gamers strat here. I do a different strat. I do not level up rockets.
Okay.
At all. In the whole run, actually.
I probably dislike this mission the least of all the people who have ran this game. Because I just never expect it to go well. Never.
Oh, I don't dislike the mission, it's just a run killer.
Yeah.
The mother of all run killers.
This is really just the hardest drone here, which is like what the rockets are for. So either I get it or I don't. That's pretty much it. So I'm just going to keep
50-50.
abandoning.
Just what I thought.
There we go.
Sons are using drones to search for the race
And I'm going to stand right here.
They've narrowed their search to this area.
And that should work.
But we can't
Yep.
take any chances. Find the other drones in the area, shoot them down, and collect their flight recorders. And Cole, that UAV was programmed to self-destruct.
So the strat that we were talking about is, that other runners do, that I do, is it the first level upgrade for the megawatt hammers? Oh, shoot.
It is what it is.
Yeah, the first, I believe, upgrade for the megawatt hammers, you would just spam a few of them into the air and then use a precision shot to hit the drone, and they redirect to the drone.
Thankfully, this one, when it falls in the water, it restarts its cycle pretty quick.
That is one of the things I do dislike about the mission, is when something falls in the water, the dialogue makes it sound like you wanted it to happen that way. Oh, that was close.
Okay.
Because if 2 drones fall in the water, you get a game over. Well,
Yeah,
not
and
a
also
game
the funny
over, a
part,
mission failure.
you could have gotten crushed by that.
Good try. So here is where that black short route comes into play.
I want you to listen to something, Cole.
To be perfectly honest, that's genius.
I'll do anything you want.
Real tough guy, aren't you?
On the contrary, I'm weak, quite weak in fact, which is why you
And in retrospect, obvious.
listen and learn it well.
Yeah, there's a lot of different strats you can do in this mission. Some work better than others, some are more consistent than others, certainly some are faster than others.
Separates the strong from the weak is the ability to take the beating. Hell, to love
Don't think anyone can claim with a straight face to have this mission consistent, though.
No.
The amount of practice you would need to put in for this to be very consistent. Oh boy.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I think in my first run of this game, there you're doing the trick I was talking about earlier. That's cool. I think in my first run of this game, this took me legit 20 minutes, maybe even 30. Because it was totally stratless. It was just like, okay, where's the drone? Let me look around and find it.
Don't fall in the water. Thank you.
Yeah, despite the restarts, that was kind of fast.
That should be the last.
seeing as what this mission can do to you.
Bandwidth to transmit that much data.
That death is intentional. It spawns us closer to the building with the satellite dish.
Doesn't have the bandwidth to transmit that much data, so you need to find a satellite uplink. There should be one on the roof of the old Coleridge building. Hopefully it still works.
That is so cool.
That is the best launch I have seen ever.
You should have everything.
It's going to take a while to sort through all of this. I'll let you know if I find anything of interest.
Just find that damn sphere so I can get out of this shooting gallery.
Okay. So, I don't like this mission coming up. I just don't like it.
A standard protocol? It's not that bad.
Well, there's some precision shot strats that are annoying.
Let me guess.
Yeah, I
the guys with
suppose.
the guns aren't gonna play ball.
All forces positioned
And
along
I could never get them quite consistent.
on-site orders. Any vessel attempting to cross the harbor will be destroyed. No questions asked. You're going to have to find all of the hostage boats and disable their engines. If those boats leave, a lot of innocent people are going
Yeah,
to...
again,
no.
shoutouts to... Oh, go ahead.
Now go ahead, you.
I was just gonna say again, shoutouts to D-Pad. He doesn't really do speedrunning anymore, but he's got a YouTube channel where he does gaming adjacent content. And actually, one of his first videos was about the concept of death warping in speedrunning. And as I say, there are a lot of intentional deaths in this run, but it was actually this mission that he chose to demonstrate it, because after destroying the boat engine here, Nate is going to jump in the water, at least I assume.
No, I just use a rocket there at least.
Well, either way, water or taking a death with your powers, you spawn right here by the next one. It's pretty remarkable. And it's a pretty good example of death warping. I don't recall this being too troublesome for me, but that could be my memory playing tricks with me easily. Also, maybe I didn't do it from this far away. I've definitely seen...
I think it's a me problem,
others.
To be honest.
I've definitely seen others get it from this far away. I feel like I may have jumped forward onto the rooftop where the crab spawning conduit is.
Yeah, I usually never stayed this far back because I couldn't get this consistent.
Yeah, this is a Sanju thing. There we go.
Hey Trish, how's the hospital looking?
The outside is pretty tragic.
Yeah, for some reason the checkpoints in this mission are just, well, they seem almost planned for death warping. Because they put you almost exactly where you want to be for the next one.
Yeah, I thought about that if I or anyone ever ran this game at a marathon that takes donations saying like, oh, $1 a death. Just to like mess with people at first, just to be like, oh, that's not really that much. What, are you only gonna donate $1 when no, there's like easily 20 or 30, maybe even more planned deaths?
Hey Trish, how's the hospital looking?
The outside is pretty trashed, but the inside is in surprisingly good shape. I've already moved a couple busloads of people over there.
Right on.
Right on.
We should sit down and talk sometime.
He really says right on.
What happens once all of this is over?
Sure.
It was a different time.
I'll talk to you later.
Other things were cool to say.
I don't think... I think by the time this game came out, that was not a cool thing to say anymore.
I've never known that to specifically be a cool thing to say.
Cole, I've got the last of my gear loaded onto the bus, but the Reapers are blocking the way to the hospital. I need your help.
You're making that look awfully consistent, Nate.
Kind of is.
We'll see.
I've just been, I don't know, warming up over the run.
Yeah, I've got to pick that up if and when I do. Oh, if and when I do.
Call me grab
running
moment.
the game. I'd sure love to, but like I say, even on a good run like you or Sanju, 3-ish hours is a lot of time to find.
Yeah.
That's real tough talk from a guy who tortures people.
You still don't get it, do you? You don't get any second chances. Every time you fail, someone's world ends. Ends in the worst way imaginable. I learned that the hard way. And by God, you're gonna learn it too. One way or another.
Tell you what, crawl out of your hole and meet me.
He really standing like that.
Yeah, that pose is amazing.
He's the king of the world.
This is one of my favorite
I'm putting a date
parts.
on myself with that reference.
Hey, brother. Sorry I was such a prick.
One of my favorite parts is cutting off Zeke there. If you do that really, really well, all you hear is, "Hey, brother."
There's no way I'll make it back to the hospital on my own.
Yeah, this mission used to be a run killer for me, but it's not that bad.
Will keep it electrified.
This is one of my favorite missions,
Wow, that's really smart.
especially casually. Even in the speedrun too, because you get to shock all the grenades all the time,
Yeah,
everywhere.
you're just spamming the world with nades.
And there's no civilians to hit, or at least only very few.
All right, Cole.
This is another prime example of tossing nades where you know enemies are going to be.
Yep, set spawns. Your biggest enemy in this game is other things like signs and poles and the fence on the bus you're standing on.
Yeah, shooting yourself with grenades is your worst enemy, actually.
Yeah, no, I don't know who, but I've certainly seen, maybe I did it, I don't know, just deliberately destroying the fence on the top of the bus.
Yeah, I've done
starting
that.
off.
That was the very
It's
first
definitely a
thing
good
I
idea.
did. Every run, start this mission, climb up, shoot away as many boards as I can before I have to start chucking grenades at enemies.
Ultimately, it's an auto-scroller.
Yeah.
So there's not a whole lot you can do to make this go faster. You just have to make it go right.
Yeah, it's pretty much towards the end when there's a car blockades that you can influence it a little.
A little. I mean, only so much.
And of course, there's also always the random chance of a true COD sniper rocket launcher guy. You come around the corner, he just flicks and launches you off the bus, and you're like, oh, gee, thanks. Wasn't this easy? Love those like pixel misses. Reticle is right on the enemy, and they like go through them.
This would ordinarily be one of the missions where Trish contributes to... Oh, Hero here.
Yeah, that is really early.
That is. Where Trish contributes to, how we say, the reputation she has. But by the bus not being very damaged, I was about to say not being damaged at all, we're not really hearing her talk. Yeah, if the bus takes damage, she gets increasingly more, to be diplomatic, I'll say stressed about it. And she says things like, "Oh, damn it, protect the bus, Cole." And it makes me wonder if perhaps at some point in development, this mission was meant to be a little bit easier than it is, because it's really hard to entirely avoid damage. Towmain claims to have done it once.
Yeah, about once in all my attempts ever.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten to the end without like heavily damaged, which is one step below critical.
I got it down to getting mostly moderately damaged by the time I was done, and sometimes lightly, like now, but yeah. Unscathed once. Enjoy the glorious 10 FPS gaming.
One of our lines is, "Damn it, protect the bus!" And it's like, what do you think we're trying to do? It's definitely more megawatt hammers than I'm used to seeing. They are good for like clearing the car blockade.
Yeah,
but if you aim right, grenades can be too.
Since I don't upgrade the megawatt hammer, it's a lot harder to unintentionally kill yourself with them. Because when you upgrade megawatt hammer when you're in good karma, it slows them down so that to give you time to like shoot people with, so that you can like lock onto them. And that usually is what causes you to like accidentally hit stuff when you're on, like the blimp and missions like that, missions like this.
Yeah, if you do reach critical health with the bus, she says one more hit and we're dead, which thankfully is not true. You still have to get hit probably 6-8 times at that point before the bus dies.
Here I'm going to be going for a strat that's hard. That each time I fail it, I'm just going to death abuse, try again. It saves quite a bit of time.
I'm not aware of any particular strat here. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think you'll recognize it when you see it.
This old grizzled man lift a bus.
Maybe I'm overthinking it.
I think so, yeah. We've seen examples of it in the run already. You just need to reset so that everything loads in the same position again.
That is until Kessler showed up. Alden disappeared into the streets, growing up scared and homeless. But there's no fear in those eyes now. No, the blast has made him powerful, gave him the tools to combat his paranoia. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the
Fun fact, Alden, we haven't heard him speak just yet, but he is actually voiced in this game by the same actor as Cole.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, his name is Jason Cottle.
Hang on, Trish. I'm coming.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
That's good enough. Yeah, they will actually just shoot grenades at you from down there. How? I don't know. Just breaking the laws of physics.
In fairness, that is still new to me.
When he threw the bus up here, the only thing going through my
Yeah, I've caught a few practice streams, so I've seen that before.
Never let anything happen to you, Trish.
But yeah,
Didn't
also
quite
that
get the
strat
perfect one,
saves,
but that was pretty
like,
good.
I know you didn't mean
Yeah.
to kill Amy
That
Seems like
saves
20.
that you've been trying to make
20,
things
yeah,
right.
if you're good at
And I
climbing.
need to stop being
So,
angry
like,
at you.
40 if I were to get it.
I want us to be together again. Like how it used to be.
And now, finally, Trish is coming around.
Just in time.
Yeah, in the speedrun, it's like, what? It only took like 140, 150. But if you play this casually, you're like, ooh, he has been getting on our nerves for quite a few hours by now.
Back into her arms. She's not a lover.
Checking my XP really quick.
Think of the things I could do. I am pleasure.
The remnants of the 43rd Precinct have mounted an offensive against the Dustmen. My source says they're going to try and arrest Alden.
Good. That psycho should be behind bars.
The battle has already started, so you better get moving. Your top priority is ensuring...
Didn't know that dialogue could be interrupted.
Yeah, you can get there pretty quick.
Beat on Alden. Heading after him.
Don't let him escape, Cole. This could be our only shot.
He stole my food! Kill him!
Another new strat here coming up that I found after running the game for a little bit. Kind of cool.
I could zap that
You get a
guy
little
and cut
warp.
him loose. Or maybe I just walk away and leave him there to rot. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, okay, I know what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about something with the civilian who was being hanged.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, this does, the strat you're talking about does skip one of my favorite lines of dialogue in the game.
This is all entirely new to me, and as I'm watching it, I'm like, this makes perfect sense. Why didn't we think of this?
Yeah, this is somewhat new to me. I've seen this before, but I certainly never did it myself.
Okay, nice. I had no clue about that.
Yeah, that's definitely something.
Game's just like, oh, you're here. Okay, pop. There you're here. Good.
Holy crap.
Awesome. Great RNG.
Yeah, this fight is pretty tough for this part of the game. Even if you were playing casually and grinding.
Yep, I died.
Now, there's not really any trick to this. You just have to hit him till he dies. Yeah, the only, I guess, trick, I don't know if that's the right word to call it, is if you do manage to knock an arm off, it will instantly stagger him.
Really?
Oh, come on, game.
But dying is certainly not unheard of.
Yeah, we do not want to see the shrapnel minigun.
When he shoots that, it's just random. I mean, you roll to dodge, and sometimes you get hit a lot, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, the next time you fight one, I believe it's the next time you fight one of these guys, you'll have access to an ability that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. Oh, please. Stop shooting that.
Ooh.
He does not want to play nice today.
I've never seen him only shoot shrapnel so much. Why is he doing this? Shoot the cannonballs! Those are way better, I swear. Yes! Cole is just a glass cannon in this game. It is what it is. I don't know how many people know about this. You can climb up this thing that I'm about to climb up, and it doesn't make sense.
Rampaging through the streets of the Warren, shooting everyone in sight. Deal with them.
Oh, it looks like they're like little notches on it, little handholds, footholds.
Yeah, but he climbed up like it was a pole. Like gripping into the metal.
Yeah, I got nothing.
The flat surface.
Everybody in chat is saying they'd love to see remaster or remake of these games.
Yeah, it would be awesome.
I think we can all co-sign on that.
Yeah, for sure. One of the things that honestly put me off running this game a little bit was that PS3 is a mess to capture.
Damn, those maniacs have outfitted city buses with automatic weapons. They're shooting everyone in sight.
We need to take control of this situation before the military catches
That high definition copy protection.
Yeah.
Why?
They will take action.
You just sit around all day dreaming about blowing stuff up.
Yeah, my capture device has a proprietary cable that bypasses it. But yeah, it can be tough with PS3. You can't capture directly from HDMI for the reason Telmain just said.
Again, checkpoint abuse. And I don't remember who found this, but as soon as we saw it, we were like, oh yeah, why didn't we try this?
Yeah, it was either Sanju or D-pad. It certainly came from that era. Yeah, I was never very good at taking the death while the bus was getting blown up. I would always have to blow up the bus and then toss a nade at my feet.
Yes, I am back.
Nice.
Hello. Hello
welcome
again.
back.
Yeah, apparently something happened and well, just apparently this time of day it decided to die. So, but it's back in full glory.
Let's specify that we're talking about your internet.
Yeah,
because
my
that sounded a
internet.
bit ominous.
No. Yeah, I mean it's like my internet died. It just like this kind of thing that happens when you have really unstable internet, where it would just not work in a certain time of day. It just happened now. Usually it doesn't happen like until like really early mornings or something. Like that's just like the usual thing here. But yeah, we're back. Like it's, and I know it's back because I have been live for 3 minutes and it hasn't gone down. So it's like, it's fine.
I'm glad I missed you.
Yeah, I hope you're back to stay because you're going to be front and center for a lot of this event.
Yeah, I didn't miss like much of the run. I missed from Shasta Skip to now because I watched like all I could, and I saw Shasta Skip, and I was gonna mention now the thing with the music, that happens in that. It is certainly like the weirdest thing that can happen, but it can work with the music. And then anytime that you get the marker to disappear whenever you enter, it's fine. You have to skip. Like, it's pretty much what Ali said. Like, if Moya talks to you, then the mission started, and there's nothing to do. Well, you can do it again and softlock or get it.
Soft lock.
Yeah, there's soft lock, not soft lock, hard lock actually.
Yeah.
And every time I say soft lock with this game or Infamous 2 or... Well, actually, Infamous 2 has a soft lock. Yeah, it has an actual soft lock that can happen, but the rest of the stuff is just hard locks. Game freezes. The PS3 is weird. It's a weird piece of tech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we love it.
Oh, this mission. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything, but this mission is a bad point for the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had record paces die to this mission, thanks to PS3 being doomed. It would just freeze, and I don't know. It's just.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I have had one weird thing happen in this mission. I think it might still be my gold split and my splits. Is the big fight at the end? One of the big conduits just kind of fell through the ground.
Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, that sounds like the Titans, in Infamous 2, where they fall through the ground sometimes. They might work almost the same way, to be honest. But yeah, like what happened to me was during this section that Nate is doing right now, I would use the blast and it would freeze the game. And hard luck. Yeah. It only really like it used to happen like way back. Because probably because I was slower at the game, and this game doesn't really like to be running for too long. And I know that because if I, like back when I was going for the sub 3, if I got to SAS escape at all, the first time it would work, but if I had to reset the run, if I kept the console running and didn't reset it, it wouldn't work. SAS escape just wouldn't work.
Never thought of that.
Yep.
You may notice here that Nate is occasionally getting evil karma execution points. That's because he's got the 3rd tier of grenades unlocked, which automatically restrain an enemy after hitting them. And if you then kill them, that's, you're killing someone who's restrained. That's kind of an evil action. But he's sufficiently far above the breakpoint between champion and hero that losing a tiny bit of karma for a 1 XP evil action isn't that big a deal.
Thankfully, from here to the end, you're safe. Like whenever you get if you get the hero grenades from this point on, it doesn't matter how many enemies you kill to get the execution. You will get the karma all the way to the max good karma, which is what you need for the run. So yeah, I should mention this route was originally actually thought of by D-Pad, but then I don't think he ever stopped. He stopped doing runs. I don't know if he did this route or not. But then we brought it up again because it makes a lot of sense to do this instead of what we used to do. Climbing in this game is really finicky, and well,
this particular route is. Not super new to me, but it's not something I've seen a lot of times.
Yeah, we just made it work. There's a couple things that could make the mission not work if you do it incorrectly. So, because this game and the mission triggers, it's how weird it is with the checkpoints and the mission triggers. It's the same in Infamous 2. Infamous 2 has really bad points where. Sometimes you can skip the checkpoints in the map, sometimes you can't. All the games do have that thing, or what is like that. Also, this mission at the end, there's the dialogue skip with Zeke that...
I actually got that yesterday.
Yeah, there is a way of actually doing it consistently. But you need a specific thing to happen.
That's one of those things that's just kind of happened for me, and it happens.
Right now I just don't remember anymore because it was something that I discovered how to do. I would say almost every run, not every run, but almost every run. But it was right before I got my current PB, and then I stopped running the game. And whenever I stop running games, I just Like the newer things that I find, I just don't remember them. But I mean, it's something that for, you know, like when you're trying to go for the record, it is something that you might want to have. It's only like, what, like 10 seconds of time save? But, you know, if the mission goes really well, it is a good time save to have. Especially, like, well, if the mission goes like a little bit bad, it's a good time save to have too. Like, it's just, like this mission, like this game has a lot of missions like that, where it could go really bad or it could go really well. It just depends on how you do the fights, really.
What the hell are you doing, Zeke? I told you to stay.
Yeah, besides the 2 major skips, this run is basically 2.5 hours of very small optimizations that add up a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly, and most of them are just really cool, too. That's one of the things I love about this game. It's full of, you know, there are a couple of, you know, crack the game open like an egg kind of skips, but, you know, like we're saying, there are smaller skips just everywhere, and they're not remotely something that would occur to a casual player. They're just really interesting speed tech, and that's what I love about this game. Also, I've never bought this. All the cops got gunned down by the enemies because Zeke ran away.
No.
What makes Zeke so special?
Nah, there's like, that is just like, you know, like, I mean,
yeah.
When Cole says that, it's like, you know that it doesn't matter what Cole says. It's not that Zeke just like left and that happened. He had already like, he didn't like even like, he wasn't even there like to save anyone anyway. He wanted to like participate in the actual thing. He didn't want to be there, so, you know, greed. He's just very greedy. Zeke is just, you know.
I give Zeke a hard time, but yeah, spot on the money for that one. Like, it's not Zeke's fault that happened.
Tense moment.
I mean, what happened? I mean, it was the police. Like, if they couldn't do anything with, like, because he wasn't actually doing anything. He was just there, right? Like, he wasn't the one that was actually making Alden just like, you know, not do like certain things that he wanted to do. It was the policemen who were there that were actually like guarding him. Like, Zeke was just there because Cole didn't want him to be outside. That's the whole thing. But Zeke couldn't have done anything, even if he, you know, like, because he doesn't have any powers. He doesn't have any special abilities. He's just Zeke.
This is light in the tunnel coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, this is, like I was saying earlier, one of the harder underground sewer missions, at least for me. It's pretty straightforward. There's just a lot of stuff that can kill you quickly.
I mean, they do explain like what Zeke, you know, well, he didn't actually come up with it. It was like actually the warden of the prison that came up with the thing about, you know, what they do to Alden, to actually like, you know, put him to sleep in a way, like to make his powers not work. Which, you know, if at any time he gets that out of his body, he actually can use his powers. So it's, I don't know, it's just something that, you know, they could have done something better for sure. But
does the game really describe it as sleep?
no, it's no. What they say is he can't use his powers.
Oh yeah,
That's pretty much because he has like this amount of charge in his body that he can't do anything. But if at any point that thing like is out of his body, because it is actually like something that they get in his body. It's not, you know, it's not like attached to a machine and it's doing something. It's just like something that is like in his body, so he can get it out. Which, you know, he's a conduit. I mean, they should have probably thought about that.
Yeah, polarity wall ability now. This is not quite as useful as you might think, but it does have its.
You know, it's useful, especially for some of the stuff at the end of the game. But you know, it's you don't really use it a lot because you actually have to like, you have to go fast. You don't want to be using it all the time.
Exactly.
But you
sort
know,
of trivializes the fight on top of Alden's tower.
Point blank rocket. Yep.
that death, oh my god, that's like one of the worst deaths to have in like a good run. Because I've had it many times and it's so bad. RPGs in this game are just I can't describe it. I mean, it's the same in Infamous 2, but in Infamous 2 you can actually most of the time survive one hit. In this game, it's a game over. If you get
Enemies
hit.
have no sense of self-preservation.
Yeah, and we're talking like easy mode. On hard mode, you die in like 3 shots. So like an RPG, I'm not even gonna say what it does, but you know, they kill you without even touching you on hard.
And if you ever get hit by the steam coming out from below the swing arm, that just kills you instantly.
Yep, that too. And you don't even have to be close to it. It's a hitbox that actually like is very large. So it's yeah, it's something you have to like keep an eye on.
Yeah. So like I said, not a complicated mission by any means, but just a lot of things shooting bullets at you.
And yeah, like
we're about to make a new friend.
Yep, about to make.
I death abuse here, right?
Yep, you do.
If I had energy.
You have power, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, I should point out one thing. This mission that Nate is about to do, I randomly skipped the end of the mission at one point, and it hasn't been replicated again.
Yeah.
It would save 40 seconds if you could do it consistently. Pretty much what happened is I got to the end and the fight didn't happen. Like the helicopter got there, the cutscene happened where the big guy spawns, and after that, John started talking to me about the race feed. I was like, wait, what is this? This is the call for the next mission. Yeah. So the guy
saw that.
Yeah, I posted it in the Discord, and it was like something weird, and I haven't been able to replicate any of that. Like I did nothing different. I do the same every time in this mission. So it was weird that it was something that I did. So it's definitely something that happened to the guy when he spawned. Probably, it probably has something to do with what you like mentioned before about the guy that clipped through the ground. Maybe this one clipped through the ground too. During the cutscene or something, and he just died. And the game was like, oh, I guess you finished the mission. Because none of the like ending things happened. Like the John didn't like hide.
Cole McGrab.
Cole McGrab.
Cole McGrab.
Cole McGrab. Yeah. I think this mission you didn't really have to care about that, but
it doesn't matter. It's on a cycle.
The objective as the game presents it in this mission is to follow the helicopter to find John. But he's always in the same place, of course, and if you know where you're going, you can just run straight to him. You don't have to worry about the helicopter at all.
I mean, there is a chance if you go in a different route, the mission will actually fail. But with this route,
I've never seen that. Yeah, I always get to John in enough time that I like to, as I call it, take a selfie. I just position Cole next to John and just get the camera out in such a way that it looks like they're just a couple friends hanging out, taking a selfie.
I always try to
There's John.
I always try to throw him off board because nothing happens. He's just there. And funny things happen to the cutscene because of this. He's like not shooting at the helicopter as he shoot. Like this. He's supposed to be shooting at the helicopter, but there's no helicopter either, by the way. Oh, there you go. That's the tank.
He just wasn't quite where he was supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, even if he's where he's supposed to be, the game's just weird because of the route that we use, but... Yeah, this dude...
This karmic choice here...
Impossible.
It's impossible.
I don't know if this is something that we break in the speedrun or
No.
It just always happens this way. Cole has this line where it's like, I could shoot it right now, and kill all those people, but once this goes away, the conduit instantly throws the gas tank at you. Like, instantly. You have no chance to do the evil action.
Yeah,
Not
they
that we
want,
would need to anyway.
They want you to use precision. But like aiming with precision this close to the enemy is impossible. So I don't know. It's just they want you to do that or use a blast. But most of the time, what you will get, like you saw the tank fly towards Cole this time, but sometimes it just explodes.
Hey man, it's clear.
Or it goes back, or many things that can happen to the tank that aren't in your control, and you just either get hit or not. But it's always the same. It's just he throws it randomly.
And there,
oh no!
And there we also have the perfect example of how much easier the golems are with hero grenades.
Oh yeah.
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 Targeted damage. Coming up next is the Ray Sphere mission, where you climb Alden's tower and...
Yo!
What the heck?
Yes, I kinda lunch. Let's go.
I know the climb of Alden's tower to be very highly optimized with corner cuts that wouldn't occur to a casual player. I'm starting to think maybe there's some stuff in the climb that maybe even I don't know about that Nate does.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with cars, by the way.
Well, there are no cars, but still.
Actually, there are cars.
There are cars.
Actually, yeah, you're right. There are.
Yeah.
There are. Yeah. I mean,
here's a little funny.
That,
check this out. Check this out.
Yeah, there's something down there. There's something below there.
There's a light pole.
Yeah.
I think that's funny.
But yeah, like the strats for this mission changed right before I got the record.
I haven't actually learned the new one.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. It can destroy the run if you don't get it. So better just go for the old-fashioned way where you can maybe lose 2 minutes but still not lose like your sanity doing it. Yeah, I cut even more corners now, Ali. Like it's insane. Like the route right now is insane. I first ride the elevator with Sig, like the first one, because it's actually better. And then I cut a corner at the end for the last one, which is very. I mean, it's precise. I'm just gonna say it's precise. Not very precise, but it's precise.
How do you ride the first elevator?
You just jump. You just jump on the elevator.
Well, like, how do you get the fan? I never saw that.
You shoot it from behind, from thunder. You can actually see it. You just shoot at it.
Oh.
Yeah, that one you just. I mean, you have to know where to shoot it, but you can just shoot it. Maybe not from out there. You have to actually go up a bit.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's right
I don't
here?
remember. He says he's not her husband. You can actually I don't remember exactly the point where it was. I don't think it's any of that though. I think it's the first climb that you do. But you probably just go the normal way though.
Yeah, I am. It's just that the game is in 15 FPS.
Yeah, this game is amazing. Oh, this mission is great because of that. Because the FPS gets really bad, and sometimes Cold is I'm not gonna grab this either, and
yeah.
Whoops, you fall. You lose a minute. Basically this is they made this game all around Cole being this perfect climber, right? And he can do all of these stunts and then whatever, and then he just can't climb. And they seem to have wanted to change it for Infamous 2, but they didn't really succeed. And then, Second Son and First Light, we don't talk about that. Climbing in those games is impossible. So,
well, it's also unnecessary.
I mean, in First Light it is. In Second Son, it's nice to have for certain parts of the game. But then again, you have smoke powers, and then video powers. Neon, you don't really want to use neon in Second Son, but smoke and video, yeah, very good. remember to go to the platform.
Yeah, whenever I
right.
do play Second Son, the watered down version of Neon
one?
in that game as opposed to First Light bugs me.
Yeah, just in case something happens, that platform is the saving grace. Yeah, it gives you a checkpoint, which otherwise you wouldn't have.
See, I never do that.
Yeah, so like the new strat alley, from that platform where the checkpoint is, you go around instead of like doing on this climb. Which
I would have to see it.
Well, you go around, you grab onto one of the things, and then you do this last bit, which is, I mean, it is precise. Like it's one of those things where you have to glide and then hope that Cole will do a jump when he touches the wall. Sometimes he doesn't do a jump, and then he just doesn't grab. Oh well. I hit the enemies.
Shooting
in
rockets
this area
point
so
blank.
much. Oh yeah.
Always.
Now, you can kill the larger enemies here by blasting them off the side. However, for whatever reason, you can end up blasting Zeke off the side as well, even if he's on a lower level of the tower. So it's a little risky.
Yeah,
well, I mean, it's not even that you like. It's not even that you do it. It's the game's AI like system not working properly, because you can see Zeke sometimes just not move properly, and it has nothing to do with what you do. It's just the game. So like sometimes he will not even step on the elevator.
Yeah. I've seen him fall off the elevator on his own.
Yeah, he does that.
I've seen him
That's a
T-pose.
classic.
Yeah, T-pose.
I've seen him teleport. Yeah,
the T-pose is great.
I've seen that.
Well, the T-pose and teleport, like whenever he teleports and then T-poses, oof.
Yeah.
That's so good.
This game is one of the games of all time.
Yeah, the subwave is very like very useful for this mission for the fans. Oh god. These fights.
This fight's not that bad, but it can definitely go wrong.
I mean, this mission is by far like, I mean, it's top 3 like worst missions in the game. Yeah, this, and then you have spy drones. And I'm trying to
I honestly think this is worse than spy drones.
No, this is this is much worse than spy drones. It is longer, and if you do anything wrong in the climb, you lose a lot of time. In spy drones, if you do something wrong, you lose 2 minutes, but that's it. 2 minutes over losing 4 or 5 minutes in this mission. I'll take that.
I never had that much trouble with this mission. Maybe you guys are going for like riskier strats that I'm not familiar with.
When you're trying to go fast, yeah.
Well, I try to go fast.
No, but I mean like, you know, like at the level that I was trying to go, like doing like the riskiest stuff that I could do. Which in this game it is not like one of the best things to go for, but you know, I was trying to go for sub 250 and I had to. So
yeah, there might be risky stuff that I'm not used to doing.
Hey, that was a good helicopter cycle.
Dude, yeah, it was a nice cycle, yeah. You could see the helicopter just like teleport there. It was funny. Like it's very funny, like all of this. Also, by the way, yeah, this is the point that Tomain really loves.
Yeah, this is where Zeke, in my eyes, becomes basically unredeemable.
Yeah.
I'll kill you, all of you, tear you from limb to limb.
After this run's over,
How exactly did the Golem even climb the tower? He didn't climb. Alden makes them, so he can have them up there.
Yeah, it was built up there.
Yeah.
Would be my thought.
Yeah, I mean, to be
So
fair,
much junk lying around.
he had people climb, like making the tower, and then like those golems are actually like, you know, they are controlled by people. So like he only has to have the guys up there, and then like because of his powers, he can like bring stuff up and attach it to the people. Just make the golems, right?
I don't believe in this game there's any concrete explanation why Zeke attempting to activate the ray sphere does nothing. It's in Infamous 2 where it's mentioned that conduits have specific genes that make them susceptible to ray sphere energy and blah blah blah, and Zeke just isn't one of those. But in this game, it's just like he tries to activate the ray sphere, nothing happens, and he absconds with Kessler.
Yeah, because Kessler tells him, "I know what you can do," even though he,
yeah, I can give you powers. Yeah,
but he's actually not like for real.
I think he's just lying.
He's just manipulating Zeke. Yeah.
Again, if you know, you know, and we'll get to that.
I mean, Kessler comes from the future. He knows what Zeke is. So.
Oh, okay. We'll get to it right now.
We'll get to it when it happens in Infamous 2. That's pretty much the whole thing. Although, do we see the specific cutscene where that is said? I think it's skipped. I think it's one of the skippable cutscenes.
About Kessler?
About Zeke.
Maybe I should just let those two slug it out and then swoop in and nab the sphere.
What about? I'm not following. But that he wants powers? That's his entire character arc in this game.
No, about why he can't have powers. Because it is explaining like that there's a cutscene
in this game?
In 2. I'm talking about 2.
2 quite as much. All right. All right, that's why I was so confused.
Okay, here we go. Alden's Rampage. Yeah, one hell of a mission.
And the best quote of the game.
Yep.
Yes, Tomain's favorite line of dialogue.
Yep.
It's especially good in Spanish.
Yeah, it's very good in Spanish. What?
I forgot. It's my second favorite.
Oh, that was epic.
Which was the which was the favorite? What is it?
That's when you track the conduit echo in the Warrens.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that one's gets skipped now.
Cole, what the hell is going on?
No, he says it. He says it at the start of the mission.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Alden's overcompensating for something. What are you talking about?
I am talking about how there's something deeply wrong with Zeke.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Gotcha.
There's something deeply wrong with you, Zeke.
That's a little more subtle, but definitely right on the nose.
This is one of the greatest games ever made. For sure.
Yeah, Cole doesn't like grabbing onto things.
Except when he does.
Oh my god.
Cole mag not grab. It's such a bad character, dude. They made this so bad, especially like this portion of the game where like grabbing stuff in this specific part is so bad. Because the FPS keeps going bad. And then, there's the system where he grabs onto stuff with his feet and then with his hands. But sometimes he grabs with his hands but not with his feet. And you just keep dying over and over. I do a different strat though than Nate does.
Let me wait and heal so I don't die. Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's nice. Ooh, we're playing CS:GO.
You know what I mean, aren't you in the place where the towers are?
Yeah.
You jump down to the towers and use the polarity wall.
Yeah, I guess.
And you jump onto the thing.
You won't stop me.
Oh wow.
Okay, so I wasn't that close?
I mean,
if I could see.
You can make it from the thing that's like below, like the little like pillar that's actually like on the ground. From that one you can make it.
I'm just doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
That worked. Cool.
I'm not. Oh, here's the line.
This ends.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Ignorant peasant.
There you go.
Gusano ignorante.
Gusano ignorante. Yeah, it's so good. My destiny will be fulfilled. John,
Like I mentioned earlier, this is actually the same actor talking to himself.
Yep. Yep, it is the same voice actor.
I also remember for how such a long time we kept aiming at actually Alden here.
Yeah.
Bruh.
We kept
Wow,
aiming at the
crushed.
face when you can just like
That's
throw
unfortunate.
when you can just throw grenades to his body and hit him that way. I've never actually seen this. That's fucking funny.
Yeah, I haven't seen this strat either.
This is
Yeah.
really
But,
funny. If you actually like get all of the grenades to hit him.
Oh, hold up.
Oh, yeah, you have to, yeah, okay, you got the face. You actually got the face. That's nice. I mean, you actually get it with like you can get it with the first like grenades that you throw, but it's not really like it's never actually gonna happen all the time. But the damage output of the grenades, since we don't know exactly where we're actually hitting. Because the grenades, they end up wherever they want. Sometimes they are like further back. Sometimes they are like where they need to be.
yeah, the old strats with aiming for his head. We probably missed like half of the grenades.
Infamous really is one of the games of all time. It really is.
But we love it.
Dude. Let's go. Oh yeah, we can. Oh no. Oh no.
This is fun.
There is actually an upgrade for the polarity wall where you can turn damage that you absorb with it into battery power for yourself.
Yeah.
It's of limited use in the speedrun. I've occasionally seen it be taken.
I don't think I've
one
ever.
of the spots where it would help.
I don't think I've ever used polarity wall in this fight in the last like years of attempts that I've done. Because at first I would use polarity wall for everything, and I would even upgrade polarity wall. At first.
Yeah, I've seen it be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very, very old, very safe strat.
Yeah. I mean, it's totally fine though. Like using like any save strat in this game, totally fine. I just don't use them anymore, but it is something that I mean, I've used a lot of save strats. I mean, you know, like I don't use a lot of save strats for Infamous 2, but I will during my run.
Either way, this thing's coming.
Because there's nothing I can do if something goes super wrong. It's the only thing I can do is just go safe. So.
Yeah, this is the finish line.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
The FPS is about to be so good.
Yep, because we're getting into historic.
Yeah, the difficulty is about to spike.
Yep. Difficult.
Did you want to take a break before we get into it, or
we could?
Do you want to keep going?
Probably.
Yeah, we can take a break
for it.
Yep.
It's like the Act 3 break.
Yeah.
So on these longer runs here, we like to take a wellness break about every hour and a half or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water. So we're going to take a few minutes break here, and then we'll be back with the end of Infamous and more Infamous after that.
Cool.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Infamous Community Relay, and we are in the middle of Infamous 1. I will pass it back over to Nate and everybody else, and they can take over again.
Hi, yeah, welcome back. We're heading into the third and final island of Infamous 1. This island is something. Definitely something.
It's definitely something, yeah.
This is where we'll see the most enemies, the lowest FPS, and this mission right here is the scariest of this island.
Yeah.
There's definitely some really epic missions in the end game for its game.
Yeah. The price is definitely a run killer, and this is over 2 hours into the run.
Yeah,
Your run can just die to the price.
Yeah. The only the issue with this is not killing the enemies fast enough, and they keep running away, and they keep like hiding behind trees.
And it's really easy to kill yourself in the woods by accident because of the trees.
Yeah, it's really easy to kill yourself. It's also really easy to throw a grenade and explode the bomb, and then you have to repeat everything. Very bad mission.
Yeah, the Historic District does also have, and of course we're not going to see it in any percent speedrun, but my very favorite side mission in the game. Most of the side missions are kind of repetitive.
Which one is it?
There's one in here where you like go into the forest, park, tree area, and you have to find like
don't kill me.
A cloaked first son in there.
Oh,
and
okay.
it's just yeah, it's just like really creative as compared to the other side missions in the game, and just really kind of tense, and I just like it.
Yeah.
And I guess these conduits here are neon conduits, just like Fetch, that we'll see later today. So it kind of looks like neon, but as I said earlier, the idea of conduits being about specific forms of matter was kind of shoehorned in to Infamous 2 and then the later games in the series.
Yeah, in this game, it's kind of like they make them, like in Infamous 2, kind of. Like Kessler is making people be conduits, so it's like they have all of these powers forced onto them. It's not like they actually like they were like this or anything.
Well, that recurs in Second Son as well with the concrete soldiers.
Yeah, concrete soldiers are pretty much the same.
That was scary.
And you have the same in Infamous 2 with the Wehrmacht, so. And Kuo. I mean, Kuo was activated that way. Although she was a conduit, but yeah.
Yeah, well, she has the ice powers, and I mean, we'll get to, well, not me, but you and Mick in the next game, we'll get to that. Nyx with the fire.
Yep. Well, Nyx has
there's also a pond that you can just fall into.
Oh yeah, the pond. Yeah, the pond.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, you don't really die in that pond, but
you can die because of it for sure, though.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's very easy to die. I mean, like the best RNG you can get in this is getting like the first enemies to be inside the water, so you kill them in one hit. Of course, it rarely happens, but. Oh god, this guy followed you here? That's so bad.
Yep.
Oh, the cloak conduit, yeah. And he's got a shotgun.
Because sometimes they don't follow you, but if you get too close to him, he follows you. And
yeah, I got too close to him for sure.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, I
really
saw him
close.
spawn, and I was like, yep.
And they have a shotgun, like that. It's what Ali said. They have a shotgun. If they had something else, but shotguns are so bad in this game and in Infamous 2.
They just instantly knock you down.
Yep. In this game, I always hope, please, because I know where they're gonna spawn, so it's like, please, the shotgun guy, don't do anything, please. Just die when I throw the grenade or whatever. But sometimes they just refuse to get hit by any grenade.
Coming up is another prime example of a minor speedrun thing that would just never occur to a casual player.
And it's also very funny because of the effect that you get from this.
Yeah. What you're supposed to do is climb one of these towers to free either 6 doctors or Trish, but instead of doing either of those things, we're just gonna shoot one of the doctors from ground level. It appropriately counts as the evil action, suggesting that this was actually something the developers intended as a possibility. It's just never per se presented to you. It skips running around, it skips climbing, it skips a little dialogue. It's so much faster, but it's so much more evil too.
But you get the evil action, but you get the good karma cutscene.
Well, this is because you're overall good at this point.
Yeah, but if you actually go back and you shoot Trish, you get the other cutscene. So.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah. So because in evil karma is what you do. You actually you go back, and well, actually you don't even have to do anything. And in evil karma, you just kind of just get it. But I've done it. If you shoot Trish, you get evil, and actually the game's like, oh, I guess you're evil. The prize. What a mission. Definitely one of the missions.
Yes.
Getting
I
getting
tried to jump on
lost
that
after
car.
this mission. Getting lost after doing this mission is like such a me thing to do. Like going the wrong way and then completely like missing the marker for the mission.
That's happened to everyone.
Yeah, but I do it a lot because I get confused a lot in like when I have to like walk to the missions.
I mean, everything is just dark in
Yeah.
this island.
And give myself a new power in the process.
I mean, definitely now I know more layouts of like buildings because of the routing for the other categories, but it's always been like an issue with this.
This sewer sucks.
Yeah. Oh, the grenade.
Yeah, that was a war in muscle memory.
Luckily, you do get the free heal from completing the circuit, so anything that goes sideways before you do that doesn't matter.
How does coal sour? Probably he can like clean himself with electricity. It probably smells really bad though.
Oh yeah.
Imagine everyone in this town does.
I mean, probably because I don't think they have like actual like good running water anywhere.
Nope.
Well, not that good anyway. I mean, they do have good water because you take the tanks down in that mission.
I take this route specifically so that the enemies bug out and don't aggro.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that. That's very cool.
Haven't done it, but it's a neat strat to have. It's also the first time that I see it, so it looks very funny to me.
Yeah.
It would look even funnier if the guys were T-posing, but I guess that's their T-pose. They don't even aggro.
Bastards.
Do we get the lightning storm in this mission? It's not quite as useful as you might think. There are later fights in this mission that expect you to use it that you can use it, but grenades are really just as effective most of the time.
There's only one mission where there's two missions where you need it completely. That's it. It's Against the World and End of the Road. You need it for those two missions.
Well, yeah,
and that's it.
it's baked into Against the... Yeah, both of those to destroy the shield on the balloon and the gun, the AA gun, so John can drop the thing. I know a lot about this video game.
Yeah. I mean...
Yeah, it's the thematically coolest, but for a speedrun, very slow and cumbersome, unfortunately.
It's also one of those things where if your controller doesn't have the move thing, you can't move it, and it's really bad. So you need an actual PS3 controller to use it.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I've always used Sony controllers, but yeah, there are definitely some third-party ones that don't have the 6-axis in them.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure with PS4 controllers you can't do it either. So yeah, it has to be a PS3 like Sony controller.
Yeah, I've never done that either. Yeah, and especially when you're standing on this external substation that consistently, like, it refills your electricity. You can see Nate is just spamming grenades, but he's not dropping below his maximum battery power at all. So why would you do anything but spam grenades?
Yep. Why? Like...
Yeah, it refills you so fast.
Like, this storm, it comes in handy, but, like, grenades are much better in this mission.
So how much did Moya know about me?
Also, you'll notice that every time he actually, like, recharges one of these substations, he does a death warp, because it skips the dialogue that he's currently in.
Right.
Which is very good. It's one of those strats that when we found it was like, that's very neat. Like, it happens in many missions you can actually do like something similar to this, and it's like, oh, skipping dialogues here and there. So like this run, it really became a run of having some skips and then like just like getting better at fights because once you do the strat once, it's just like getting better at the fights.
I don't know if you heard me mention it earlier, but I always thought it would be fun as a gag if somebody ran this at a marathon that takes donations to say at the beginning of the run, I'll donate $1 per death, and just mess with people like, oh, what are you only going to donate, $1 or $2? But there's so many planned deaths, it would end up being
exactly
end up being $20-$30 easy.
That one's powered up.
I didn't practice this. So, for a second I doubted myself on the route.
Yeah, it's very easy to get confused with this route.
I haven't bought any damage reduction, by the way.
So if you don't have damage reduction, you can just death warp with rockets.
Yeah.
I would usually have the first one by this point, and I think I've actually most of the time when I recall running this game, I would get all three, and there was one time I finished a run in PB where I was like just looking through things at the end. It's like, oh my god, I only got the first one. So I think I always got the first one, but not getting any at all is.
I always get all three. I always do. Even that's the only save strat that I do in my run. I get all three damage reductions.
Wrong one.
Yep. First it's the one in the back, then the one on the other side, and then the ones to the right.
Still powering up.
Oh, not yet.
First the wave of enemies, then the truck.
Don't land on me.
Oh no.
Oh, close one.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't shockwave there, I might have just insta-died.
I mean, you attached a grenade to those cars, so it was gonna be really bad. Yeah, there's one guy behind the wall.
If cars land on you in this game, they instantly kill you.
Yep. Well, they don't even have to land on you. It's
yeah, they can just like, nudge you.
Yeah, they can just touch you, touch you a little bit, and they just.
Like you can instantly die from doing a car launch.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the ways of doing death warps in Infamous 2, using cars, because you can actually you can actually grab cars in that game. So it's like just grab the car and death warp.
How won't you die? Hello? Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Hey, I'm more heroic.
You're such a hero.
Such a hero.
Well, you did throw a lot of grenades.
I mean, you are
that is
our
heroic.
hero. You are our hero.
Was it this one? I always forget what building this is. They all look the same.
There's.
Is it this one?
It's that one, yeah. Or wait a second. Oh no.
That's the next one.
It's the other one, isn't it?
18 seconds.
Yes.
It's this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one.
It's this one, yeah. It's this one.
They all look the same. It's the next one.
It's not this one. Oh my gosh.
The one in front, yeah. Okay. They all look the same, so.
How many impetus runners does it take to figure out which building is the correct building?
It's such a good thing to have.
That's awesome. I'm so glad that happened.
Oh god. I mean, I know like where to go because I have like a route ingrained in my head that I always do, like climbing the same buildings every time. But if you go off the route a little bit, you get lost. So I've got lost many times in runs because of that. Because I
did not.
Well, it's not because I get confused. It's because I forget what I'm doing and I just like. I get distracted with anything, with something that I'm saying or whatever. Then I just go somewhere else.
Yeah, you know to go here, but if you're somewhere that you aren't always finding the destination isn't trivial by any means.
Yeah, no. Well, like I mean, like I know, like I have to go here and here, but if I don't go like to the first spot, I don't go to the second one. So
yeah, exactly.
It's like okay, whatever. I guess I'll just lose like 30 seconds to doing that. Oh, the drones in this mission are so.
John tells you have to shoot down the drone as well, but you don't actually.
You
can
actually
just
don't now.
dispel the shield around the balloon and detach the platform below it, and it floats away.
It is only a safe strat, so.
Yeah, that one you really don't really need to. There's one where you definitely should, because you could just get absolutely destroyed.
And I remember during my time running the game, this would be the time where if I got here on PB pace, I would be pretty jacked up, pretty excited. It's not like I, couldn't do the mission or anything like that, but it was just, I got this far, I was like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah. It's usually like guaranteed if you're on PB pace, unless something really bad happens. Like, well, maybe Kessler can.
I lost a PB run to End of the Road once. Or no, Hunt for the Race Sphere.
Oh, Hunt for okay. Yeah, Hunt for the Race Sphere.
Yeah, I got unconscionable.
Hunt for the Race Sphere can do that, yeah. But yeah, that one, like, I usually always get it there. It's one of those things that I always try to go for, like getting the stunt with the power lines, but.
I forgot the route for a second there. I should still make the cycle, though.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, part of what makes this mission extremely, I don't know about difficult, but a little awkward and tedious casually is there are only certain places in the city that are high enough that you can actually jump from, even with the static thrusters to glide, to reach the balloon.
Yeah.
Cool,
I remember when the route for this balloon was to climb up the hospital.
Yep. The very old route for this mission was a pain. Because right now the third balloon, like the second and third, well, the one the two that he has left now, the third and the fourth were actually they used to be much worse. Now with the death warps, they become much better.
Okay, I was wondering if you do Karmic Overload.
Yeah, Karmic Overload is done for Kester. That is a thing that you need. There isn't like a.
Yeah. It like skips a cycle or something.
No. It's well. I mean, it can if you actually get all the grenades to him. The idea is the second phase is too long, but if you get a laser and you have Karmic Overload, you will most likely always get enough damage in. But I mean, it kind of just depends, though.
Yeah, these death warps here have been in the route for a while, but I've never done them in any of my runs, so if and when I ever do,
I mean, I found them. I found those death warps when you had already like stopped.
A while ago.
You had already stopped running the game, so like by the time you found them, so it makes sense. I found them for the sub 3 when before I did my run for ESA. That's why I remember. It's because I got the sub 3 thanks to some niche strats that I found. There's actually an even faster strat for the fourth balloon that is really risky and that I usually go for now.
That was close.
That was
almost held that wall for too long.
Nice work. Only one left.
Just love how effective these spawn manipulations are. obviously it's meant as like an anti-frustration feature for casual player. Like if you die, okay, we'll give you a little help getting to the next one, but it's so exploitable.
Or they just completely throw you off, like what happened to me in my marathon run back in 2015.
Oh,
That
yeah.
might have been a little before my time. Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned this, but Tomain is the OG for this game, and then Sanju joined, and then a short while after, I joined, and Nate's the new kid on the block.
I think it's time we went on the offensive.
That's pretty true.
Mm.
I think it's time we went on the offensive.
Ah, yes.
Now, I've managed to rig up an
Okay, so this isn't the worst mission in the run, but it's my least favorite mission in the run.
You sure that's gonna work? Look, I spent months following Kessler around, copying his notes.
Yeah, my PB has a death in this mission that costs 2 minutes, so that's another free time save whenever I shake the dust off and take the game up again.
16 seconds.
I'm on my way.
I like how we all have so many things to say right now.
I'm just kind of vibing, to be honest. I don't know. And the end, like the end game of this run, it's kind of a vibe. Like, I don't know, it's actually kind of chill. Like, even if it's stressful.
Yeah, I know in my PB, the final fight with Kessler, I did get grayscale and heartbeats twice. That is like the lowest health you can have, so a little stressful, but I totally get what you mean. It's generally pretty chill.
Hey, get on.
Throw a generator in the back of the chopper. Should keep that platform charged up.
Quite the setup you got going here.
And so a little bit of an auto-scroller in this mission as we're just riding the platform below the chopper to get to the signal jammers that we need to take out to find the ray sphere.
As I find each one, I'll feed you its location.
Yeah, this level is, don't die.
Yeah,
don't die.
well, with all the intentional deaths there are in this run, there are definitely some places where it's very, very bad as well.
Understood.
As I scan for each jammer, we'll have to be pretty close to the ground, so be sure to watch our backs. Once I have its location, we'll be able to...
I don't know if anyone's mentioned this, but John is actually voiced by a very notable voice actor, Phil Lamar. Everyone else in this game is... I mean, Jason Cottle, I've seen a few film credits of his, but all the other actors, I've never seen or heard them in anything else. So they are largely unknown, but Phil Lamar is very much a legend in voice acting. He's been in so many shows, so many games, probably movies, can't think of any offhand, but probably. Yeah, and in addition to don't die, this is also just don't get knocked out, because if one of these rockets, say, were to hit you and knock you off the platform, that counts as a death as well. I mean, checkpoints in this mission are not generous.
Yeah, they are very unforgiving.
Yep.
Here's the first checkpoint. Or at least one of the first ones.
This is the longest mission, right, in the game, if I remember correctly.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
This one's
it's over 10 minutes, even if you get everything
Well, no,
right.
actually, no. It's it can be not sub 10, but it is around 10 minutes like every time. Where are they? Oh no!
I did a Nate.
Oh damn!
Stay on the platform until the helicopter stops.
That's a good idea.
Oh yeah, really?
Just a helpful tip, yeah.
Yep, that's why we shoot away all defense in every direction.
Yeah. So my goal is 9:32. So yeah, it's definitely sub 10, but it's still the longest
That's
though.
still
The longest
very long,
by
yeah.
It's the longest by like 2 minutes, I think. So very very long. Well, actually, no. The longest would be the start of the run.
Well, I mean, that depends on where you split. I always take a split at the end of the bridge. You don't split until the end of escape, right?
Yeah, I don't. No, I don't even. I used to split for first glimpse, but it made no sense. So.
Oh yeah, I don't split there, but I split at in the intro when
I'm
you
in the
reach the
wrong
end
place.
of the bridge.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
They look the same.
They really
You have
do look-
markers on the minimap.
I wasn't looking at the minimap.
Well, you see it. You see it. That the RPG guy didn't move. That's.
He didn't care.
Yeah, what was up with that guy?
He didn't care. I don't know. Maybe he knows me.
You didn't get it, by the way.
What?
You didn't get it. You had to wait a little bit longer for just to be.
God, no.
Yeah, that's the
Now he
issue
cares.
with this.
Oh my God.
The issue with this mission is that if you die before checking out the jammers,
Oh, I got it. No. No.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the point is where you're safe to die, because you actually do want to die to work back up to. Yeah, this is not unheard of. You do actually want to die to. That's probably a good idea.
Yep.
To get back up to the chopper after taking out the jammer. I don't know what the exact threshold is for when you're safe to do that, but
it's a little after his
definitely
baseline.
not immediately after taking out the jammer. It's a second or two or 5 maybe after that. Because Cole's dialogue, yeah, he could start to say that, and
Bro.
yeah, it didn't count.
I took care of the jammer.
I took care of the jammer.
Okay, should be good now.
That should be safe.
Now I can't use rockets to death abuse. That's so annoying. I mean, I can if I do that crazy double rocket.
Yep, the double rocket.
The double rocket.
You probably don't know this, but I was chasing you. Oh no. This line is one of my favorite lines. You know, like the just keep the red light. Yeah. Oops.
Oh yeah.
One red light, and look what happens. Karmic overload, let's go.
So John wasn't very committed then, if a single red light stopped him from saving the entire city.
Right. And I think not letting the city descend into this might have been worth the traffic ticket.
So, what's your plan for getting out of the city?
Hell if I know.
Well, you better come up with something. If you think they're gonna let someone as powerful as you just run around, you better think again.
I appreciate the concern, but I'm not really worried about it.
You should be worried. Very worried. You think they're not gonna try and recreate the ray sphere? I gave them copies of every schematic I could get my hands on. But even if that fails, they still have you. Their own personal WMD. My guess is that they'll capture you and lock you up, only letting you out when they need somebody wiped off the map.
Well, at least I'm good for something.
Go find the jammer.
You can actually jump off just a second or two before John's dialogue there, but as long as the chopper is stopped, you're safe to do it. Or basically, I guess whenever you're in range of the building you jump off onto. This one I recall being a little bit easier to safely take out the jammer and then death abuse.
Yeah, by the way, like Nate, whenever you are like close to like a puddle of water, you just throw the grenade into the water.
Oh,
like, right there was like a little bit of water right there. It just explodes instantly and you die. Which is, it's very neat for like certain parts of the game where there's water right there. Oh, this part with the big conduits.
Yeah, I think this guy can like reach up and grab your platform and like stop the helicopter.
Yep.
Yeah.
He attacks the helicopter. He doesn't stop it, but he attacks it, and you know the helicopter can actually like stop working. Need to be careful about that. There is a certain enemy in here. That one right there behind the. Yeah. I always just throw grenades and hope he dies. He usually always dies, but he's annoying because he moves around a lot. Don't you love it when none of the grenades reach where you throw them?
One of those just infamous things, right, Tomaine?
Just infamous things.
This entire game is just infamous things. For good and bad.
Yeah.
I've got nothing to say to you, Zeke. As far as I'm concerned, you killed Trish. If you hadn't taken off with Kessler, she'd still be alive and we'd be out of this damn city.
What do you want me to say? That I'm sorry?
I don't want you to say anything. I want you to disappear. Because if I find you, things are gonna get ugly.
Last jammer is somewhere in the garage. I can't pinpoint its location. You're gonna have to head down there and find it.
Ooh. And then thankfully the mission ends right when that dish is destroyed. You have a slightly tight window there to death abuse to not only skip the cutscene of John flying the chopper away, but also get a better spawn here. If you let the cutscene play, you spawn in the park by Trish's grave. Neither spawn is particularly close to the next mission, but this one is a little bit better. Yeah, this traversal is really quite chill for, how deep into the run you are, how, high tension point this is for the game narratively. You're really just going for a stroll on these power lines.
Yeah,
Coming
it's
up
probably
is-
intentional.
Go ahead.
to give the player a little rest between missions, but it does feel a bit odd. Like, action, 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 call, action, 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 call.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of action in the next mission. End of the road?
End of the road.
It looks like Kessler's keeping the ray sphere in the old examiner building.
Yeah, this mission ends with a karmic choice that in my first playthrough, I legitimately set the controller down and agonized about it for over 10 minutes. It ultimately doesn't change anything that much. It does have some tangible effects, but it's not that big a deal. In fact, I remember watching Sanju do one of his runs. He actually picked a different choice than he intended to, and he just finished the run. It wasn't that big a deal.
Casually, I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, but eventually I ended up at making bad things, even in games, makes me feel bad. Or sorry, doing bad things.
Right,
English
right.
hard.
I'm sure Swedish harder.
Nah, Swedish is easy. I've spoken that since I was a young child.
Oh, haha.
Not even close.
Nah, you had like a second to spare.
Can you?
Oh, now you got this glitch.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
What is happening?
I think you might have to take a death.
Yeah, I forget how you fix it, but sometimes Cole just does that at this particular artillery cannon.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
I have seen that. I thought that taking it down fixed it. Yeah.
Hashtag just infamous things. Yeah, taking out those artillery cannons quickly is kinda hard without killing everything around it.
And then this next chase to follow after the truck, where you're following the helicopter, John, who's following the truck. The truck has the ray sphere in it. This is another case where I wonder if at some point in development this was meant to be easier to keep up than it ended up being. It's not quite as egregious as Trish with the bus, but John still says like, come on, Cole, move your ass and all that when you are literally as close to him as you can possibly be.
Yeah, like so. Like, I'm doing this basically as fast as the game allows me to, and you think I'm slow.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
I really like the OST on this mission. It's really interesting.
Yeah, the soundtracks for these games are all really great, although my favorite bit of music in this series, by far, is the infamous one credits song.
Oh yeah, that's good.
It was always kind of, I like viewed it as a reward for myself for PBing, that I would just set the controller down and just vibe with that song. I love that song so much. And I'm sure we won't play it on the stream, we'll have to keep things going, but I'm gonna put the name of the song in the chat if people want to look it up.
So I gotta put it down. Get your ass down there and stop them. I'll follow you on foot as soon as I can.
Silent Melody, it's called.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great track.
You know, I had that thing in my hands once. Kessler asked me to hold it while he adjusted some cables during a test.
So here's that karmic choice I mentioned earlier. Do we activate the ray sphere or destroy it? Not even joking. I set the controller down and just agonized for minutes on end. What was I going to do here? In the end, all you really do is turn around and go fight the final boss anyway. If you do activate it, you become irredeemably evil. There's no amount of healing anyone will get you out of that. You do get 3 additional battery cores, and you're automatically taken to the highest evil rank, so you can unlock all the evil abilities.
I can't remember which button did which, so I didn't match.
Yeah, it reverses it, actually. Triangle,
Really?
which is higher on the controller. Triangle is evil, X is good. You would think good is on top, evil is on bottom, but it's actually the other way around. That's how, as I mentioned, Sanju, in one of his attempts, accidentally did the evil. He activated it when he wanted to destroy it, and he just finished the run anyway.
Yeah.
Strav, we mentioned him a little bit. He would purposely do the activate here and get the level 3 evil grenades. The evil karma grenade upgrades let you throw more grenades at a time as opposed to making each individual grenade do more damage. And it's very possible, and I'm sure we'll see it a little bit, to manipulate where Kessler spawns in this final fight. So if you get him into tight quarters and throw 7 grenades at him, you know, it's a viable strat. You know, I can understand why he would have done the fight that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that manipulation was a great find, because this final boss, Kessler, is the epitome of RNG clown fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly still try to manipulate where he warps to. Basically what it boils down to is he'll never go behind you. He'll always warp in an area that you're looking at.
Back where it all started. I was so worried that you weren't gonna live through the blast. But you were fine.
So what we want to see now is only big Kamehameha lasers.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not gonna get that, but it's what we want to see.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, if he
Never
does his
not for me.
big purple laser, I always thought of it more as like magic than lasers. If he does that attack, he staggers for a short time afterward. Yeah.
Oh, that was epic.
That was it, wasn't it? Yeah.
That was all.
that was it.
all me. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
nice.
Here it is again.
He's being nice.
Now, what's interesting is in the first cycle of the fight, he does this 4 times. In later
Yeah.
cycles, he does it only 3. And once he's staggered, you just toss nades at his feet.
Now we have a cutscene.
Worming your way out this time, Kessler.
It
I've never
doesn't.
quite understood what this is. This is done in the Sasha boss fight as well that we skip in the run. And it's interesting how Kessler can... Oh, go ahead.
I think it's a reference to in Nemesis Revealed. Kessler uses that to like show Cole things, and oh wow,
Giddy up.
And I think he's I don't know, supposed to be like just dominating their mind or something stupid like that.
And I think it's interesting how Kessler can like moderate his powers. He, you know, does short range like attacks to Cole that really hurt him badly. And you saw in the cutscene there, he launched Zeke probably a quarter of a mile. But
yeah, how did he survive that? He's a normal human.
That's what I'm saying. Kessler moderates his powers. He can do small things that do a lot of damage or big eye-popping things that don't do much. See, only 3 times that time? Yeah, this becomes a little annoying when he spawns the drones. You want to always, if you pay any attention to them at all, Nate might not, you want to always keep at least one alive, because if you destroy all 3, he'll just spawn 3 more.
He couldn't wait for you to
The camera didn't really catch up there.
son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill the drones.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, dang it, that was it.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's why we usually, well, I say, but that's why you might want to choose to kill them. Because if you get hit by anything, Kessler just interrupts what he's currently doing and picks a new option.
Yeah, when I ran the game, I would typically take out 2 of them. Should just be one more cycle. Hello?
He took no damage?
That did no damage.
That was weird.
That was epic.
That was very weird.
Then Cole rolled a very interesting way.
Pixel HP.
There we go.
Okay.
Just shoot him
You
once.
don't have to.
Get ready on time.
Yep. Time is when he shoves him away. That's time. Yeah, you don't have to. Kessler is vulnerable the whole fight. It's just that when he staggers after doing his magic laser thing, that's when he's easiest to hit. So that pixel HP there didn't mean we had to do a whole nother cycle. It was just
Generally, yeah, if you shoot him, he'll like start teleporting and like reset what he's doing. So it's you don't really want to shoot him until he does his Kamehameha cycle and kneels down.
I finally began to understand. I saw.
But yeah, that was Infamous 1.
Yeah, this is the outro cutscene revealing that Kessler is in fact Cole from the future, who's come back to mold him into the hero he failed to be when the beast ran rampant over the world. And we'll hear more about that in Infamous 2. You can be sure of that.
And then it was too late. Too late to fight. Too late to save anyone. In that moment of...
Do you have anything y'all want to shout out before we transition over to the next one, or...
Oh yeah, I do actually. Shout out to Sir Sanju, the homie. He's not here. His power just went out.
He's in chat. He's back. He's joining for his run.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to Sir Sanju. He's up next running. I probably would not have ran the game if he didn't run the game. So.
With Zeke as his best man.
Yeah.
Just
there's a lot of fun running.
The only things I would think of is just the usual stuff everybody says is join the Discord, we got helpful people, this game's awesome, we'd love to have more runners, so on and such forth.
I loved so that I wouldn't be tied down by emotions. No.
Yeah, shoutouts to everyone else who has ran this game, who is on the leaderboards, and the people on the Speed Demos archive forums, which strats and routing I basically just followed when I started running this game.
His final message, my final message, burned into
my final message.
I take one last look down at myself.
I think we're good to go.
Yep.
Turn away.
Well,
thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, thanks.
Everything about Kessler.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Glad to have you all. And we are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with Infamous 2. Before we go to the quick break, just a few reminders. If you want to know what GDQ is up to, you can use exclamation links in Twitch chat, and that'll give you all of our links to socials and all that good stuff. As well, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits shared on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick, both with the hotfix and with our AGDQ 2023 costs. So please consider subscribing if you enjoy any of the content. If you enjoy any of our weekly stuff or specials like this, it really does help us. With that, we'll see you in a few minutes for Infamous 2. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Infamous Community Relay, and we are about to get started with Infamous 2. I will hand it over to the runner and commentary, and they can introduce themselves.
Okay, hello. I am Sersandio. I am back now. Hopefully for good this time. I'm not like leaving during my run. I'm gonna do Infamous 2. You'll notice that I'm playing in German. It's just because I don't want certain like words that are said in English to be in the game, in the run, because very like hard language. But other than that, it's faster. It's also interesting because you'll see why it's faster in like halfway through the run. So that's also why I want to do it. But yeah.
And I guess I'll introduce myself. I am Mixbad. I am new. I was not here for the Infamous 1 playthrough, but yeah, I'm here for the Infamous 2 one.
Yeah, he's gonna be like doing like a lot of the commentary in certain missions, just because some of the missions require like extra focus. But
this game has a lot of times where you need to just buckle down and focus, and it's not really like a time where you can really talk. But it's possible to just have somebody else explain it a lot of the times.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm ready to start whenever you guys are.
Yeah, we're ready. If you just want to count down, we'll start whenever.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go.
Now I'm running on a bit of a delay for because I'm looking at the stream.
Yeah, I can't do Discord. So, that's my problem.
Yeah. So you're still on the main screen for me. So I'm assuming you're on the bridge right now?
Yeah. I already started, yeah.
So for everybody that was watching that the Infamous 1 run, you're definitely going to immediately notice that there's a major difference between the last game and this game, and one of the biggest differences is motion capture that was added in this game, and that actually does make a huge difference in terms of gameplay in certain aspects, because Cole does completely different animations for certain moves. And in this opening mission, your standard bolt is completely changed out with rockets. And for rockets, Cole will do this wind-up animation where he's going to pull his arm back and he's going to thrust it forward to shoot the rocket. But if you have, if you're in midair or if you're climbing on something, he will do his Infamous 1 animation, which is a lot faster and allows you to spam rockets out way faster. So you can see him jumping and shooting the beast constantly during this bit. And after he gets picked up by the beast and goes back onto the ground, immediately afterwards, that section he's going to have to be on the ground specifically for to move on to the next thing. So you're going to be able to see what that animation looks like and why it's a lot slower. Yeah, I'm pulling that up right now. Yeah. So, yeah, you can see that animation where he's pulling himself back constantly. And another major thing that was added in this game is you can skip the cutscenes now. That is something I actually didn't even know until today that was not actually in Infamous 1 at all.
Yep. And, you know, we should probably mention the Grim patch stuff and the Bolt patch stuff.
Yeah, I feel like there's... yeah, so what we're playing on right now is what's called Old Patch, which essentially means that you're playing directly off of the disc without any updates enabled. So you can actually downgrade to Old Patch just by deleting the game data in the PS3 folder. And what the current patch adds is a message that pops up where it says the beast is this many miles away from Numeray. And that's going to show up anytime you skip a cutscene. And it is very long, very annoying, and there are a lot of points where we would just watch the cutscenes because it was faster than skipping them. but now we have this, which is, but with old patch, that skips that entirely. However, there is a drawback to that, and we don't actually get access to the mission creator, which, if I'm sure a lot of people will remember, is something that could let you teleport across the map really fast, casually, but we make up for that, and you'll see why later on. Also, I really hope that nobody got super attached to the city we just spent the last 3 hours in, because yeah, it's gone. It's just gone now.
It is gone. We're in Humor right now. No more Empire.
And it's not just we're away from it. It's just it's burned to the ground now.
Yep.
So right now he's jumping up here. You're gonna get a slight tutorial for healing yourself. So if he doesn't have any, so even if you're have the slightest bit of health missing, you're gonna get that dialogue where you have to charge up there. But if you are at completely full health, you won't have to do it at all. So another thing here is you're gonna get another tutorial for saving civilians or healing civilians, but you can actually skip that if you can get in and out of the trigger to start that cutscene before a phone call ends. So, yep, it seems like he did it.
Well, actually, the thing that makes it not play is getting using the infamous one thing where you get the powers before. If you don't get the powers beforehand, where I did, like the karmic thing, the karmic boost, I should say, right? Something like that. You don't get that. The cutscene doesn't play. It will play.
So right there, you had to take out a boat that is blocking our boat from entering into the city. One thing you can do is actually shoot the propane tank a little bit early, and then the pathway is going to open up just right about as you get there. But right now, for the rest of the mission, it's basically just kind of a straight shot and just getting into the city as fast as you can. And also, I don't know if we already mentioned this, but we're playing in German because German is a much faster language for this game. It was a lot of testing with a lot of different languages.
Yep. It is, I believe, I don't know exactly from the top of my head, but I think it's 7 or 8 languages that I tested.
Yeah.
Well, Dutch is the fastest, but German came up second.
Yeah, and it has an easier audio cue for the one section that needs like very heavy audio cues.
Yeah, and then the other reason why I wanted to like show off the language difference is because of the actual thing that happens when you play in a different language, because there is like dialogue skip that you won't really see it if you are like if you always play the game in the same language, you don't notice it.
I'm assuming you're talking about right after Storm the Fort.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, we'll. So yeah, I need to gush for a minute just about how good this tutorial is. It's weird to get really to kind of gush over a tutorial, but it seriously is really good because it doesn't feel like it's sitting you down and teaching you the moves. You don't have to do the things it's telling you to do, but you probably should because it is a lot faster to do things the way it tells you to do. So like where it's giving you a grenade tutorial and teaching you about destructible environments that were added in this game, and like how to move things out of your way to get things out of the way of the NPC. So right here is actually where, well, actually coming up in just a second is going to be where the start of the benefits of old patch are going to be showing, because if you have played the game on current patch, in about 2 cutscene skips is where the beast message will still be popping up every time you skip a cutscene.
How I love Infamous 2 RPGs.
Oh man, there is a very big difference between 1 and 2 RPGs.
That would have killed me in Infamous 1, but in this game, one guy decided to jump off, by the way. I don't know if you saw that, but he did. There was one guy in the roof, and he just fell and died. That's something. This mission has gone perfect so far.
Yeah, no, you're making good work on this mission right now.
Yes. This usually doesn't go this well, by the way. So yeah. Yeah, continue.
No, this mission for me screws up a lot because, and it's not necessarily because of mostly. It's just because I'm bad at aiming with the grenades, and I always miss like one enemy, and then I just run forward. I'm like, okay, it's early enough that that's just a reset. So there's going to be a trick right here that was actually found by a Let's Player because he swapped his skins right at this particular moment, and it skipped a cutscene and put you right in front of the next mission. So instead of, because we don't have skins available to us because we're on Old Patch, we just drop a car on ourselves because we're about to get a new power that was added in this game, Kinetic Pulse. You're going to see it right now.
Oh, he didn't die. Oh my god.
Oh god, yeah, that can happen sometimes. He can be a little finicky.
Yeah, there you go. Car warp. And now we are here.
That's not going to be too prevalent in this game. There's a couple times where it's used, but it's not going to be like something we're doing quite a lot. There's a lot less death warping in this game compared to Infamous 1.
Yeah.
So right now is a little bit of a thing that may or may not happen.
Yep, it did happen.
Oh, you got it. Okay. So if you do really well during that first mission, it will automatically change the difficulty of the game. But if you're fast enough on starting up the mission, it can actually just not pop up with that message at all. It's kind of, well, for me at least, it's pretty much a coin flip's chance of happening.
Yeah, in this game, you can't do the same thing that we do in Infamous 1, where you do a death warp at the start of the run to prevent the game from changing the difficulty. But in this game, you die, the game still thinks you did very well.
It's because you're dying right after the mission ends and it doesn't count.
Also, little damage kits.
Yeah, that's going to be a tech that we're going to be seeing a lot in Festival of Blood. Which is basically throwing a grenade right before an action is supposed to happen to break out of the animation. And that is pretty much a bread and butter technique of Festival of Blood.
We're waiting here.
Yeah, we're just waiting on phone calls right now. And we get introduced to blast shards in this game, which are not actually all too useful in the run. They're useful. They're useful to get more of, but the thing is that the amount of power that each power consumes, it actually scales depending on how much you have. It does legitimately make a difference. You will have more if you pick up more blast shards, but it doesn't make it that much of a difference.
It would be good for like ice launches, but like grenades, you use a lot of grenades. It doesn't matter if you have like one or two more. You need like the whole thing for it to matter. So not a good thing. Like for like 100% runs where we get all of the blast shards in one go with a mission, like it comes in handy really well. But for any percent, not really. I end up always getting one upgrade, but that's it.
The 100%. There's actually two versions of 100%. One of them that allows for UGC and one of them that doesn't. And it is hilarious on the one that allows for UGC because there is a mission that you can just open up that automatically pre-collects every single blast shard in the game for you.
Yeah, it's not like there's plenty of missions because a lot of people made them, right? And they have like different routes or whatever. But it's essentially just, you have to collect 305 blast shards. But the mission has 305 cutscenes where the blast shards are. So pretty much you go through every cutscene and you collect every blast shard.
I actually opened up the editor for that mission. And I decreased the time in between the cutscenes to make it faster, and that was it took me a long time to do that, and I realized I probably shouldn't do that because there's certain points in that mission where it will just fail you outright.
Yep.
And because it requires so much processing power that it literally will overload the PS3.
Yeah.
So when I decreased the times, it got very scary.
So we should mention, like, the mission before was a tutorial. This is a tutorial. Like all of the missions up until here, up until after this one is, actually after evolution, the next one.
Yeah, I'd say mission, like the tutorials end with Bertrand takes the stage. So are you going good or evil here? Oh, you're going good. Okay.
It's good as fastest, yeah, because you want to grab the power lines. If you were doing current patch, I think Evolve is faster because GEC. But still, it's more beneficial to use the route with a GEC, by the way, in current patch because of the enemy spawn. If you use GEC to teleport, enemies don't spawn.
GDC? Sorry, I'm blanking on that. Sorry, I apologize.
UGC, the mission. The user-generated content.
Oh, UGC. Sorry. Yeah. I apologize. I have a few hearing issues. I am so sorry about that.
Yeah, don't worry. I won't be too. I hope I don't like sound like mad or whatever sometimes, because I do feel like I do sometimes, and I might like sound like weird that I talk like that, but it's not like I'm not really like I'm not trying to like be like
So right here for this next bit, to complete the mission, you need to capture an enemy, which is a tutorial. This actually is a tutorial of touch powers, because on the good mission you have to bio-leech somebody. So you don't have to fight the enemies, you just have to lock one down and then just start running to the next mission.
He teleported off the ground.
Wait, did he teleport away?
Yeah, and he died. They do that.
No, I'm not going to say. You know what? No, I will say it because I know somebody out there has to be playing a drinking game. I've never seen that before. I just saw it on the. I have both the quicker stream and the full stream up, and I just saw it happen on the stream.
Yeah, he just teleported down and he just died. That's so good. That is so good. It happened.
That mini cutscene there is like really annoying because it just teleports you to the ground wherever you are, which is like, if you're on a power line, it just now you have to climb back up the power line again.
Okay, so there are three things that can happen now. I can get enemies to spawn, or I can get enemies not to spawn, or I can get some enemies to spawn. I want all of them to spawn, but if I can get like at least the other two to spawn, then actually more enemies could spawn. But I got them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you did. So in this mission, the goal is basically to. It's a tutorial on how to unlock new powers. So the first power you're going to be unlocking is just you unlock it by killing 6 enemies and taking them out, which is very good if you get enemies that are right by the mission start, because otherwise the missions that it spawns for the specific mission are very, very far away, and also you have to go through a cutscene, like a mini cutscene tutorial. And also, this power that you unlock is the second most useless power in the game.
Yep. You don't use it to run.
However, at the end of this mission, you're going to see him essentially trying to immediately start farming for the worst power in the game, the most useless power in the game, because there's a power in the game known as Detonation Blast. It basically takes that shockwave that you have and it turns it into a small bomb, and that bomb, you have to shoot it in order to make it go off, and it does no damage.
I got the best RNG you can get.
Oh, is it? Are they on the building?
Yep.
Nice. So
4 or 5.
Detonation Blast is ultimately useless, but there was a member of our community known as Magnet Sphere who was very much determined that it had some kind of value to it. And like Galileo trying to prove he wasn't crazy, Magnet kept at it, and he was right, but you will see why very soon.
Okay, Zeit für ein Treffen mit Bertrand.
Anyway, we're about to start up Bertrand Takes the Stage, which is...
you're gonna see a strat in this mission that you probably never thought of, but it's actually possible. I mean, some of you might actually have thought of it when you played through the game.
I think a lot of people will have thought of the old version of the trick where you cut the corner.
But this one's also like easy to think of, because it's like, can I just like jump on the car?
Because there's failure barriers everywhere. We're gonna go a little bit off the intended path a bit here, but if you go even too
something
far,
interesting. That cutscene is like in 2 parts. So like the first part you can't skip, but the second one you can. It's kind of weird. Oh, I killed 3. Oh my god, the 3 combo.
You got 3 in 1. Oh jeez. So that's what the main goal here is, because swamp monsters are very resistant to your powers other than melee attacks, so you really want to use melee as much as possible. So now we have to chase after Bertrand's limo. You can jump on the limo early. Now, the old version of the trick we did was going up and cutting the first corner and thunder dropping directly onto the back of his limo. But now you can just go off the path and his limo won't start until you cross a certain point, and you can just jump right onto the back of it and skip the entire mission. Because that entire mission, you have to wait while he's going around the entire thing.
Okay.
While he's going around the entire city.
Yep. Like the idea is they thought of it, so they actually put a fail wall of 6 seconds instead of like the usual 10 seconds. But of course they didn't think of the fact that you can actually like get close to the limo again and then you don't fail.
So this next mission, let's just be honest, it's a reskinned side mission before they realized, oh, we're just gonna have this mechanic be not a side mission and have it be like like just a random thing that can appear in the world, which is getting blast shards out of explosives that are put around the world, and they turned this into a story mission. And immediately afterwards, he's going to drop a car on himself because it's another one of those warps that will skip a cutscene and also warp you to somewhere you want to be.
I got the thing where the bomb just explodes. I usually always get it, but like there's like a specific like path you have to take.
And it is a free blast shard and also free good karma, which good karma is not as it's very important to grind up karma in this game, but it's not as important as 2 or as 1. I mean, because in 1 karma got maxed out to the point where karmic overload was used during the final boss fight, but in 2 we're only going to be getting to rank 2. We are not making it all the way to hero rank.
It is so hard to get it to hero rank. It is incredibly hard in this game. Karma is like farming karma in this game is so bad. It takes so long.
And speaking of karma, I'm gonna wait until I'm gonna wait for a minute to start talking about it, but there's some things that some keen-eyed among you may have realized already, and we're gonna have to talk about that in a minute.
Also, by the way, there's a thing coming up. There's a joke that like some of you might recognize, which is the penal code joke. In German, it doesn't have the same ring to it, so I don't think they could find a pun that worked. So he just says the word in German, and it doesn't like make a like a penal code thing, because it's what's it, Staatsgesetzbuch or something like that. Yeah, Strafgesetzbuch.
I know that there's like some. I didn't actually know that about. I never thought about that with 2. I did know that in like First Light, there's a joke where they make a pun by saying like Tech's ass, and then that it does not translate at all to any other languages, even though they just basically translate it word for word.
Yeah, in this game, like the penal code one in Spanish, Italian, French, and I think Portuguese. I think that's the languages that have like the actual good joke, and then like the other languages, they couldn't really find something.
So, thankfully, this is our only chase mission in this game, our only tailing mission. I actually don't remember. I know we just saw the run, but with 1, I think there were not 2. There were a lot more side missions where you had to tail people rather than main missions. So, what you're seeing right now is pushing the enemies into the canal. Actually helps with 2 things. 1, it's faster to kill them that way, and also it allows for environmental kills to unlock sticky grenades, which I believe you just bought, right?
Yep, I got both. I got the detonation blast and the grenade. So
yeah, so detonation blast, you'll see it has some functionality that is.
What are you? Oh my god!
Absolutely unintended by the developers.
What are you doing? Oh, he's here. Is he just taking it? Yeah, he's just taking it. Cool.
Oh, jeez. He
just
can be
taking it.
a pain to deal with at points.
Yep, he can be moving around the whole thing and never die. Like,
yeah,
he's lost. I mean, I've lost many runs to this mission, many runs, and it's only like 20 minutes in. Like,
he's not as bad as his big brother though, and we'll see his big brother later.
Also, one thing that I should mention, you'll see me do it a lot. This game has a function that's really good, which is the quick powers, the quick power menu select.
Yeah,
it's such a good thing. You pretty much just press left on the D-pad, and it opens this menu, and it's so good for changing between the blasts and everything.
So this is the one of the 2 vehicle production missions in this game. There were a couple of them in Infamous 1, and as you saw, they're very difficult in Infamous 1, but they toned things down significantly in 2. They're not like complete and total cakewalks on higher difficulties, but they're at least like, manageable, especially when you're, not being swarmed by like 15 people all like trying to shoot RPGs at a bus.
So one of the good things about this mission is that it lets you kill a lot of enemies, and we mentioned that gaining karma is really bad in this game. We need to have a specific karmic change happen in a mission. So we need it right there, and if it doesn't happen, you lose a lot of time because you don't get to buy new powers, and yeah, it's really bad. So I need to kill a lot of enemies from here on and save people. Well, I won't really save people. I will do some... If I get good RNG, there's one mission where I can get another bomb and a kidnapping. If I get both, like I typically only get like the kidnapping, but if I get both, well,
you're talking about right after Nyx is introduced, right? Just
yeah. Where do you get the vortex?
One of the main things about this game is trying to maximize the value of your stuff while phone calls are happening, because there's a lot of times in this game where you're kind of just sitting and having to babysit a phone call. Also, it's giving me a lot of stress that enemy landed on the truck, because I've had a few too many runs where I try and start throwing grenades, I press square a little bit too early, and he melees the enemy on the truck and falls off.
Same, yeah. I mean, what I've done sometimes is, for some reason, I thought it was a good idea to try and use the R1 circle thing, and what happens is cold stays in the air, and the truck moves.
Yeah, if that ever happens, I usually just use a standard bolt on him just so that Cole doesn't try and melee him at any point.
I usually always use a blast. I didn't do it this time, but I usually always use a blast and he just falls off. But... Okay, so this thing that appears in here, this beast thing, it would happen every time you skip a cutscene.
And it would be the full screen. They would have like this giant title text and everything.
And instead of being like 5 seconds like it was now, it would be 15 seconds every time you do it. 15 seconds.
So old patch, and it adds up so much to the point where it saved about 15 minutes, because it wasn't just like, it was every single cutscene, whether or not we skipped it, because there were certain cutscenes that we would have to sit through and watch because they were shorter than skipping them.
Also, detonation blast.
Unfortunately, in Festival of Blood, you're gonna see in Festival of Blood that we don't have an old patch for it, so those messages are going to show up when we get to that run.
Okay, so you look.
Oh, geez, is this the first detonation blast?
Yep. Okay,
here we go.
I got a really bad one, but you get the idea.
Yeah, if you I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. You saw how well it worked there. You will see the power of it later in this run. It's an incredibly easy trick to do, but incredibly difficult to control properly.
I won't do the one in this mission because I can fail massively, but I will do ones after this mission. A lot.
One of my favorite things to do is to is just to wait for random people to start streaming Infamous 2, go into their chat, and then teach them how to do
Yeah.
the detonation blast launch, and just seeing the looks on their faces as they're like, this power's useless. How does it do this?
What's a good time for this game? My PB is at 228, so a good time for this game is around the 240s. You know, like something like that. I mean, my PB is like, I mean, the record's good, but you know, like a good time, it doesn't really necessarily mean it's the record. So
yeah,
around the 235, 245, you know, that range.
Yeah, my PB is not quite that.
I mean your PB is 245, right? Or
yeah, because it was before. I just haven't had too much time to run the game, so I didn't. It was before Detonation Blast was really fully added. Like it was added. I still use it in the runs, but they weren't like fully added.
Yeah, the launches added. I think.
Hold on.
2 to 3
Hold on one
minutes.
sec. I want to talk about this here. This cutscene, skipping it actually will interrupt. This cutscene introduces an enemy. Skipping the cutscene, he will still do his wind-up animation, which means he's completely vulnerable, and you can kill him before he even gets a single shot off.
Also, in current patch, you don't want to skip any of these cutscenes because they're like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Like,
yeah, but then old patch, that adds so much value because not only... Oh, what?
No!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
The worst thing that could happen is happening.
Oh, he slapped you right into the water.
Yeah, and then they exploded. There's a specific type of enemy that is very scary. I don't like them. They get me stressed. The green
the
ones.
gas bags?
Those guys, yeah.
Yeah, no, the gas bags they're like the suicide bombers from 1. They're the only type of enemy. It's like every enemy faction does not have a suicide bomber, unlike 1. It's only the swamp monsters, but they don't telegraph themselves very much. Like, because you have that screeching in Infamous 1 that lets you know that they're on their way. Infamous 2, you don't. So they will just run up to you and just explode.
Well, I mean, you hear, like, if you're behind you, you hear, like, this breathing noise. And it's so, like, for me, it's so bad. Like, you hear it. And it's just, like, for me, it's just chills, you know, like... Every time I'm doing runs, like it gets me so stressed out because I know what can happen.
We just got introduced to Nyx.
Yep.
Who is?
We actually didn't. We just see her. But yeah, this is Nyx. She is our new sidekick alongside Kuo and Sick. She has tar powers. Is it tar?
I think it's oil.
Oil? Yeah, oil. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something like that. I mean, I always call it tar or like petrol or something. But.
Yeah, it's...
Oh my god.
She is basically the... Quo and Nyx were added in this game to basically be the good or evil, like, kind of individual sidekick-ish characters for both the good and evil paths. And I really like both of the characters. I love every single character in this game. Like, it is... The writing in this game is so good.
Yeah, it is. These games are really good. And this game in particular, like, it just holds a special place in my heart.
It's my favorite game of all time.
All games do, but, like, I mean, Infamous 1 and 2 are, like, so good. Festival of Blood is... I mean, I have the same, like, you know, like, for games that I speedrun, Bioshock 2 has one of the DLCs that's, like, one of the best DLCs of all time. And it's the same with Festival of Blood. Like, if you want to run like a short and sweet game, go for Festival of Blood. It's fast-paced. It has a lot of cool strats. And Bioshock 2 has the same thing. Bioshock 2 has a DLC that's like the best thing ever. Like the speedrun is amazing.
And Festival of Blood, the speedrun is actually fairly easy to learn. Like, because when we were organizing this event, because I'm going to be doing the Festival of Blood run right after this. When we were organizing this event, I had actually not done the Festival of Blood speedrun before, so I was learning it entirely because we were setting this event up, and it was fairly easy for me to learn, and it's a lot of fun, honestly. It's a really cool run. Unfortunately, despite the fact that they added a skip cutscene button to this game, not every cutscene is skippable.
Mr. Sexy. German.
Wait, does he say that in German?
Yes, he says Mr. Sexy.
pretty much any time. This cutscene and one other Nyx cutscene are kind of the only two cutscenes that don't follow the typical pattern of cutscenes that can't be skipped. Most of the cutscenes that can't be skipped are either you have to make a choice for the next story mission, or you are gaining a new blast core. There's only 2 blast. So what's happening in the story is basically the Beast is an enemy that the main villain of the last game was warned that was coming. At the beginning of this game, he showed up and blew up the city from the last game. So we're down here trying to get more powerful while he's on his way down to New Marais. And the only way to get more powerful is to get these things called blast cores. And anytime you get a new one, the cutscene is unskippable, except for 2 of them. One of them I don't mind being skippable. The other one, I kind of wish it was unskippable, because it is the best cutscene in the game.
By the way, I'm pretty sure I saw the kidnapping happening before I enter this mission, so there might be a chance I have the good RNG, and I can show it off. Yeah, pretty much we get a new blast core in here, new power.
There's a funny Easter egg during this cutscene. After Cole's waking up, Zeke is going to be reading a book, and he's going to close the book and put it away. If you look very, very, very closely at that book, it's the Thievius Raccoonus from Sly Cooper.
Oh yeah, nice.
It's such a good thing.
I mean, he has things to point out. He has the slime mask.
Yeah, Cole has the slime mask on the backpack. And then this game has a lot of... The area that we're in right now has a lot of reference jokes. Because they have an adult theater, and they change other game names to be very adult-oriented, to say the least. And we just unlocked a new power, and this is one of the coolest additions.
But there's a second one, so it doesn't matter. I need one of these at least. So.
The Ionic Vortex, it's basically the same thing as the storm, calling down the lightning storm from the beginning of from Infamous 1, but they rebalanced it to take a different resource than your standard lightning. And now that we have that, you're going to be able to see the power of this new move pretty much almost instantly in this next mission. It's really cool. Did a bomb spawn?
Yeah, I did. Whenever you get like kidnapping, one of the 2 guys will always give you a charge. So. Oh no, the bomb is always gonna be there, but I don't have time to get there. I'm back. The bomb's always... you can get a kidnapping in front of that bomb.
This cutscene was the one where he has the Thievius Raccoonus, not the one where he's waking up.
Yeah, this one.
But this is introduces a new feature of this game. It was sort of in Infamous 1, but it only existed for side missions. Infamous 2 added story missions that completely change based on whether you're good or evil. And so we're going to be doing the good mission for this one.
Exactly. There's going to be all good missions except for one in the game.
Yeah, and we'll explain why it's faster when we get there, but we'll explain why we're doing it when we start our first powering up mission.
Yeah, exactly. But after this cutscene, you're hopefully gonna get to see Detonation Blast in action. Hopefully.
Oh yeah,
The issue is that box that I used first is the same thing that I'm gonna use now. Those boxes have the worst hitbox for this.
It is it's much easier when you have like a pallet or a bigger box, but you can do it with any destructible object. So what basically happens is that when Detonation Blast, if you put it on the ground and you jump up, it gives you about like a 5-foot jump. It's not very useful at all, but if it breaks a breakable object that you're standing on, the game gets very confused and it just gives you a ton of heightened speed.
There you go. Well, it wasn't that good.
Whoa, okay, that's pretty good.
It wasn't the perfect one, but it was good. Like,
if you do
you can get literally like to the mission with that one, by the way.
You can
But-
go between islands with this if you do it right.
Yep.
Like you can go from one end of the island pretty much almost all the way across the map.
Yeah, right. I need to wait. You can go all the way across the map and like you can get like a lot of momentum out of that. I need an audio here.
So right now we're just waiting. We've got a parade of enemies, and we're just waiting for a certain moment, and for them to all be lined up. And that vortex takes all of them out with one button press. I'm gonna be honest. I've played this game a lot. I still don't know how exactly the evil version of this mission works.
The evil version. Oh yeah, it's the train bomb thing. Yeah, it's. I think it's busted though. I think it doesn't work properly because sometimes you just fail it and you shouldn't. Like you're supposed to be charging it, but if you charge it too much, it explodes. But sometimes you don't charge it and it explodes anyway. So I don't know. Weird.
And it just discharges, so you keep charging it, and then it's very confusing. But right now, basically what happened in an earlier cutscene is Quo got kidnapped when at the end of that mission where we were on the truck. So right now we're just trying to find her, and we found her, and we're gonna go save her.
Großen Kanonen.
This is one of the old. This mission is one of the few where even if you're playing on easy, your metal's kind of tested a bit because it is. You're basically just having to run to objectives while 15 enemies are shooting you all at once, and you kind of just gotta gun for it.
Okay. He used the RPG before I got there, which is what I wanted.
Because that gets the guy off the mortar, right?
No, it's because if I don't get there if I get there before, he will kill me. The guy was actually off the mortar before. Sometimes I usually just use them blast and that's it. But okay, I'm gonna take these doors off there because I don't want them in my way. And I'm gonna try to get a vortex first because I need one.
This is really
okay.
This is really funny here. You can push Quo. Oh, nice!
That was so
good. That is nice.
That was so good for the first part, and it just went.
Yeah, no, it is. He made that look easy. That is not easy to do. To get that, to get her to move that smoothly.
Yeah, it's really hard. Usually, what I do is I push her to a wall, and then you can just do it super easily. But
so I'm seeing a question in the chat about what difficulty we're running on. We're running on easy because it doesn't really change the game all too much, but it makes it. It allows you to basically just tank more stuff.
So if you saw when I was doing the mission with Nyx that I killed some civilians, and then I didn't get a bomb that I wanted to get a bomb to get karma. I didn't get a karmic change right now because of that. I usually get it. I'm gonna get it during the mission in the first relay, so it doesn't matter.
You either get it right now or you get it like in the. So these missions are basically the replacement for the sewer missions. They're going to be basically just defend this thing as we throw a bunch of enemies at you. There's not going to be too much to talk about in terms of speedrunning because they're. I don't want to use the term auto-scroller, but they're kind of auto-scrollers.
Yeah.
So one thing we should probably talk about is Karmic Boost.
Yep.
Do you want to talk about that one? Or
do you mean like the karmic change thing, or?
Yeah. Or no. Okay. Well, then I guess I'll.
How you do it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure that a few people probably noticed right at the very beginning of the game.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah,
when you get a choice of a new game, you also get the choice to use your Infamous 1 save data and get bonuses at the very beginning. You get a little bit of extra experience. You get 2 more blips on your lightning meter, or your 2 more battery cores. That's what they're called.
Yeah.
And the most important one to us is you get extra karma depending on which one choice you make.
Yeah, and it also depends on your save file, by the way. You don't have the 100% save file, you don't get all of it. but you at least get the karma. So
Yeah, and it was like kind of a back and forth for a while on whether or not that was going to be allowed, and we eventually for like a couple months, and we eventually decided.
I always used it. So it was gonna be a thing. It was gonna be a thing of so I'll have to like change my strength, I guess. But yeah, whatever.
Because
really.
like it was a little bit like back and forth, mainly because do you really want to make people play a different game before this? But we allowed it because it makes the run way more fun. Because before this, good karma was needed enough to the point where any percent and any percent all good karma were exactly the same. And the one mission we really do not want to do is Hearts and Minds campaign. You have to go through this really long and tedious vehicle protection mission that drives around the entire city. It puts you to it puts you nowhere near the next mission. And instead, we're going to be doing the evil version of that mission, which is a lot faster. And if people are wondering, the reason why we're playing good karma is because the final mission is way faster on good karma, and also
powers are better.
Yeah,
period.
I know. I have a friend who I get into heated arguments with about. He very much believes that the evil powers are better. I'm like, you are insane.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but Firebird Strike is the worst thing that could have happened to the game. And then napalm grenades have nothing on ice grenades. Yeah. Nothing.
The powers are basically like with grenades. Level 1 grenades, I will actually give it to evil because double grenade is way better than sticky grenade because it's explode on contact rather than having to wait for a fuse. So if you are doing evil karma runs, it is like a very nice benefit very early on. But with level 2 grenades, ice grenades versus napalm grenades, I think napalm grenades do a little bit more damage, but ice grenades have the chance of insta-killing the enemy and just freezing them, which gives you good karma and also insta-kills the enemy. As for the other powers, we're actually not going to be getting any of the bolt upgrades other than Pincer, and that was given to us at the beginning of the game.
Oh god, I went the complete wrong way. Never mind.
Wait, what? Oh god. Oh no.
Yeah, it pulled me all the way. I'm gonna just die because I think it's gonna be better.
Yeah,
I've never had that happen like that. It's weird.
And other powers.
Why are you going this way? Go. This is weird.
Why is he going off to?
He's going the complete wrong way. I don't know. I don't understand this game anymore. That should work, by the way. He should be going back. I don't really understand why he's not going back. I'm gonna do it again because why not? But
like we said, this trick is very easy to pull off. It is incredibly difficult to control.
I don't know why he's going this way. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I actually got to a good place now because I was really far away anyway before, and with the turrets on my way, I couldn't get there fast anyway.
So
basically, what I was trying to just go all the way across, but I don't know why the lineup wasn't working. I guess. It just really depends on like your positioning, but I have no idea. I'll have to figure that out.
So we had the joke of Cole McGrab in Infamous 1, which is still going to continue to be a joke in this. I'm wondering, can we make a joke out of that somehow? Cole McWrong direction?
Yeah. he's going the McWrong direction. Dude, nice. But yeah, from here on, most of the launches are going to be pretty consistent.
Because like I think that the reason that one screwed up is maybe because there were multiple breakable objects like right next to each other, and they were kind of haphazardly stacked on each other, and it gets a little bit confused. The launches are very consistent, but they're so precise that they feel inconsistent.
Also, something I didn't mention before. You see how there was a pallet right there, and it exploded. Every time I skip cutscenes, everything respawns. So that's why I'm gonna be skipping this now, and there's gonna be a pallet in here, and I changed the detonation blast. and we yeet ourselves through the map. Like that.
And this next mission is everybody's favorite video game trope. It is an escort mission. But we can skip the first part of it by just death warping because the checkpoint is actually set farther in the mission than where you actually are because they don't expect you to die here. So if you just take a quick death, you will skip the entire first part of the mission after you complete the first little objective.
Also, not damaging her. What? Also, killing enemies. What's that? What's killing enemies? I don't know what that is. So I'm just gonna run. So
the
oh god.
Yeah. So the enemies basically all try and aggro Cole during this mission. And they don't really go after your escortee, thank God. But she still can get tripped up and not really want to follow you sometimes. Jeez, you are not kidding. This got way faster. You said that new things were found since I last played, and that is so much faster than how I remember it, because the way that the old way of doing it was you basically have to just stay within 5 feet of her at all times.
Sarah.
But if you, yeah.
Don't get stuck, Sarah. Oh my god, he got stuck. You see how I tried to push her? I did it, but like the game was like, nah, she's not gonna move.
She isn't on a set path like Quo was, so you can't. So she does actually react to Cole pushing her.
Also, Sarah is like she's not there. By the way, the enemies don't even see her. Oh my god! But she can get scared, by the way. Oh my god! I was waiting for her to start talking. Okay, cool.
So now we have the Devourer. He is a very easy enemy casually. In a speedrun sense, he's a bit of a pain because even though we have sticky grenades and we get him in his... If we put him directly in his mouth, it doesn't... That went really well.
That went like perfect. Usually I have to throw a car at least.
Yeah, but the thing is, if he closes his mouth, even if he has sticky grenades inside his mouth, it won't matter and he'll just... and he will just shrug off all damage. Which is one of the main reasons why Double Grenade is such a godsend early game, because it's explode on contact and it does a ton of damage right off the bat, and as soon as that grenade hits, it immediately blows up.
Oh, so, the launch after this mission is so bad. I hope I get something out of it, but I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of it because it's one of the hard ones. It's also one of those where there's 2 pallets stacked on each other, so it's like.
Oh, okay, I needed a minute to remember what the skip was, because yeah, no, this one is a nightmare.
If you get this one, it looks so good because you get it straight to the rooftop. But
it is one of the coolest looking ones, absolutely.
Yeah. There's this one, there's the one after Explosion Bertrand. That one's really cool too. That one's like the best one. Like you get it straight to the mission.
Ali is in the chat and just said, "The cemetery looks familiar." Oh God, I have some words about this cemetery that you will hear in Festival of Blood.
Hell yeah!
Es ist ein Bauernzapfen.
Unsere Kräfte bündeln sich tatsächlich.
Okay, hopefully she will do the thing that she needs to do.
Yeah,
no, she didn't do it. The second guy, she didn't actually like.
Oh wait, what? I'm not gonna say it. Nope, I'm not. I'm not gonna say it this time.
Yeah, okay. Alpha explosion. We used to think, because the game tells you to use kinetic pulse, but you don't have to use kinetic pulse.
You can just blast that.
Yeah.
I'm learning stuff today too.
Yeah, these caps are actually like you can
that
explode
is so
them.
much faster.
The way I found out about it is that I threw a grenade and they moved, and I was like, wait, what? And then I tried.
Because the game just prompts you to use kinetic pulse. It never tells you can do that.
Yep. And with this one, it's like free because like you just threw it, you just like shoot a blast and like all of them open, and it's like okay, cool.
All right, we're about to be introduced to the worst enemy in the game. There is no contest, like no enemy is worse than this one. It is known as the Hive Lord. We saw the Ravager earlier. It's going to look very similar. He has a few more attacks, but those new attacks aren't the problem. His AI is different, and that's what the problem is. He likes to go underground a lot. And we only have to fight 2 of them, and luckily one of them we're sort of able to skip later in the run, but this one, the first one, we're not able to.
In before I don't get any of the skips. By the way, the skips in this game are not like very consistent. So
yeah, if the skip in the if the second skip doesn't happen, you're gonna have to go back and fight him though.
Is he taking it?
He kind of took it. That wasn't bad on the first. Okay.
Please.
He can leave the. He can just straight up leave the cemetery. Jeez.
And I try
he can go down in 5 seconds if you're lucky enough, but it is very rare that happens.
There we go. He can go to hell. I didn't want to grab power because grabbing power is like super slow in this area. Okay. So I'm gonna wait for a certain queue here. It's just whenever I see coach, I can do it. If you go too fast, you won't disappear. And
yeah, I've had that happen. It's a bit. It's like it's really upsetting when that happens because like it's basically it's a soft lock. You have to reload your save and to get it to go through.
Okay, it worked.
Oh, that's a nice launch.
Now you can see exactly what we mean by you can go through the map, and we don't even have the thrusters upgraded. When we have them upgraded, it's
which we're speaking of which, we're about to get the upgraded static thrusters, which are the best movement ability in this game. They allow you to gain height by using your static thrusters, and also control it way better. Like you're able to like straight up just turn around in midair. And then the next mission after this is Stories of the Past, and I'm assuming, are you going to be doing the Death Warp at the beginning?
Which one?
The one on the boat.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Faster. Yeah. Anything that I know to be faster, I'm doing. Except for some launches that I don't remember. Or don't, I mean, some of them are new, like there's one after this mission to get the Story of the Past. It would save like half a second, but
it's kind of not even worth it because like
the problem is you can't fall into the water, so I don't want to do it.
Yeah, and the power line, it brings you there right as the mission's showing up. So
yep, that's pretty much the whole thing. That's why I don't like. Okay, I got a car here.
Oh wait, you go this way? I always go towards the fort and then just immediately get on the power line because it brings you directly to the mission. So we also got the sniper shot from the which is returning from Infamous 1. That's the only time you're going to see it in this run. I don't think we ever use it at any other point.
Nah, I don't use it because it's too slow. It actually uses power as you use it, which is really bad. So, nah. You see, the launch weren't even save time, so it's like whatever. Why would you do it? Okay, hopefully I'll get this shot here.
Yeah. So, what he's going to be doing here is he's going to try and run to the end of the pier. The trigger to start up the next part of the mission is just making sure, and it checks to see if you've defeated the enemies by seeing if there's no enemies on this pier here. So if you can make sure that all the enemies are gone from the pier, you can just immediately move on to the next part of the mission, which is really annoying if they decide to walk onto the pier from the back. And when Nick starts speaking, it means that it went successfully. So
yep.
Now we have to ride the boat.
I got a 5 combo, so it was guaranteed. Sometimes they don't, like maybe you get like 3 with the portrait sometimes. I don't know, it's just like whatever pattern they want to use.
I always go for the safety strat. There is basically just to go to the end of the pier and throw the vortex from the back of the pier. But that is slower, but it's safer. So right when Nyx calls is when he's going to take a death abuse, and that will actually set off every trigger needed to start off the next part of the mission, and we can just run past every single enemy and just gun it straight for the end.
It's past this tree. You get past that tree, Cetox, and then you spawn here. Oh god, I was looking the wrong way. What?
Oh, whoa, what?
He was looking the wrong way. I don't understand.
And then we come up on the biggest, on one of the one of my favorite skips in the run, because we don't have to deal with the other Hive Lord that we would have to. We can complete 2 tasks within very short proximity to each other, and the game will get confused, and it will think that we've completed a mission when completed an objective when we haven't actually done that. I'm assuming you took that death abuse to pull the boat up.
For the boat, yeah. For the boat, yeah. That's for the boat. Also, do you see that launch with the enemy? That's like sort of new. I never really usually get those, but if you if you get pushed by an enemy while you're starting to use the thrusters, you get launched in the air.
So the hive, we call it SHL for Swamp Hive Lord. It's what we need to do is we need to hit the trigger that says we have seen this part of the map, and hit the trigger that we have activated this fight, all before the boat reaches a certain point. And then it will, the game will get confused, and the boat won't stop, and it'll keep going. And as the Hive Lord follows us, because the boat keeps moving, the Hive Lord will actually out of bounds itself and instantly be knocked out. And it will move on to the next part of the mission.
No vortex. That's weird. Okay, I'll have to get one in full in the rebels, but it's okay.
Are the ionic charges more rare on swamp monsters? Because I feel like they are.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. You usually get one on the pier.
All right, so he just hit the house, which is the first trigger, and then the second trigger is activating the start of the fight, which he has now done. So now getting back onto the boat before the boat actually reaches the point where it's supposed to stop. And now the boat will just keep moving forward. And as soon as the Hive Lord out of bounds itself, we'll be able to move on to the next part of the mission.
Is he doing it?
You basically just have to wait for the... Okay, it worked? All right, cool.
He did it a bit later than usual, but yes, he did.
All right. I didn't want to say anything because I did not want to jinx it. You can soft lock. You can absolutely soft lock there. It is one of the most annoying things to happen because he can just not out of bounds himself. And that means that you get to the end of the mission, the boat is at the very end of the mission, the dialogue does not play, and you're just stuck there with a Hive Lord that you cannot kill because it's like 100 feet away from you. You cannot reach it. The only thing you can do is just either reload, abandon the mission and restart, or just take a death right there and do the fight.
Yeah, and the fight is really bad. It's such a bad fight.
It is so much worse than the cemetery.
Yep. So much worse. He moves a lot. There's nothing to get power from. There's 2 things to get power from.
There's two generators, but the Hive Lord can knock the generators into the water.
As a by the way, funny thing, if you soft lock, you can just ride the boat to the end of the mission and nothing happens. It's such a funny thing to see. You touch the tree at the end and the boat just stops moving and there's nothing. And you can see the enemy following you. It's just. It's
so right now we're coming up on the second choice choice cutscene, which is where we're going to be doing an evil mission, and why we got that karmic boost right at the beginning. I actually do like the good mission, but it is so much slower, and it puts you the entire halfway across the map from the start of the next mission.
If any of you are wondering why I didn't go faster and I just rode a car, it's because Nyx needs to disappear, and if you go too fast, it never does. So the mission never ends. Like if you go too far, like the thing is, usually you should be there, like because he's talking to you, and you're supposed to be there, and he disappears.
To answer a question in the chat, are we going to see the best cutscene in the game? That is entirely up to
Which
you.
Which is the cutscene that you think is the best?
Easygoing.
Yeah, no.
Easygoing.
I mean, I know it's easygoing, but like which one is the one who who asked in the chat? What is your best cutscene? Is it easygoing as well?
Oh yeah, no, that's a friend of mine. I know that he means easygoing.
Okay. I mean, I could make it happen if people want to see it.
Yeah. Easygoing is the one of only 2 Blast Core cutscenes that can be skipped, and it is so upsetting that it can be skipped because it means that we kind of have to skip it.
Yep, it is the best cutscene in the game. It's such a good cutscene.
And it's so good that you don't even need to be playing in a language you understand for it to be amazing.
No, there's no dialogue. Good one. It's a really good cutscene. Dude, are we gonna get die Medikamente? I don't think so.
Die will ich sehen.
Komm mit.
Perfekt.
Nicht schlecht, cool.
Genial, Leute, das wird funktionieren. Was? Medizin verteilen?
Please turn off your caps lock. That's just it's Mick's friend. He only did it for that for the cutscene, but
yeah,
it's fine.
This. What am I trying to say here?
Du willst ein Massaker.
It's interesting in the story for the good versus evil bits here that the evil is actually more effective, like a lot more effective in terms of the story. Like they both achieve the same result, but the evil version is so much more effective because it's like, yes, we want to do this more than we need to because you just screwed us over. Because in the end of the good mission, you accidentally screw over all of the rebels, and you only really have the option. They only really have the option to join you to take on the fort.
Great. Got the good one.
Das weißt du. Wenn du die Hilfe der Rebellen willst, brauchst du ihren Respekt. Willst du ihren Respekt?
So, the gameplay does change entirely here. This is actually the only time in any of the PS3 Infamous games
that taxi had no driver, by the way.
Wait, what?
That taxi had no driver. No, but like sometimes the cars don't have drivers. They usually do, but
the game takes place in the future.
Yep.
But this is one of the only this is I think the only time in the entire PS3 out of any of the PS3 Infamous games where you don't play as Cole. Oh wait, I was wrong. Yeah, we do see Precision here. I think you have to destroy the other one first, don't you?
No, you don't. I'm just not hitting it somehow. What? I might be just aiming at the wrong spot. It's something that I do a lot.
I always go for the other one first, because like the objective here is just shoot 2 things and break them.
Yeah, but I want the second one. I exactly want it to be the second for 2 reasons. One of them is I want to kill this. Oh, I was gonna kill the big guy for the vortex, but I got the vortex anyway. I need a vortex for
yeah, the second part for the third part of this mission, because this is the first part. The second part is a turret section that is very, very consistent. Enemies are all like they pretty much are predetermined where they're gonna go, but it's like a lot of them, so it's a little bit hard to remember where they all are at points.
And sometimes they don't die.
It's really weird. Also, this turret does not exist anywhere else in the game. Like every other turret is like a machine gun. This is like a rocket turret. It's the only one that exists in the entire game, and you don't ever get to fight it. You don't go up against it ever. It's only useful to you.
Yep.
And again, as I said, it's like this is the only time you're not playing as Cole, because you're actually playing as Nyx right now, who's manning the turret.
In that. And now in this last phase, you don't need to kill all of them. The game kind of like updates whenever it wants.
As soon as like you, as soon as you get a phone call is when you, when it like lets you know that okay, you're ready to go to the next part of the mission.
Okay. So, what will I get? Will I get enemies like stranded somewhere, or will I not get them?
So,
nope.
Basically, what's happening in this mission is we're basically putting on a show for the rebels, basically trying to make them very angry and then coming in to save the day. And pretending to come in and save the day by like destroying the turret that we were just using to shoot them all down. So in this mission, you want to end this mission with a vortex, because the next mission is, I want to say the next mission is the halfway point in the run, pretty much, and it's the craziest mission.
Are you joking?
Are you? What is happening?
The car was stuck and I couldn't get in. What? That's weird shit. And I get okay, I got a second vortex here.
Okay, so does that mean you're just gonna launch it up?
Yeah, there you go. This enemy almost flew all the way.
Yeah.
He almost flew like all the way out. Nope. Great.
All right.
Hearing a Creole accent, speaking German is really something. Yeah.
So, so if we were doing the good mission, we'd be ending right by Zeke's roof, and for this mission, we're ending right here, and this is going to be the start of the next mission, which is Storm the Fort. It has 3 parts to it. And the second part is okay, so because we did the evil mission, we're actually back down to Guardian rank. We will get back up to champion rank in the end of the next mission. And we absolutely need it because we need level 2 good karma in order to use Ice Launch, which is very, very useful. So this part of the mission is... Oh, wait, hold on. Are you just going to use the Vortex here?
Yep.
Okay. I usually always forget to have a Vortex at this point, and like the backup strat for this bit here is essentially just hope that Quo is able to be an effective meat shield. And just go if you don't have the Vortex to take everybody out right there.
Will I get the dialogue skip here?
Let's see. So what happens next is they try and cut the power from the military base. So we have to repower it up. Except they don't cut the power, and you can still charge from anything, any bit of electricity in the base.
Not as good as being a flaming bird. Yeah. The classic discussion: is Ice Launch better, or is Firebird Strike?
I would absolutely say Firebird Strike would be better if you didn't lose momentum at the end. Like, if you could just get up high, use it, and then just, like, slingshot yourself across the sky with, like, static thrusters, it would easily be better than Ice Launch. But it doesn't, and you just drop all momentum at the very end of it.
Oh my god, really? That happened?
Oh, no. Okay, it took a second for me to be able to see it, but no, that's... Oh, no.
That is something. That is really something. Oh my god. In Infamous 1, I would be dead right now, by the way. The enemy's hitting you while you do something like this. It's always bad.
I have died while firing a rocket before. I don't think in this mission specifically, but definitely in powering up Gasworks, because if there's a chance that enemies, you don't even see them. They just don't...
Oh my god, no. Gold, why?
Oh, no, you got the mortar. Yeah. Even though the mortar's gone, it can just say, hey, we're going to try and destroy it right now, even though it's already destroyed.
Yeah, it's because you destroy it with the rocket, and the game's like, wait, you destroyed it? No, you didn't. So it's supposed to be there, but it's not. And yeah, things happen.
So now part 3 of this mission is a lot less crazy than the other parts. It's you just have to go through and you have to destroy 3 mortars.
What are you trying? What are you trying? Okay, there we go. I wanted to be a little bit safe just in case, so I just grabbed some more health. Yeehaw. These guys, they say yeehaw a lot.
And then we get the opportunity to swap powers with Quo or Nyx in this next cutscene. What? I actually have not seen that spawn in. Like, I've never been right there before the cutscene. I didn't know it just spawned in and just launches you a little bit. That's funny.
Yeah, it spawns in like immediately, and like because the whole like mission is about finding this, right? And then they find it and they take it outside, but it just teleports outside. It's such a funny thing to have.
So what this device is, it basically allows conduits to swap power, to like give powers from one to another.
Yep.
And that's basically their written explanation for why enemies can have the same powers, and every other like superpowered character has completely different powers. And it's also was used on Quo a lot, and we're gonna be seeing enemies with her powers for pretty much the entire second half of the game, and they are very, very annoying.
No, you're gonna see why in German in just a second. Any language other than English has a specific dialogue skip. The audio cue thing is it doesn't really matter. Like the thing is, I'm not used to Dutch, which is the fastest, so I don't really know the audio cue for that mission specifically. There's one mission specifically where I need an audio cue. And German for me is better because I've run the game in German a lot, but yeah, the thing is it skips the dialogue playing in any other language, and then it is slightly faster as well. If it weren't for the dialogue skip though, English would be faster, but...
Yeah, it would be a cutscene right after... It would be playing a second cutscene after this cutscene ends in the, if it were English, but in... Or, no, it's not a... Wait. I need to be reminded. It's been a while, so I need to be reminded the specifics in a second.
Which specifics?
Like, whether it's a cutscene or if it's just Zeke running up.
It's just Zeke running, yeah.
Yeah, so... Yeah, right here, it shows that saying Quo and Zeke ran after Bertrand, but if you're playing on English, Zeke will run up, and then Cole and Zeke will talk for a while, and then you're going to get the ability to have a new power. So we just moved on to champion rank again, which means that right after this mission's done, we're going to be unlocking a lot of powers, and we're going to be just buying pretty much our loadout for the entire rest of the game. I don't think we buy any other powers, do we?
No, we don't.
Yeah. We do gain more powers, like, just through the story, but as far as buying powers, we're done. This is one of my favorite launches in the game, if it goes well. Oh, did it go bad? Oh.
Okay. It didn't go off, but then, yeah. Even if you don't jump, it still goes off. There you go. It wasn't, like, the perfect one, but it was very good.
That was really nice.
Also, by the way, just as a heads up, after this mission, I am good to do like a break.
You've been making really good moves in this run.
Yeah, very good. I'm like really, really good. I mean, I would be behind my PB by like 2 minutes, I think, because I did die once. My PB doesn't have like accidental deaths, but it is a really good run. Anyway, it's just really good.
So this fight is a little bit weird because he's rampaging throughout the city, but the way that it checks for him to do certain attacks is basically either by a timer and your proximity to him. So if you try and stay behind him as he's rampaging through the city, he will actually attack faster and allow for you to get an attack in on him. But if you go behind him, everything's going to be destroyed and you can't really charge up as much. So it's kind of like a get ahead of him, charge up, and then get behind him as fast as you can.
No.
Oh, yeah. That breath attack can really be annoying.
Oh, no.
Oh, you didn't destroy it. Oh, no.
I never actually get it in one, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get it in one because you don't have enough energy. If you are
you
well,
can-
actually, no. If you are close to him and you throw grenades, you can. But I never remember about it. I just never remember about it.
Because it's a random which attack he does, and if you're not prepared for the breath attack, it's really devastating because he just goes very far away from. Oh, nice! You got both of them at once.
I don't think I got the one cycle.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't get the dialogue. You get a dialogue when you get it.
Yeah, when you had the chest, you can break both of them at once, which he did. Okay, you did.
There you go.
Oh my god, I thought you died there. I legitimately thought the car killed you.
Also, by the way, I didn't do the chest. I was like one hit away.
Oh, you have to still get the chest now?
Yep. There you go. Now he opens only one side. Oh, he opened both sides. Okay.
Yeah, I think he only opens up. He opens up both if he's adding if he's spawning enemies. But then if he's only doing like the tentacle attack, he only opens up one side.
Okay, so we're like midway to the run now. This is exactly midway because we get to the Flood Town and Gasworks afterwards.
Yep. So do you want to take the break or no?
Yeah, I could do it now. Yeah, for sure. Because this mission is, it doesn't matter if I like stop in between because it's just this. Yeah. It's just the mission.
This is your courtesy reminder to fire the missile.
Yeah.
We talked about it a lot yesterday. Personally, at least for me personally, I've made the mistake a few more times than I care to admit, where you press the button to lower the drawbridge, and then you need to press the button again to fire the missile. I've lowered the drawbridge and then just made a beeline directly for the next generator without actually firing the missile.
This time I didn't forget. Actually, if you like press R1 too fast, after that you can actually fire another Tesla rocket.
Wait, you can?
Very funny. Yeah, you can. It's very funny because you can't get it anywhere, but you can.
So, pretty much, I think we when we talked yesterday about like planning out what we were gonna say for this, like we kind of said that these missions don't really have too much to talk about, so we were gonna kind of maybe get some questions from people who are watching and anything we like trying to answer some things there.
Yeah.
So if anybody has any questions, let us know.
Wait, this is the Permag, and they are like. Yeah, they are certainly one faction in the game. They are annoying.
They are the most deadly enemies in the game. This faction, they can just be really, really annoying enemies to deal with because they jump around. They have their own version of ice launch, and if they decide to do that, they will be invincible while doing it. For a very short amount of time, and it's the most annoying thing when you're trying to like take them out and they're one hit away from being taken out, and then they do the ice launch and then you have to chase them down again.
This game easy to learn from speedrunning? Very easy.
Yeah, I think it's the only really, really difficult thing that's like kind of a barrier to entry is using detonation blast.
Yeah.
But even that, it's like you don't necessarily need it if you're starting out. If you just want to get in and play a nice speed game, like, because this was the first game that I have ever speedrun, because like I'm just a big fan of the inFAMOUS series, and it was really easy to get in and start learning it.
Yeah, it is. Like for me, this was one of my first ever speedruns. I did my first run while blind. Well, not blind. I had played the game, but I didn't route anything. I just did a run. Actually, I did hard mode and I did evil karma. Because at the time I just wanted to do something, and I just did that. And it was a 5.5 hour run, I believe. So.
Favorite Cole costume? You want to take that one first?
Kessler, probably. I mean,
I think I'm impartial to the Slycane.
I mean, yeah, the Slycane is very good. I mean, it's either the Slycane or Kessler.
Apparently, it was there was some like behind the scenes stuff or some like development stuff that was recently found, and it was originally that you could you can mix and match weapons and skins, which you can't do that in the final version of the game, where you could do so you could be Kessler with the Slycane.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it would be so much fun, to be fair. But Second Son's issue is just the story. Well, the main character is the issue. The story is fine if it weren't for the main character being how he is.
I don't like. Second Son's story. Like I don't like Delson. I don't like really any of the characters other than Fetch and Augustine.
No one likes Delson. Delson is the worst main character in any game. Like there's no question about it. He's really bad.
I know that I shouldn't dock the game too much for it, but the fact that it retcons the ending of 2 is really, really annoying to me.
Yeah.
I like the gameplay of it. The gameplay of it's pretty good. I definitely prefer First Light compared to
First Light
Second
is so
Son.
much better. Much better.
It was okay. So I didn't have a PS4 originally, but my friend did, and he had First Light, and he let me play through the game on his PS4. I had not seen any of Second Son because I was waiting to play it for myself, but I played First Light, and then I went, okay, I really like this. All of my fears about Second Son are just gone now. And then I played Second Son, I'm like, oh, all my fears should have stayed where they were.
So yeah, do you guys want to do the break now? Because I'm up for it.
Yeah, we can do a break if you want.
Cool. Okay, so, because after this, there's only like, it's the halfway point right now, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So are you going to do the end of this mission or no?
Yeah, I just finished the mission. And I am in Lumber Beam. Yeah.
All right. Sweet.
Oh. So on these longer runs, we like to do quick wellness breaks in between, just so everybody can get up, get some water, make sure they're doing everything they need to do to be, stay healthy. So we are going to take a quick few-minute break here. We are going to have everything I just said, and then we'll be back with more Infamous 2. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Infamous Community Relay. We are in the middle of Infamous 2, and I will just kick it over to the runner and the commentary, and they can take it away whenever.
Okay, so welcome back to Infamous 2. This is Dumber Beam. It is, a very straightforward mission. So you're just gonna see when you play the game, you use the Dumber Beam and you kill enemies, and that's it.
I'm excited to see this just because I know that from the last time that I did a run, it's a few things have been found that change, I believe, or unless I'm confusing that with another mission.
There is one thing at the end that is different, but that's it.
Yeah. So it's this is pretty much just another turret mission. It takes a bit, but it's really cool. Casually, this is probably one of the best missions in the game just because of, the sheer scale of and the amount of experience that you just gain just from this mission alone, from the amount of enemies you just take out, immediately. And, the Ravagers, the first boss fight that you have, it just takes them out in, 2 seconds.
I got the bad thing, okay.
Oh, okay. It took a second to load up for me to see what you meant, but yeah, no, that can happen if you move a little bit too fast and get off the light just the slightest bit too early before the enemy is officially declared dead. It will play that ending animation, and you can't really do anything.
I always do the same, so I don't really understand why it happens, but yeah, it makes sense. You know, one thing about like the current patch, they patched like the experience stuff, so like you don't really get that much experience with from this mission.
Oh, you do? Oh, you don't. That was only. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they patched it because in GDC you could like cheat your way through the powers, like getting all the XP required with GDC missions. So
it's funny you say that because a few days ago I was on. I went to the infamous subreddit, and somebody was just. It was hilarious because somebody just had a mission where it was like 10,000 enemies, and they had like this counter of takedowns that was just ridiculously high, and they gained a ton of experience. And then you go into the comments, it's like, yeah, I didn't retain any of that experience at all. I'm really upset right now because I spent like an hour grinding those enemies.
Yep, you don't get any of the XP anymore in current patch because of that, which is very sad.
It's sad, but it makes sense. Like,
I mean, it makes sense because, like, I mean, the problem is one of the trophies just gets to be like almost impossible. Buying everything is like so fucking bad. Getting points, getting XP in this game. Oh no! Like,
the thing is, that was the last trophy I got before I got the platinum for this game. You don't need to do it on a single playthrough. I thought you needed to do it in a single playthrough, have all the powers because
you have to do it in both. Yeah.
And I had played the game many times and it was one singular power that I just never bought that kept me from getting the platinum. Just take a wild guess what power it was.
So this is the change that I made to this mission. It's the only thing.
Oh.
Okay. Whenever you kill the first few enemies, you don't wait for the sirens. You just like go back because you don't have to do anything else. As long as the star is gone off the map, we're good. The enemies that I wanted to spawn didn't spawn there. They're spawning now. Okay, whatever.
So at the end of this mission, what's going to happen is there's going to be a few ice guys, a new version of the ice guys that's going to come in and start helping you take out
the conduit version of the guys.
Yeah, I think the official name for them is the ice heavies. There they are. You can see the tower they're making, and in a cutscene that is going to be skipped. There's going to be two enemies, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the right is supposed to come down and start talking to Zeke and LaRoche at the... and once that's skipped, he still has to go through that animation slightly. So Sandra's going to be focusing his attention on the enemy on the left. Oh, you got him in the water. Nice. Which means that's an instant kill for the enemy on the left. That's completely random whether or not that happens. And... there you go. That was really good. I
got two charges too.
I saw that.
That's so good.
Those two can be absolute pains to deal with.
Yep. Because when they're making towers, they are invincible. We talked about that earlier, and it's so bad. It is so bad.
Okay, burning wells. This is probably the most boring mission in the game. I'm not going to lie. Just because you have to you have this one cap and you have to put out the fire for 4 wells.
Oh my god.
No,
did I really just do that?
Oh no.
That should not happen. I aimed a bit further up. Oh my god, now I'm now a bit further down. Am I being like, I'm just gonna use the cap the way you're supposed to be used.
Yeah, so there's 3, after this first one, there's 3 more wells around the map, and they are in completely different locations. They are nowhere near each other, and so you kind of have to play a little bit of like which one am I going to go for, but it's not the hardest decision because to go for this one first, because immediately afterwards you can take a death abuse and move the cap back to the midpoint, which saves a bit of time, and doing the other ones you can do in a bit of a line that leads closer to where the start of the next mission is.
Also, you wonder why I don't do it during the cutscene is because you can't, like before the cutscene. So
now this is probably one of my favorite enemies in the game for the speedrun, and there's a specific reason for that. We're going to see a lot of them. We never have to fight him once, ever. We legitimately, there's never a single time where you are required to fight him.
The game tells you to kill him, by the way, but if you
just cap the well.
you death warp, the game's like, oh, never mind.
Now
you
he's
don't have to kill
despawned.
him. Yep. Okay. Now this one.
Before, like, you don't have to kill him. You can actually just go grab the cap and just keep moving on to the next ones. But it's better to death warp because it moves the cap back to the midpoint of the map.
Yep. That's pretty much the whole thing.
In this cap, despite the texture making it look metallic, I believe it's made out of pure rubber because this cap likes to bounce a lot. It is a really finicky thing to work with, as you've very clearly seen already. It does not like going where you want it to go. So we got the second cap here.
Let's go, and now for the third one.
Now the third one's the biggest pain to deal with because it's kind of in like an enclosed space that with like buildings all around it. So it's kind of like there's walls that you don't like because the other ones are pretty much out in the open. This one is very enclosed and you have to get it into a very small space, which you can get to just by like dropping it from above, but that's very difficult to aim at points.
Okay, I think I got a good one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got it right next to it.
Yeah, very good.
Nice. That is a lot easier said than done.
There we go. Cool. Sometimes the cat likes to like fly away. That's why it's so bad, because it bounces off everything.
And now we've got 2 missions that are just cutscenes that you can't skip.
So if you have like any questions, just ask them now.
Yeah, this would be a really good time. These are probably some of the longest cutscenes in the game.
They are both. This is 3 minutes, and then the other one is about like 2 minutes or something, or a minute and a half maybe.
Because again, you can't skip cutscenes that are blast core powering up, and cutscenes where it's introducing a split path on which mission you can take. So you have to sit through them, and we've got 2 of them back to back.
He could pick up the rubber thing with kinetic bolts because it's not really like, he's not really like charging electricity to it. It's just like. Why is the game in German? The game is in German because any language other than English skips a dialogue in one of the missions that I already did. And then it's also like overall faster.
Because there's a lot of times where you're waiting for those phone calls to happen. And one thing that I really wish, like, because I think it actually legitimately would have been faster is something like Korean or Japanese. But the thing about the reason why those 2 were pretty much excluded from being compared at all is because those versions are only available on current patch, which is really upsetting.
Yeah, and also getting a Korean copy of the game is very hard to get right now. So
I have a copy of the game from pretty much every region in the world except for like Korea and Australia, and the reason I don't have from Australia is just because I don't need it.
Korea is really hard to get. There's like not even like digitally you can't, and then like getting a disc version is so hard to find. The Japanese version is pretty easy to find.
It's also like
It's funny because like the Japanese version has some slight changes that they made to colors and some stuff.
Yeah, it's actually a really cool version of the game. It's mainly the lightning that got changed because there's a lot more. Yeah, it's a lot more fearful of.
It's a lot more like anti-seizure. That's pretty much the whole thing.
Yeah, and it looks because it still has all the same effects of the lightning, except the lightning just doesn't light up. It still is there, and it's a really weird effect to see, but it can pretty much be described as you're shooting asterisks at people, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
But another thing that's interesting about the game, about pretty much every version of the game, is every version includes the English dialogue. on it. The way that you get other languages is by switching the language of your PlayStation system and have a copy of the game from that region. So if you have a copy of the game from, say, North America, you can get either English, French, or Mexican Spanish, and I make that
it's like an American Spanish,
I make that distinction because there are separate dubs for Mexican Spanish and also
Spanish.
European Spanish. Yeah. Which you said
with the PAL version, what you actually do is you change the system language, so the whole console language.
I made a mistake
because the Spanish version only has English and French, I believe.
Yeah, I made the mistake of buying a UK copy of the game by mistake because I thought it was from a different region. The UK copy pretty much only has English on it, which when I was trying to get things like Dutch and Polish to be available, but so I think I got my copy for that from the Netherlands, I believe.
The password to the club host, to the club, yeah. The fucking, yeah, what was the password again?
Don't shoot my ass.
Don't shoot my ass, yeah, don't shoot my ass.
That was, I love that. I love the back and forth between Cole and Zeke in this game. It's so well done. It's like, they're just, it's like, pulls a gun out, it's like, whoa, password to the clubhouse? Oh man, I love these guys.
So this cutscene, like, you know, it's, you know.
It goes on a while. This cutscene's pretty good in English. It's,
yeah.
But the choice makes very little sense. I'm gonna be honest with this one specifically.
Well, I only have the PAL version and the Japanese version, but the PAL version has like, it has English, well, the PAL 5, which is English, Spanish, Italian, German, French, and then it has Portuguese, it has Polish, it has Dutch, and it has Japanese.
Wait, it has Japanese in the EU version?
No. And then I have the Japanese one, and there's a Korean, and there's a Chinese version.
Yeah, but again, those are all locked to current patch because
it also has Russian. Yeah, that's the one I forgot.
The game actually got a very different age rating in Japan. It's actually this game is an 18+ game, which I guess makes sense to a degree. So it was like I think that's the reason why it's only on current patch, because that actually got a little bit later because of like dealing with what's called age restrictions. All right, so this launch is really useful because it gets you there. It gets you to the start of the mission very fast, but you need to make sure that you get outside of the train yard and then go into it from the outside, because otherwise, if you just jump directly into the train yard, it actually won't count you as going into the correct place.
It's also very new. By the way, I never did it in a run. This is the first time actually doing it in a run.
Yeah, I was about to say, because like I usually remember the other run that you basically go into Gasworks, but you stay on like the very edge of the canal, and then you use the box on the side of the building. But that actually seemed like a lot more consistent.
I'm gonna see if I can show off something. You see how these photographs work? Well, they don't really work that well. See if I can show it off.
I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm curious as well.
Like, you just look at that. Like, is the guy in the picture? Is he not? I mean, the game thinks he is, but I mean, you're supposed to take the picture of all of them that are inside, but the game's like, oh yeah, you're taking a picture for sure. Yeah. You can also take a picture of like nothing in here, and it will count. It's just so good.
Mach den aus, bitte, Thomas.
Also, this is super fast in current patch, but not in old patch.
Yeah,
Kuo, du hattest recht.
Yeah, this is something that was definitely patched. Like it. Okay, it happened. Okay, I didn't want to say anything, because I didn't want to jinx it. But yeah, you could soft lock there again. I no idea what causes it. It just happens sometimes. But you can only soft lock on old patch.
Not links, of course. The game doesn't actually mean to the left. It means actually like most of the time it's like move to the left, but like most of the time it's like actually move to the right, not to the left, even though the game says left. It's weird. It's a weird like thing. You never use it again, and well, you use it in secondary missions, but.
There's a little Easter egg during that cutscene that we skipped there, where I don't know, it's definitely not this for other languages, or you know what, it actually might be, but I don't know, where there's a guy screaming as Bertrand is turning him into a swamp monster, and Bertrand shouts out, "Don't give up, Nate," because the person who did the voice for the guy screaming was Nate Fox, one of like the heads at Sucker Punch, one of the lead designers of the game. So that was just like a funny little Easter egg they put in.
Hello there, Waffles. I see you there in the chat. Hope you're doing okay. Hope everyone's doing okay at this time if you're from Europe, because it's kind of late.
Wonder why they didn't make the language dubbing an in-game option. Yeah, that would have been a good thing to include, but it kind of makes sense, because like if you're dealing with like a physical copy of the game, only certain languages are very prevalent in certain parts of the world, so that's generally how like most games worked in with physical releases.
Oh my god, no.
Because you only have a limited amount of space on that disc.
There you go, he died.
Okay, that was a little scary for a second there.
Yeah, he can kill you instantly, by the way, if he gets you inside his mode. The game doesn't really like it that much. So.
And also, you can see there's a giant contrast between the sticky grenades and the ice grenades now, seeing the Devourer before we got them and after we got them. Because the ice grenades, because they explode on contact, they do a ton of damage, and they have a chance for an insta-kill on human-sized enemies. They're great. So we're taking a death warp here because it makes the mission end faster, it skips some dialogue, and it puts us a little bit closer to the next mission. This is pretty much one of the only... I'm assuming you found a launch for this, but this is one of the only places where on current patch we absolutely would want to be using the mission creator for, because of just the insane amount of distance that we need to travel. I've not seen this launch, so I'm excited to see it.
It's one of the best in the game, and it's really consistent. It's 100% consistent. This one never fails.
Oh my god! Oh my god, dude!
Yep.
That's insane. You're right there.
Yeah. It gets into the mission instantly. It's amazing.
And yeah, now we just have a nuke.
Yep. Well, now we just have a nuke.
We're not there's no explanation. We just have a nuke now. So this is what I think speedrun wise, the second worst mission in the game. And you will see why in a minute. It is the first bit of it's not that bad, but the second part of it is very, very bad, because most of the missions from the entire, like, most of the missions up until this point have been either go to this certain place, do this certain thing, protect this object. But if you... But when it very rarely asks us to go through and fight a bunch of enemies. And this is one of the few missions that do, and you're going to see why that is a big problem at the end of this mission. It's mainly because the enemy AI was built to be extremely dynamic for anywhere on the map, especially because they had that mission creator that was going. And because of that, the enemies are a lot of fun to fight casually because you can't really predict their movements as much. But in a speedrun, you can't really predict their movements as much, so it's a lot harder to deal with them.
Oh god, no. Not this.
Oh, geez. That car came back at you with a vengeance.
Yep. He was
It wanted
no,
revenge.
no. He was like, no, dude, you're not launching me. You know how many times I've died from like getting grabbed by the Ravager there?
Oh yeah, no, I don't think I've died too much from it, but it's like it wastes a ton of time because you just because he pins you to the ground and makes you do the quick time event.
And the thing is, oh god, is he stuck? Where is he stuck? Oh my god, how did that car move there? That car wasn't there.
What? Okay, I wait, how? Yeah, what? I'm assuming, oh, you know what? It was probably the Ravager pushing it.
Yeah, it was the Ravager.
I don't know why the thought just came to my head now, but are you planning on getting Graviton Blast at any point in this run?
Nope.
Okay.
By the way, because I got here super early, these enemies hadn't spawned in yet. So I could just get there safely.
Yeah. So right now we can just basically go ahead to the next objective, but no matter what, we still have to just wait for Zeke to arrive, so it's not really I'm
gonna wait a bit. I was waiting a bit just in case, because I don't like countdowns. Okay, so oh yeah, I'm gonna get some more.
Okay, so we see the Beast is almost to Numere. It traveled down the entire East Coast to get here.
Okay, so now I killed this dude. And
you were trying to make sure that... Oh, you're not doing it. Okay. I thought that you were pulling that menu up because you were checking for ionic powers.
I was checking for Alpha Explosion just in case it wasn't on, because I don't like having detonation blast in here.
Because one nasty habit this game has at points is that after certain cutscenes, and it's a very specific set of cutscenes, that don't really have much consistency to them, but they just are. There's a couple of them. They will switch your ionic powers just regardless of what you had before. It'll switch it back to your default ionic vortex, and a few of those cutscenes will actually switch all of your powers back to the defaults. Don't exactly know why it happens, but the cutscene that caused it to go back to vortex was actually the Blast Core cutscene that was 2 missions ago. We just haven't done any ionics since then. And as you can see, this is why this mission is like a real big pain, is because the enemies aren't grouped up at all, and you just have to hunt for them in this area. Oh, and we got introduced to the shotgunners. The shotgunners will run up to you, leave an ice trail behind them, run up, shoot you with a shotgun, and then run away. And they are very, very annoying.
Yep, they keep going back and forth. And also, I used to like grab an extra ionic charge for some reason, but it doesn't make any sense, because after powering up Gasworks, you don't have one anymore. Because whenever you get to the last relay, Bertrand
right,
takes,
because it drains all your ionics for that bit.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
Makes sense, because you would be able to kill the enemies. The enemies with that.
So when I've done runs of this game, I usually use this bit to try and grab blast shards, but blast shards don't really matter that much at all. So right now we're pretty much just waiting for Zeke, and we're pushing. You push him to basically get him to the place he needs to be faster, because he has to hit certain spots for dialogue to start playing.
Hey, Moment. Ich schaff dir Platz.
Moving, cool. Sometimes you can move him away from a trigger, and he doesn't move, and it's very bad.
So as you can see,
this is 10 times harder than Kuo, by the way.
Yeah, and also this is like more. This is a little bit more of a showcase of like what can typically happen with Quo, and why that Quo push earlier in the run was so insane.
Pushed him back and forth. Imagine that. Okay, so we're going to power up Gasworks, which has some of the best strats in the game. Pretty much skipping everything that the game tells you to do because it's slow.
And also a trick with a very, with a really funny origin.
Yep. Playthroughs are like powerful sometimes for video games. I'm sure some of you that speedrun games have found that some casual players did certain like glitches or skips by mistake or by accident.
I think like didn't recently like there was a massive discovery found with Metal Gear Solid because of a streamer doing a casual playthrough.
A streamer was doing a casual playthrough and he found a big skip.
Now, in this bit, you're told that you need to hit crushers with the missile. You don't actually have to do that if you know where the generator is, but you won't always have the time to actually hit it. So, hitting crushers will actually reset the timer that you have to hit the next object. So sometimes, like, we want to hit as few as possible while being able to make it to the generator. And then any crushers that we didn't hit, they'll still just despawn. Like I said, we do not have to fight a single one of those ever in this game.
There we go. That was a really good one.
Nice.
You can tell it was a really good one because when I landed, he kept going. It is very annoying when the launch ends close to water because he will keep like running into the water, which you don't want to happen.
One thing that we should probably talk about, we did kind of mention it earlier, but like this is the mission where it can actually legitimately happen and be a massive problem, is that every time you finish one of these sections, it will do a blast wave that will defeat every enemy on the screen. But sometimes enemies will just not die from it.
I mean, if you paid attention to powering up Ascension, I actually like one of them didn't die. Oh, yeah, like the militia can also do that. Usually they die, but some of these dudes they stay alive. Oh.
And it's not too much of a problem when powering up Ascension or even Floodtown. Well, in Floodtown, it's a little bit more of a problem. In this one, it's an actual problem because they can keep shooting you while you're a sitting duck, essentially. And you can die while firing the missile. You have a lot of time to do it because we're playing on easy, but it's not as much time. It's not like it's guaranteed that you're going to survive.
If you were already like at half damage or something, you will die. If there's like at least 2 or 3. With one, not really, but with 2 or 3, yeah. And usually in this third one, there's at least 1, but usually like 2 or 3 is what I get.
This is the one where it usually happens a lot because that shockwave doesn't exactly go downwards as much as it should. And if enemies are caught at the very bottom of the building.
Yeah, it's also because some enemies just jump really far away from the objective, and the blast doesn't actually get there. No. That's the issue. Some of them are like really far, like right there, like where I'm aiming. Like it's just like not too good.
This is the mission where I usually like try and make sure that I try to have Graviton Blast, try and get Graviton Blast because there's RPG guy up on the roof. But like it's pretty much entirely up to runner preference with Graviton Blast because it just makes a certain mission like. I wouldn't say easier, just like slightly different, like just with another, what I would consider to be face of change, because it's just, you have to kill all those enemies, and I really want Graviton Blast because I don't want to deal with the enemies on the boat. I just want to say, get in the water, I don't want to deal with you.
There's 3 guys in the map right now that are alive, but they are really far away, so I don't mind it.
So we're probably going to see, he's most likely not going to die here, but you're probably going to see, you can already see that
they're shooting.
They are shooting Cole right now.
Yeah, one of them must be like near me, like close to me. Like right there, like in the tower. Like he's actually on the tower, right?
Alright. So when he gets to this
on the other roof.
once he gets to this next one, is the trick that was found. The origin of this trick is not actually a casual playthrough. It was a cutscene movie that this was found in. Once we get to it.
That's perfect.
You are making these launches look so easy.
Yeah. They're not easy at all.
So, what we're doing right here is we basically cannot shoot the enemies, and we have infinite regenerating health even though it doesn't look like it. Oh, you got it really fast. Nice.
Yep. If I don't get it, there's a backup that I can do, and it's very fast to do too, So
basically, Zeke comes in to save the day and shoots has to shoot the enemies while you're trapped in the cage and just trying to survive. Even though you will never die, you actually can't die in that bit. And Zeke takes a random amount of time in order to defeat the enemies. But if you can clip out of there, you can just defeat the enemies and make it be as fast as possible. Now, the way that you want to do that is that having the enemy shoot you pushes you back slightly while you're aiming. And if you're pressed right up against the wall, they can shoot you directly through to the other side of the wall. I love Bertrand, because once he's off screen, they never expect you to see this because you're supposed to still be in the cage. And again, this was found in a cutscene movie. So the enemies get up, but they don't do anything.
They're in a different state there. You can actually kill them. And if you hit them, they give you evil karma, so it's not that good.
Yeah, because they're technically counted as civilians by the game. For some reason, they just have a flag saying, hey, we're just generic NPCs, not enemies. Because they're part of the cutscene, so yeah.
So here, this part of the run is the launch party, right? Because you do a lot of launches every time, everywhere. There's there's many in this mission. There's one after the mission. There's one. Well, there should be one after this mission that I'm gonna do now, but I'm probably not gonna do it because I don't remember how to.
This mission is entirely different from the last time I did a run, so I'm very excited to see. Oh wait, you used this crate? Because the old version was to do the crate next to that building across the street.
That's always been my version. I've never done anything else. I've always used that. It's the box.
The box. It's not just a box. It's the box.
It's the box. Yeah, people there's one. I mean, the box is actually one in one of the piers, but whatever. Those boxes doesn't really matter that much.
So right now in this mission, we're basically trying to find safes within these warehouses, and the safe is in the same place every time, so you just go for it as fast as possible.
Wow, I got an upgrade.
Yeah, that's so helpful. It has blast shards in it for you. Now this one is weird because what happens is when you enter it, the ice guys seal the exits and start pumping poison into there. But even if you broke the wall already, it still won't.
You need to break 2 walls. If you break 2 walls, that's it. Well, one in each side.
Yeah, I think no. You only just need to break 1. It doesn't count the one that you broke going in because
that's what I mean,
yeah. So skipping this cutscene luckily despawns every enemy, so you have no distractions with this guy, the Titan. We luckily only have to fight him a couple times, and he's fairly consistent. And whenever he's inconsistent, it is usually in our favor, which he can accidentally, if certain conditions are met, which we're still trying to fully figure out, he can just despawn.
Yeah, he clips through the ground. It's square.
Also, Cole can turn into a wacky, wavy, inflatable arm flailing tube man here. I don't know what causes that. I've just seen it, and it's hilarious whenever it happens.
It's like in the Storm the Fort cutscene where you get the powers. Nyx can be a blob. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I don't think I have actually.
You
But,
know, like those blobs of like oil that she makes. She can become one of those.
No, I have seen that. During the cutscene, and she just walks around and she is the blob of oil.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Because there is a lunch after this, but I'm not gonna do it because it's too bad. It's really bad.
All right, so now it's time for you to make it's time for you to make a decision. Do you want to do it or no?
I mean, for the sake of speed, no, really, but this cutscene, it would be the best one to watch. But for the sake of speed and like ending the run, because like it's late, you know. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Even if it's just like a minute, you know. Because it's not that long, right? But.
Yeah. It is. It's just a really good cutscene that it's just Zeke and Cole hanging out.
I can just let it play for a bit to see like what they do. That's it. I'll do this. They are watching a cowboy movie, by the way, and a western, and they just chill on the rooftop.
There's guys being dudes.
Yeah. After that cutscene, you get Spider-Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like this power that much. It's fine.
I don't know. For me, just like I don't know. Like I love Ice Launch already, and like that one, like it helps, and it saves the day in a couple spots in the run, but I don't really like it.
I would like this power a lot more if because you can only use it while you're aiming. If while you weren't aiming, it would do R2 would do Ice Launch, but if you were aiming, it would do Lightning Tether. I would love the power because it would only be an upgrade, but the fact that you have to keep switching in between the two powers is very annoying in this game.
Yeah, that's like the worst thing, like having to switch every time.
Yeah. So this is the mission that this is the mission I was talking about earlier, where I usually try and get Graviton Blast for. It is it's basically just ice guys everywhere, and you just have to kill them all.
Oh my god.
Die Eistypen haben das Schiff abgeriegelt.
Echt? Meinst du, die wussten, was sie vorhaben? Mann, ich frag mich, warum die haben zu tun, Sieg. Richtig.
Okay, no. I'm basically trying to give you like some quiet here because I don't want to.
Yeah, you can talk. I mean, you just have to kill enemies.
Yeah, these guys like to jump around all over the place, and it's like the thing is with the militia, which is like the first faction of enemies that we had to deal with, they tend to work in squads, which is good because they're all grouping up together, and then anytime you have to actually fight them. And there's very few times where you actually have to fight them in terms of the speed run. With swamp monsters, they basically have no strategy other than run directly at you, which is great because they're running directly at you. With ice guys, they do not like to be near you. They like to take Cole out from as far away as possible, and they like to spread out as much as possible to cover as much ground. So they're very annoying to deal with. But after he takes out the enemies here, the final enemy is going to be another Titan. And that will be, I think, the last Titan that we actually have to fight in the run.
Yeah.
There is one more that we used to have to fight before, or I don't know if this was just a well-known thing or I just didn't know it, but like the last Titan you actually don't need to fight at all.
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm getting like the worst pattern from these guys.
This mission is alleviated slightly through RNG if you get more ionic charges, but it doesn't help that much because ionic charges, what they do is the vortex and the ice ionic are both killing a bunch of enemies in a straight line, and it will, if they're not in that straight line, it's not going to be that helpful. And and as I said earlier, they like to spread around a lot.
These two dudes will usually always die from the vortex unless they move while you're doing it.
So right here, there's a small area right here where you can hit the Titan, but the Titan can't hit you. But it's a very stressful every time you're here, because like you can see there's like a little bit of a second. You don't want to immediately start spamming. You want to wait until you have that reticle on him, because if Cole accidentally does the other hand, he will be aiming directly at the wall and blast you into the water. It is... And that means that you have to restart this mission over from the second boat. It is a painful thing if it happens. So it's
Very
like
painful.
always better to be safe than sorry in this bit here.
Okay, he's throwing rocks and now
So-
nothing else.
And also you can see that rockets are doing a lot less damage to him now that he's taken his mask off. That's not because they're doing less damage, it's because he's actually gaining back his health as it's hitting him. So it's kind of like a tug of war almost on the health bar. But you did that really, really well.
Yeah, that went really well. Really smooth. If it weren't for the other fight, that would have been such a good like mission. But one of the coolest launches too. Oh no, I didn't get the good one. Well, I'll go for the backup then.
Oh no, you got Cole McGrabbed.
Yep. Well, backup time.
So, this next bit, the trigger to get to the next part of the mission is halfway through the building. So, you can usually just enter. It tries to make you do a loop around the entire building, but you just have to be at the halfway point. So, if you just enter from the rooftop, you can just basically go in and go directly to the to that halfway point. And then
something really funny for this girl, it tells you to heal her, but you don't actually have to heal her. You just press R1 triangle once, and that's it. I just press it. Don't hold.
Didn't know that. Oh wait, does that? Yep. Okay. Oh wait, never mind. There is a glitch in this cutscene where she can just be invisible for some reason, and it is hilarious if that happens.
Good power for the spear, and yes, they're better. Well, not all of them, but for the most part, yes. Especially Kua's powers. Kua's powers are the good ones. Not. It's not necessarily the good karma powers. It's Kua's powers.
I would say the only exceptions between which is better for good or evil is our double grenade and potentially skull bolt. I think that is better, but I don't run evil too much. So does that even get picked up in evil runs? All right.
No, because isn't skull bolt isn't it like infamous level?
No, that's Scythe Bolt. That is the infamous level. The
right,
outlaw.
Scythe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I actually don't think I get it in the run. Because you can do the same. You're playing on easy, so you can do the same that I do on current patch, which Alpha Bolt is just good.
So, if you want to know how long that cutscene goes on for, that was just skipped, the audio that's playing right now is the music for the cutscene, and all of like the instrumentation comes in the moment that the monster comes out, and that instrumentation will not be showing up for a while. I can't hear it as part of the run, but like I know that the audio's come through on the stream. So yeah, when you can hear the instruments going, that's when that cutscene would have actually ended.
Also, the game expects you to use precision shot in this mission, but I'm not gonna use it.
It doesn't actually? Yeah. I've never used it even casually.
Yeah, it expects you to do it because of the rockets that get stuck.
Oh yeah, no, the rockets that get stuck, that makes sense. I thought you meant for the mouth.
Yeah, no. I mean, like everything, the game expects you to do it with precision, but it doesn't really it doesn't. You don't have to use precision bolt. No, not even for the rockets. It's actually better to use Alpha Bolt.
Yeah, because because the thing is, it's like precision is good, but you have to spend time lining it up when you can basically just carpet fire across like an area.
You can just spam and maybe you don't hit the missile, but sometimes you hit like some of it, and then like the explosion, the little explosion of the alpha bolt actually hits the thing, which very good to be fair. He can't he can drain the car battery infinitely. The car never stops.
Coming up is actually another one of those cutscenes that will swap all of your powers back to the defaults of like your Alpha Bolt, Alpha Blast, Alpha Grenade, everything.
It's also very funny. It's also very funny because there's 2 cutscenes. It's not only one.
And so after you skip the first cutscene, there's when you're playing the game casually, it just has 2 cutscenes flow together like kind of seamlessly that you don't even realize there's 2 cutscenes. But when you skip the first one, it stops for a second before it loads it up and Cole's just standing there in the middle of the open.
How many pukes are we gonna get? The best one is 1 puke. 1 puke in the whole thing, by the way. I mean, like, he just pukes once here, and he never pukes again. So that's 1. Will we get a second one now?
Also, I think ice powers do extra damage against the swamp enemies, if I'm not mistaken. But it's like it's very light. I could be wrong on that actually. But either way, throwing grenades is just a lot faster and a little bit more precise than rockets, even when you're climbing on stuff.
I mean,
See, he's just standing there.
Why I like using the grenades is because the explosion, like the blast, is actually better.
Yeah, I only really use rockets during this fight for the chest, because like the chest, just because like it has a little bit of a bigger.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I also use the rockets for the chest because I find that getting the 1 cycle, even though it's not consistent, it is more consistent using the rockets than it is using the grenades. So. Everyone is on the right.
So,
that was instant.
Yeah.
That was instant.
No, I can never get it to be instant, like, cause like you always you know where it's gonna be, but like aligning it up beforehand is like a lot easier said than done, because like you will get it like maybe like a quarter to half a second after it gets stuck, but getting it right as it's stuck is like stupidly difficult, because there's nothing that really, like, there's no real visual cue other than like just knowing the general area for it.
I'm saying something about FOB. Like, Festival of Blood it is a DLC, but it isn't a DLC for the game. It is downloadable content, but not for this game. It is a standalone game. Unlike other DLC for games, like it is DLC because you download it. That's pretty much the whole thing. But it's not DLC like for a game, like specifically. It is just DLC that they got from a game. Like, they made a game entirely from this game.
I want to see more stuff, more games like that, because like it feels like what was it? I think Far Cry did it a couple times as well, like where they just said, "Hey, we have this game and this map and these mechanics we've built. Can we just, if we already have it and our game out, can we just make something fun out of it?" Like they did, like, because Infamous and like Far Cry are the only games that I know of that have done that.
Okay, I got a puke, so that's the third one. The best pattern that I've ever got was 1 puke in the first phase and then no more pukes. So he didn't puke once in here.
He really likes to use that breath attack during this fight.
Yep. Okay, that's the chest. That might be it.
I was trying to get a second pair of eyes to, like, because I'm on a slight delay, so I was trying to get a second pair of eyes to know if you got the 1 cycle or not. I cannot tell. I cannot tell. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes down.
So that 1 cycle, it seems like it isn't like much, but it saves quite a bit of time. And then, like, if you don't get any of the pukes, as I call them, the breath attack, you save a whole lot of time. My gold is so good. In that fight. It's like Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need to probably like get my headphones like.
I am going
because I need to hear the TV and hear shit.
We will explain this trick after it's done, but this is the hardest and most precise trick of the run, and I'm gonna give complete silence for it.
I'm gonna try twice, by the way. So just in case I fail it, but.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say the name of it is chase skip because there's a chase afterwards that we skip. So I'm just gonna be quiet for this.
Yeah. It is a precise trick, precise setup.
Treffen wir uns am Dock an der 3. Sieg, du bist der King.
Du bist der King. Okay. This is bad. Okay. I didn't get it.
Did you get it?
No.
Did you get it or no?
He got stuck. He got stuck on the tower. I couldn't even try.
So what it's supposed to happen right there is that that enemy is basically you're gonna have to chase him around the entire map. He has infinite regenerating health, so you can't kill him even with an insta-kill attack. The only time he's vulnerable is if you catch him mid-cutscene and out-of-bounds him by getting him into the water. And then it skips the entire chase phase of the fight. But it's incredibly difficult to do, and it's entirely based on an audio cue.
Again, I'm gonna try once more.
Okay.
Like, I can get it. I mean, the run's going too well. I don't care.
It's a very good problem to be having.
Yeah, I'm just like I'm not like setting it up correctly. I'm not looking at the correct spot. Every time I have to like sew it off, it's so bad. Oh my god, what the hell?
Oh, what? Yeah, I just saw that. So in this mission, you also have infinite lightning and infinite ionic, just by charging up because it's during a storm and you can just recharge anywhere.
Oh no, not this, dude. Don't do this to me. Oh my god, what's he doing with the tower there? Don't make a tower here, dude. I don't think I got it. That was a really weird animation right there.
Oh, you picked him up? Hold on.
I did.
You got it?
Yeah, cool. Great.
Oh my god, nice! Nice!
There you go.
That is... So you could see by the fact that it took multiple tries, that is not an easy trick. It is insanely precise because you need to get it at the exact time that he's running by, and you need to get it... Oh my god, you launched in the wrong direction. You need to get it at the exact time and the exact position to get him into the water, because if he gets caught on an ice tower, if he gets caught on any bit of level geometry, will not work. And you will have to do that 2-minute chase. It is the most precise trick in the entire game.
Ist das Internet nicht fantastisch? Ja, das ist es.
What is the like discussion about God of War games on the PS3? I mean, you know, the fastest version, if anyone wants to know for that, like God of War 1, the fastest is Japanese downloaded on PS3. God of War 2 is any downloaded version, and then God of War 3 is PS4, and then like the PSP games, it's downloaded PS3 version.
So for the end of this mission, you have to kill a bunch of ice guys who are like defending a blast core, which is the final blast core that we need for the entire game. And you only need to kill a certain number of enemies. You don't actually need to defeat the giant big guy, because he just counts as one enemy. So if you can lure him away from the blast core to the point where you really want to lure him away, because if he stays right where he is, he's basically going to defend that blast core with his life. So you want to kind of lure him away as best you can and just defeat as many enemies as possible. And once you reach a certain target, you can just walk up to it and pick it up. And you want to, and this is just a reminder, just make sure you end this mission with an ionic charge.
Oh my god, this is so...
Oh no.
Do not even dare doing this.
That shotgunner was very nice to you right there.
Okay, come here. I'm gonna take it safe. Is everybody like lost a lot of time in this mission? It doesn't matter to me. Yeah. So I just lure him away.
Yeah, because like the big problem is the attack where he brings up all of his ice shards around him and basically makes a small shield, because that will blast you away from getting the blast core. And the reason why we need to end the mission with an ionic charge is because this next mission we're going to be getting our final power of the game, and that final power is another ionic power. And the enemies that spawn, if you don't do that, if you don't already have a charge, are very, very far away.
Yep. The speedrun for the God of War PS4, PS5, PC game is less than 4 hours on NG Plus on easy. It is more than 4 hours, 4.5 or so on very hard mode, glitchless. And then like there's Valkyrie percent, there's many categories, but the main ones are any percent standard and glitchless very hard, and they're both like 4 hour range. Yeah, this ionic power that we get now, the storm, it's not that useful for the run because you get it at the end, but it is useful for completing the whole like secondary mission stuff, because the Titans, for example, they die super fast on those.
Because a lot of side missions in this game are basically, here's a powerful enemy, deal with it.
Yeah, like the Titans, you just like take the mask off and then use the storm, and they just die instantly. Or the other way around, you use it for the weak point first.
Someone in the chat just said Hitless Infamous would be hard. I think that would be actually impossible to do.
Hitless Infamous would be hard. But at least Infamous 1, this game too, it would be hard. It wouldn't just be hard, it would be impossible.
They expect you to... They give you a lot of healing options because they expect you to get hit a lot.
Yeah. There's enemies everywhere. Oh. Okay, so here I need to like be sure that he is actually there, and then like I despawn him by coming here.
I usually just immediately make a beeline for the water and just take as fast a death as possible to despawn him. But oh geez, okay.
Yeah, he despawns in like no time. If you go to that roof, you need to make sure like you actually like look at him though before the mission complete thing is off the wall of the screen.
Yeah, because the start of the next mission's right here, and if Zeke is still there.
The infamous flying kettle. I almost forgot about it.
The anti-gravity kettle.
Very funny object.
I have a friend who's watching that I I absolutely do. I want him to play the game at some point, and I don't want him to be spoiled. So it's a very good thing that we're playing in a different language.
Yeah. Deathless is like very, very possible. It's actually very easy to do on easy.
Yeah, the only thing that
it's in the cutscene, by the way. The kettle, it's in the cutscene. You can actually see it there. It's, yeah, it's fine in the cutscene. Behind goal. Very funny.
I was going to say something. I completely forgot what it was. But
it happens.
So we're in the final mission right now, and this final mission is on the evil side is a lot longer.
And it is actually like a really short mission. It's just the cutscenes take too long.
Yeah, and this is like one of the only starting with in a few minutes, all the cutscenes from that point onward are going to be skippable for the final mission. I'm going to be honest, we can say that the reason why good is way more popular than evil is because, the powers are better, the run's more fun, it's faster. But really, I think the real reason is nobody wants to hit time and celebrate a PB with what you have to do at the very end of the evil mission.
Wow, I killed C. I mean, come on. I hate doing the evil couple mission.
It's so heartbreaking every single time.
It's so bad.
And it's like, it's impossible, like, because it's so depressing that it's impossible to just... Because it's slow. It forces you to be slow and take your time, because it locks away all power, except for it's a quick time event, but it's very slow, and you have to, like, just watch it happen. And then it's like, sweet, got a PB, yeah! It's like, just this awful stuff is happening on screen.
Dude, I killed Zeke faster this time. Let's go.
Let's go.
It only took me like a minute less to kill Zeke. Like, nah, dude. I can't accept that. Half as long, twice as pride. Yep.
I have to try. I know. I have that it's like the most vivid memory going through that ending for the first time. Like, I had to just like, I just had to like lie out on a couch and just wait and like just like process my thoughts for like the entire rest of the day after that.
Half as long. That's what. No, that's not what he said. What? Half as long?
Tomain, you were telling me I might prefer Evil Karma and Infamous 2.
Also, throughout the whole game, like the game's logic is right is good, left is bad. In this decision, it's the opposite. Nix is on the left, and it's the good karma choice.
I do love how in this final mission, it's like they swap roles. Like, that is a really cool thing, honestly.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, like, I don't think there's a trait in Zeke in this game that you can hate. Zeke in this game is so good. The problem is, it doesn't make sense with the writing in one, but...
No, I think it makes more sense. Okay, I know that it is going to be like basically me putting on my big glasses and showing how much of an Infamous nerd I am, but in the comics...
Yeah, the comics, yeah, I haven't actually read the comics.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't either. I just know what happens in them.
I don't know what happens in them. That's my thing.
They basically... Cole has literally no one else. He only goes to Zeke despite hating him because he has nobody else to go to. That is incredible, that launch.
I could have gone all the way to the boat, but I didn't want to fall. But you can actually, like, with that one you're actually, like, I was lined up perfectly for the boat, but I didn't want to take my chance to die. But it's a really cool one, though, to show off.
Outside of the one that just wanted to launch you off in the complete wrong direction, all of these, what happened to his arm? Did it just go away for a second?
Yep. His arms are a bit glitchy, and yeah. And I can make him fall, maybe. Let's go.
You're sending him to his grave about 5 minutes too early.
He didn't fall. He can fall to the water. By the way, he's alive when he falls.
Oh.
Yeah, he keeps talking to you. You can't actually hear him, but you see the dialogue happen. It's very funny when it happens. I always try to do it in runs, but actually, oh my god, getting God on things when you're using ice launch is so bad because you lose all of the momentum. Thankfully,
there's a lot of talk in the chat right now about the comics. Right now, apparently. I'm like, yes, I'm such a nerd, but I haven't actually read the comics. I have them all. I just haven't read them.
So this is how you prevent the lag.
That's how you prevent. Okay, so if you go on all the boats and go back into the city, the game has to load up for a minute, and then there's like about a second where the game completely freezes, and it's very stressful every single time. But right there, apparently, you're good. You don't have to deal with that lag anymore. So right now, we're going to be having infinite lightning during this part of the mission. So, again, the tech that we talked about right at the very beginning of this run was the getting rid of the rocket animation by climbing on something. So he's going to be climbing and just basically spamming rockets. We're going to hopefully, because the beast is taking damage right now, and he will hopefully go down before he actually gets to the point where he can attack us.
He went down. Cool. Alright, I didn't have ice launch. Go down, dumbass. Cool.
What was just a reskinned Ice Heavy with, like, more health?
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you stun lock her just by keeping meleeing her? Oh, jeez. I usually just get the one melee on her and then just try and shoot her while she's on the ground. I haven't tried to stun lock her while meleeing her.
I usually don't do melee if she falls to the ground, but if she doesn't...
Yeah, in that situation, it was definitely the better option to do that. One power that actually works really well in this fight, but we don't actually get it because it's exclusive to hero rank, is Shatter Blast. That rips through his health bar like ridiculously fast.
There we go. So get ready on time because it's happening soon. By the way, it's after this bit. All of the launches at the end went really well. Very happy about that. Okay, so time.
That is a really, really good time. What's your PB again?
Wow, that's only 6 minutes off. Yeah, my PB is at 2:28:13.
That is you did really, really well during this run.
Yeah, that's amazing, dude. That's an amazing run. Like almost 7 minutes off. Like it's really good. And with 3 attempts in chase game.
I'm a little bit nervous because I have to now follow that run up. Oh man, well, that was good.
I had a 250 estimate. Wow, that's yeah, cool. Good thing the internet actually stabilized. I was really hoping it wouldn't die, and oof,
that was very scary. I was like trying to message you on Discord saying like, hey, maybe it might be a good idea to like just see if we can maybe even push first light earlier as well because of the internet. Oh wait, the timer didn't stop.
The timer never stopped. Yeah, I said time, but whatever. Oh. It was at 2:34 or something. I don't actually know, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's whatever. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this run and Infamous 1 too. Like it was a blast. This run's been amazing. Like I don't think I've done a showcase of a run that has been like that clean. Well, I mean, pretty much every marathon run I've done has been like really clean because of all of the practice that I do. But a game like this, like my Infamous 1 like showcase at ESA was amazing as well. So this, you know, this is amazing. 234.59. Okay, that's you know, very good. I mean, it's only like almost 7 minutes of the PB, which is really good for what happened. I had an accidental death. I got all the major skips though. I mean, I got cage clip. I got chase skip third time.
Yeah, like that was the thing that like I was just worried because that trick is so inconsistent. I was like hoping that you would be able to show that off because it's such a cool trick to show.
Yep. And all of the launches that I did, like the one at the end, like there's two in the last mission. So the first one I never did in runs either, and it was perfect as well. Like the one to the tower at the end, that one I got that set up for it today, and I was like, wow, this works super fine, and it worked again. Like amazing. Like I can't ask for something better.
You made every single one of those launches look really easy, and like I feel like if everybody watching, if you have a copy of Infamous 2, load it up. You can do the trick very easily, but it's like incredibly difficult to control.
Yeah.
Try and find something and actually make it to a certain place. Like pick a spot on the map, find a place to launch from, and try and actually hit the point that you set up. It is not that easy.
Yeah, like for anyone that might want to try it, all you need to do is just place detonation blasts. The number of detonation blasts you want to place is generally up to you, right? But for boxes and for pallets that have like a stack of pallets that have more than one on top of each other, like usually they have like 6 or 7. I don't know. I usually place 4, 2 in each side. And then you have to jump, so they have to be like far away from the pallet or the box, but not that far. Because if they're really far, you're not close to the hitbox to jump. That's pretty much the whole thing. If they're too close, it won't work, because you will just jump off of them instead of. Yeah, now it's gonna be Festival of Blood, and I'm gonna be here commentating as well. So
yeah, I'm gonna be running it. So.
Yeah, we can.
If you got any, I got.
I don't think there's anything else to like commentate.
Okay, perfect. So like they were both just saying, we are going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with Infamous Festival of Blood. So we'll see you in a few minutes for that.
See you guys.
Sweet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Infamous Community Relay, and we are here for Infamous Festival of Blood. We have some familiar faces here. I'll let you all introduce yourselves.
Hi, I am Mixbad. You've been, I guess, hearing my voice for the past few hours, but now never mind. I thought I had my face cam going in, but that's fine. So we're going to be going through Festival of Blood, which is essentially came out a little while after Infamous 2. It's on the same map. It's basically a what-if scenario on what if Cole McGrath was bitten by a vampire. Which is, to peek behind the curtain for a bit, this entire event was originally scheduled to be back sometime in July. But then it got moved to October, and personally, I could not be happier because we get to play Festival of Blood during the month of Halloween. Oh, there goes my face cam. Sweet. I had I bought vampire fangs as a joke for this, but they actually wouldn't stick to my teeth, which is upsetting. But I'm super excited because it's the month of Halloween, and we get to go through Festival of Blood because this is a tradition for me every year, basically, to go through this game. And on call is Sir Sanju, who just did the infamous 2 run.
It never stops, as Tommy says. Yeah, I mean, I had to be here for the first 3 at least, mainly because I have the record, but also because I am I would be considered like the oldest runner for all the games. So, yeah, that's pretty much the whole thing. I wanted to be here. Festival of Blood holds a special place in my heart too. It's like such a good game. It was one of the first speedruns that I actually got really good at, and I actually got a really good time, because the 23 that I got, like the 23:57 that I got before I got my PB, I think it was at the time it was my best speedrun ever. Like I hadn't done a better speedrun in any other game, and I had done a lot of games. So yeah, this game really good.
Okay. Well, so I'm pretty much ready to get started.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, you can just count us in.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Now, some folks might say
Okay, so this is Festival of Blood. So right at the start, you notice he has to heal those people. You only need to heal those, and then you run to here, and then you just wait for the dialogue to be done. And whenever it's done, you can actually break this wall of debris and continue on. This first part is, well, you're still not a vampire, but whenever you actually finish this little bit of this little section, you encounter what's supposed to be a civilian, and Cole is like, oh yeah, I want to help, but it's not actually a good person, and it's what happens, you know. So he gets bitten by Bloody Mary.
This bit always screws me up a little bit because you have to do 3 cutscene skips in a row, but there's 2 different ways of skipping cutscenes. For the comic book cutscenes, you have to press circle, and then the other ones you have to pause and do it. You don't get any visual information that the comic book one got skipped, so you basically just have to mash the button until you see the cutscene and then skip it.
I have an audio cue for that, and I mean it's hard to skip that third one. It's like, why?
So this is classic vampire Dracula rules. So if the vampire who bites you dies on the first night that you are a vampire, you turn back to human. So that's the goal of this game, pretty much.
Yep. And pretty early on, you're gonna be seeing one of the. Okay, yeah. If you get hit by coffins while you're doing this, you get off the rails. If Cole decides not to grab onto the rails,
get on the rail.
Yeah, there you go. And you're gonna see here, something that's gonna be used a lot in the run, which is damage skips. Pretty much, you shoot a grenade to the ground as the cutscene that it's a little animation where Mary controls your head and see
it's like Sasha in the first game.
Yeah, it's like Sasha in the first game, yeah. But in this game, you can skip them, and it's pretty nice.
Also, these are those beast messages that we were talking about, how old patch gets rid of them. They are back in this game because there is no old patch.
But these ones are actually shorter, which is very good.
Oh, are they? You know what? They definitely feel shorter.
Yeah, they're not 15 seconds, at least. But yeah, it is still annoying to have all of that. But I mean, here you get the tutorial for the flight, which is the movement of the game, pretty much.
Yeah, that's despite the fact that they run on the same engine. Oh, I forgot to. I forgot to throw the grenade. I completely forgot that right there. But the civilians are running, so let's hope.
There's a.
They didn't run. Okay, so these ones you want them to be farther away.
So there's a civilian. So there's a civilian that says vampire, and when that happens, you have to throw the grenade, and that's pretty much it. But sometimes you don't hear it, and sometimes you just forget about it. It doesn't. These whole damage skips, they save a whole total of 8 seconds, and then when you get to the end, there is a big one. But
yeah, that big one. It's fine if I miss them because it's not too much of a loss. That big one at the end is big. It's a big chain. It's like a big time loss.
Yep. Okay, so these fights at the start are really annoying. There is this one first.
Okay, that went well. Oh wait, no, hold on. No, I left one. I left one alive.
If you're wondering if you have to like actually kill the vampires, you don't. You just have to stun them once they're stunned like on the ground.
I thought that I had done that. This is one of like the worst parts of the game is that the enemies are marked that you have to kill are marked with stars, and the enemies that are dead are like defeated but not staked are marked with X's. So it's really hard to tell when one's done or not.
Got two really close, nice.
Yeah, this fight's bad because they go into random places and you want them to group up as much as possible. Did you not die?
This game, it would be so much easier to like actually know if they left the thing where you like where it says enemy killed, or I don't know what it says in English.
Yeah, because there's no experience in this game, so you don't have takedowns.
The takedown, yeah. But like, I mean, it would have been nice to just have the takedown.
Yeah, you still have that message pop up, but only when you officially stake them.
Yeah.
That cutscene skip right there is actually, I think, a little bit slower to skip than to watch, but it's better to skip it because skipping cutscenes refills all of your resources.
But only if you skip them with start, like the ones with circle don't. Not the comic ones. The comic ones don't refill anything and they don't do anything, so you have to actually skip cutscenes.
There's going to be one that is like, it is really stupid how little time skipping the cutscene actually skips, to the point where it is absolutely way slower, but because we absolutely need the resources, that's why we skip it. This game is a lot shorter than 2, by the way. This is about a less than a half-hour run. It's like a short little...
Yeah, this is a standalone, like, kind of DLC-like game where it's a story-based, like, you know, Halloween joke, pretty much. So it's a pretty short game. It's pretty, like, it's short and sweet, though. Because the playing through this game is it's an amazing experience.
Oh my god, that was amazing! That fight is awful. That fight is awful.
To put you guys into context, those guys are called Firstborns, and what they do is essentially what the Ravagers did in Infamous 2. But these guys fly up and they teleport themselves. So they keep teleporting around the place, and they can grab you and they can hit you. But if you can have good, you know, you have like good luck, you can actually like, okay, yeah. This is a strat that I came up with too. Like,
yeah, I pressed the button and the grenade. Oh, I'm out of lightning. That's why.
You didn't have lightning, yeah.
You want to throw grenades at the civilians so that you know which one is the fake civilian. I'm trying to avoid that dreaded I word because I don't want to say it.
Since this is the tutorial for the Firstborns, the thing is that you can actually throw a grenade there and the first one won't show, but the other guys will actually get like the explosion, the blast. And after that, every time you actually hit a Firstborn, like even if you don't know what it is, they will activate. But that one doesn't activate and comes in handy pretty well. You just like use a grenade there.
And also, you're going to see that in Infamous 2, doing side missions unlocks the ability to drain lightning faster. So you're going to see that, like, in this game, they basically give that to you right from the start. So draining lightning it's a night and day difference between this and the Infamous 2 run.
Oh, you fell? I don't like falling here. Because then this guy moves around too much.
I usually go down here anyway. Oh, come on. I saw it coming, and I just didn't get out of the way in time. Because like that attack right there is devastating, but it's very telegraphed.
So you guys just saw everything that he can do. He can do all.
Where is he? Wait, where is he? Is he down? No, he's back here. Oh my!
He's back
this
there?
is a.
And he killed you. Wow, that's so bad. This is like the worst thing we can get.
Yeah, no, this is.
And now there's no other enemies, just the firstborn.
Oh, well, that makes things just slightly easier. Just because the health bar goes down fast does not make that fight easy, but that is probably the worst thing that could happen there, and I'm glad that something bad happened, because now I don't have any pressure anymore to do really well. So I'm a lot more relaxed to do the rest of the missions now.
Remember to just watch the thing on the wall.
Yeah, you need to look at that thing in the wall or it doesn't update.
Yeah, because sometimes I've done it where I just don't do it, and it's like, oh god, I have to go through the intro again.
There is a chance here, right here, there's going to be another firstborn in disguise. We don't want that. We want to bite a civilian. You can accidentally bite the firstborn and it starts up a fight. It's not a big deal, but like when going for PBs, you definitely want, like, that's pretty much a reset point.
I mean, if you don't get to the mission fast, yeah. I mean, it's
also, biting civilians is fairly slow, but there are blood jars around the map that increase your blood capacity and also make it fully refill your blood meter. So you usually want to go for them over biting a civilian, and we have them routed for the most part.
Yeah, no, they're all routed. Yeah, I mean, there's steel collectibles route as well, and yeah.
Also, we are coming up on the biggest skip in the entire run.
Yep, biggest skip.
This is the biggest skip, and all right.
Whenever it happens, you'll see it. There you go. He pressed circle, and he escaped
done,
2 missions.
Done. We use advanced tech called unplugging the Ethernet cable, because the game they try to have you reintroduce you to UGC by having you do 2 missions made by Sucker Punch themselves using the mission creator, but you don't actually have to do them if you're disconnected from the internet.
So basically, in order to do the old missions category, you need an internet connection. That's pretty much the whole thing.
This is the cutscene that I was talking about, where it's like, where it is absolutely slower, because like that cutscene was ending when I paused, but it refills your resources, and that's what we need right now.
Yeah, you need the blood. That's pretty much the whole thing.
Oh wait, I forgot. I'm supposed to be using the. I was not supposed to be using blood there. I was supposed to use the. All right, that's fine. I didn't use up all my blood, so it's fine.
I think I always use the flight though.
Yeah, I usually try and save it for getting out of the rooms rather than going in.
Well, it doesn't really matter because you're gonna end up like right in the rails anyway. So like no matter where you like actually ride the rails, it doesn't matter. Now the key.
All right. I have had a couple times where I've skipped the first room, or I've skipped one of the rooms, and then that key doesn't show up, and then that's the moment that I realize it. This coming up is actually the biggest potential time loss here.
It is another run killer, because this game is just run killer after run killer. This fight is so bad. It's like we talked about Beast vs. Near.
Oh my god! I'm just going for the boop in the head and then the stake, because it's it'll screw me over in the last mission, but it's.
Yeah, because you'll get the power, right?
Yeah, which is not ideal, but oh my god, I am bad at aiming.
Is the first one you get the blast, or
can you? There we go. Down. All right. See, that fight can go a lot better. That is probably the biggest time loss in the run potentially. That fight.
Oh, by the way, if anyone wants to know, the fastest language for this game is Polish.
Yeah, I'm just playing in English because that's the only version I had of this game.
Yeah, I never to play Polish in the PAL version. So.
Because it's easy with 2 because you can just get a physical copy of the game, but with this, you can't. You have to make like an account for a different country and stuff.
It doesn't really matter though, because Polish is like 1 second faster.
So, right now we're loading up the save because it's faster to get outside.
Yeah, this is a strat that I found randomly, and I was like, wait, what? and it just immediately saved me like 40 seconds. So it's a pretty big warp. It skips like pretty much after this I had to like reroute the blood jars because I would grab some blood jars in the way on the way to here, but not anymore. But it's so much faster. Like, come on.
All right. I have to remind myself, always go left, don't go right, because I always make the mistake of going right.
Yeah, go left.
Because the blood jar, because like I got it in my head that the blood jar was on the Hush building, not on this one. You really want to, you don't want to have those thunder drops go off like too high. You want more like that, because that's a lot faster to jump up.
You don't want a thunder drop. You want like an actual like just an attack. You can get that. That's much better than the thunder drop.
Got him. Okay.
This guy's so annoying. You can actually like if you're fast enough, you can actually throw a grenade and then like like attack the guy and actually skip the mind control thing. But it's so precise in this one. It's not really.
I never go for the grenade there because I want to be on top of that tower.
Yeah, you can also do it on this one, but it's so bad. Like.
Oh, I got him. Okay, sweet.
Yeah, cool.
That was good.
This one can troll up like quite a bit. I've had it happen way too much. So.
Okay, where's the blood jar? I said I was not going to lose the blood jar here, and I've lost the blood jar. There it is. All right, because it's technically a chase mission. We know where he's going, but we need to semi-follow the path. Even we can't just go directly to the end because he's constantly teleporting and moving. Now, this is the big one that we need to make sure we do the damage skip for. Oh, you know what? I'm actually going to charge up right here first. There we go.
Okay, and now if he gets the other part, right?
Even though that the enemy is mostly stationary, it doesn't mean that it's like a guaranteed thing because the camera likes to fight you a lot here.
This guy can die. This guy can die immediately, by the way. So like, what you try to actually just do is hit him after you to get the. Oh,
I got God. but this is not going well.
Oh God.
Oh, whatever. It's fine. Where is he? There he is.
So usually, not usually, but like the good thing that you want to get is you get the damage skip and then you shoot him once and then he falls and dies instantly. That's like the best thing that you can get. And then the second best is he doesn't die, but you actually kill him with rockets. And what he got is the other one that's not good, but. So pretty much he didn't save.
The camera really wants to fight you during that mission.
Yep.
By the way, we're on our way to the final mission of the game. This game, like I said, this game is very short. We're on our way to the final mission right now.
Yep. On our way to fight
Bloody Mary, which is also the longest mission in the game. Which is with the splits. With the split timer, this one mission actually has 2 splits because of how long this mission is.
Yep. Like, I mean, it is like technically like 2-part mission. So it's like you do a chase, then you do a fight. It's a very like in a way it's a very interesting like mission, but I don't really like because it's kind of like when you're fighting Nyx in Infamous 2 in the evil ending, where you have to like chase her and hit her. So in this game, it's like you chase her and she moves again, and you chase her and she moves.
Yeah, you only get 1 hit on her each time. Okay, good. She can push you away right there, and it's really annoying if it happens.
If she does it once, there's a big chance she'll do it more. So you have to be really careful with it.
Also, one thing that you need to constantly pay attention to is the blood meter. You absolutely want to make sure that you're stopping before it hits 0 and not just letting it run out, because you will lose all your momentum if you let it run out. Also, I said I had some choice words about this, about the cemetery here when we saw it in Infamous 2. This, it's a pain to deal with because it's a maze. And you need to just keep flying around and chasing Mary down to different points, and she rubber bands a lot.
And you can get you can get like grabbed by enemies, and it's really annoying.
Luckily, it didn't happen to me there. I could bite those guys, but I know that there's a blood jar right here, which is going to be better to get.
Much better, yeah.
Because it.
Oh no, not that. Why, Mary? Please.
I didn't even know that she could hit you out of that when you have the.
Yep.
Okay, so that means that this next bit's going to get a lot harder. Oh, I got her. Okay, sweet.
Okay, nice.
All right.
Okay, bite.
And we just need to bite one more civilian, and then that's pretty much that's the chase done.
That's a chase done, because all you have to do is just chase her around here, which.
Yeah, you don't want to start flying until this next turn, because otherwise, you don't have enough blood to make it all the way to the end, and there's enemies on the other end. So if you that turn is pretty much a good indicator of like you have enough blood to make it to the end from that point onward. Oh, I got the insta skip.
Yep.
What? That I don't know. That's not consistent. Usually you have to skip the cutscene there.
Yeah, you
still have to skip it anyway. It's slower to get it. Okay.
Yeah, the issue was that you actually got the bad one where you get the hour until sunrise thing, and then you get the cutscene. It's a bad thing.
Oh geez, but the enemies are already coming though.
Yep. The enemies are right there.
So that one thing that I said it was going to screw me over in the final mission by staking a vampire. Staking vampires gives you a counter towards your next power upgrade, but when you have when you stake enough of them, you get an upgrade to your shockwave, which is not an upgrade at all. It is very much a downgrade. It's punch blast, which is the evil level 1 shockwave from 2, which is generally good. It pushes enemies back very far, but the range of it, or the area of it, is a lot narrower. All right, Mary's on her way, right? Didn't Zeke just call that out?
Not yet. It's when you kill these guys.
Okay.
You'll see her spawn in the map.
Okay, here she comes.
There you go.
So you have to melee Mary in this because we were trying to grab a secret weapon known as the Barbed Cross throughout the entire game, and now we have it. We can kill Mary with it.
Funny thing, you see Mary like in the cemetery if you go there during the game, but you can't actually do anything to her because the Barbed Cross is powerful, and then she kills you instantly. She takes your powers away pretty much.
Yeah, and also she locks off part of your powers. She's basically she is a lot like Sasha in Infamous 1 because she also like blocks part of your power meter.
Okay, now okay, she should be coming right now. Yep.
Yeah, I see her. I'm waiting. Okay, I can
kill this guy. Yeah, kill the guy.
I missed him. I'm just going for Mary. She's always more higher priority.
Yeah, the problem is.
So you want to put all of this. You want to make sure the vampired up civilians are always in the water, and I try and jump and knock them on the heads because when you do a standard melee attack, they stay on the. You have this like animation that you've seen like where it slows down everything, but if you hit them on the head, you still get that insta kill because you have the Barbed Cross right now, which is an insta-kill for any melee attack. And bopping him on the head still does the insta-kill without the slowdown.
Yeah. Also, Mary should be coming right after you kill all of these enemies, I believe. Or not, no.
Yeah, this is very much RNG, like how long Mary can take.
It's because of the enemies. You have to kill them. She's on
her way.
There's a specific amount of enemies you have to kill before she appears.
Oh, geez, she's already here.
Yep. What happens if you don't hit her fast? She moves away and she takes one of your of your blood meter.
She blocks off three. Yeah, she blocks off three. Three lightning, 3 battery cores. The main goal for this is to basically know when the enemies are, where the enemies are spawning in and trying to hit them as fast as possible. And I'm trying to do that. It's just that there's a lot of them, and it is a lot to focus on. Especially if things go right, they will go right. But if things go a little bit wrong, it's a lot harder to stay on track. Yeah, it's all right, one more hit and she's gone.
Okay, we're nearing the end of this run.
Yeah. Oh, come on, really? Had to do me like that?
And sometimes he doesn't want to grab, sometimes he doesn't want to like step.
He's not Cole McGrab in this game, which is very unfortunate.
Yep.
All right, once these enemies are down, it's Mary's gone. So now I just got Punch Blast. All right, there's one more enemy. Oh, it's one of them. There we go. And Mary's on her way. All right. That was not great, but that wasn't the worst. That could have gone a lot worse. All right, we're coming up on time.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, at the top of this, once the screen goes fully white, that at the top of the stairs, that's time.
It's whenever you lose. I'm too tired to like think.
You've been on call for the past 7 hours. I don't blame you for being tired.
Yeah, you lose control of goal there. That's what I was trying to say. You lose control of goal. And
so we're coming up on time right about now. Time.
Nice. Even with the mistakes, this is a good run.
Wait, was it? What was the final time?
26. 26. I mean, there's a delay, so 26, 20 something. 26.
That's
yeah,
really good. That didn't feel. That honestly didn't feel like that good of a run. But knowing that it's a 26, even with that, my PB is within 25. Is within the 25-minute mark. It's. This game is incredibly fun and easy to pick up and start learning, because I'm gonna be honest. When this event was being put together, I had actually not done the Festival of Blood run before. So, when I was asked to do this, like I started learning it, and it is so much fun, and it's really fun game to be able to pick up and start learning.
Come on now, that's true.
If any of you like actually would like to try it, it's very easy to learn. You don't even need tutorials or anything. You just watch a run and just learn the route for the jars, and that's it.
Also, I feel like I need to answer a question that everybody seems to ask: is this game canon? The answer to that is definitively no, because of this line right here.
Ran into a little bit of a problem.
Yep.
Hey, I dropped my amp into a cold.
There are no swimming pool. There's no swimming pools anywhere in Numeray. Like, not a single one on the entire map of Infamous 2. So no, this game is not canon at all. Oh man, but that was fun. I'm really happy with that. So yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the thing that makes it not canon is that it is a story that Zeke is telling. It's not like a real story. It's just a story that he's telling. So
I love this ending here.
Yep. Very, very educational.
Oh man,
such a good game. It's a fun game.
Yeah. So, thank you guys for watching that. Like, that was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun. Yes. And I hope you guys enjoyed all of these runs, and I hope you guys enjoy what's coming right now, because First Light is a heck of a run. It's such a good run.
I feel like I want to give a few shout outs, honestly, because like I feel like it's I need to give a shout out to pretty much everybody in the infamous Discord, in the infamous speedrunning community, especially Sir Sanju. You've been great, especially on call. Like, you're pretty much the god of infamous for speedrunning, which is really cool. Special thanks to Emerald Alley, because she had asked me to do the Festival of Blood run, and otherwise I would never have picked it up. And honestly, I'm very happy about that. And I like Magnet and Darkry. They're great with like finding new stuff for the different games. And I need to say, because I know they're watching, and I need to say it. It's 8, Yolando, Enigma, and Pixel, and also Liz. Love all you guys. You guys make me do a lot of fun stuff and let me keep doing random fun stuff online. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to, like, you know, since I'm not gonna be in the call anymore, I'd like to just, you know, give shoutouts to, like, well, first, you know, everyone in the community at first, because I mean, I wouldn't have like picked up the games again if it weren't for the fact that there was a lot of activity in the Discord, and so many strats were being found and everything, and I was like, okay, I need to pick up the games again. I need to like get better at the games. I actually like, it was my motivation to come back and actually do good in the games. And then like shoutouts to Mick for being there during my run, and like, no, let me stay here, like doing like being dumb during the call. And
it's been
also
great.
of course shoutouts to Ali for all the work that he did trying to get this together and like make this happen. It's such a good opportunity for the community to be known, because I don't think people knew that there's a community for these games, and it is definitely a very good thing.
Yeah, seriously, if you guys have been liking these runs today, if you guys have been here all day and you've been like really liking these runs, and you want to try and do them, join our Discord community. Like, honestly, this is we're a fairly small community, but so much cool stuff has been found, even with just a small community. And if it gets bigger, that means only more cool stuff is going to be found in the future.
And yeah, like also shoutouts, of course, to, you know, the strat hunting team, you know, Magnet, Darkry, all the people that have like found like strats, even though D-Pad is not there anymore. D-Pad, shoutouts to D-Pad Gamer. He became a YouTuber and kind of stopped doing speedruns. And also shoutouts to Skate, to the boy Skate. He was the one of the original Festival of Blood runners as well, and yeah, he actually got the record during a GDQ run, and that was fun. And actually, your run is like really close to what he got in the GDQ run.
Wait, is it really close?
Yeah,
what was it at the GDQ run?
Yeah, he got his PB. Like his PB is a 26. What? Like, let me see, because it's so good. Like, I don't really like. That was really close. 26:54. There you go. 26:54.
So I 30-second improvement from the last time this was at any GDQ event.
Yep, and it's like, I think it's like a minute or so like slower than what I did at ESA, because I got a 25. I'm pretty sure, but like, yeah, I mean, and then like, of course, like shoutouts to Nate. You know, he gave me some shoutouts as well when I wasn't there. My internet was like very bad, but he also like he got me like really enjoying the Infamous 1 grind when I came back to the game, because he found a strat and then he was like talking to me every day about the game, and it was so much fun. So yeah, shoutouts to everyone here watching. Like you guys have been great. All the questions. If you have any more questions, just enter the Discord. Enter the Discord. Just tell us, and we will be happy to show you like anything that you want to see in the games. So that's pretty much it for me.
Yep. I think that's about it for me as well.
All right. Perfect. Thank you both so much for being here. Excellent runs. Sanju, thank you so much for commenting the past like 7 hours.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. I know it was a pain, trying to because I know it was stressful to have me out of the call for the internet stuff, but I knew it was gonna work, so that's why I stayed. But yeah, I mean, just thanks for having me here. It was a blast, honestly. So
For this, so we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Infamous First Light. See y'all there. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Infamous Community Relay. We are here for the final run of the day. We have First Light, and I will let the runner and commentary introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Emerald Alley. I ran this game at GDQ a long time ago, and if you're a regular Hotfix viewer, you might remember only about a month ago I ran this for the Mercy Kill program. Hopefully it'll be a little bit better today, but I have to admit I haven't been able to practice as much as I would have liked. And with me on co-commentary, I have...
I'm Yuki. I used to run this game probably about 4 to 5 years ago. A lot of the route that we have in here was... It is longer than that, you're right. A lot of the route we have was found by me and Ali back in the day, and I believe I'm still the current world record holder, but I'm not 100% sure anymore.
Oh, by quite a margin, don't you worry. So time starts at first input. I've loaded up a save file right after the preliminary cutscene, so 3, 2, 1, begin time. So at the beginning of this game, Fetch, our purple-haired heroine, who is a secondary non-playable character in Infamous Second Son, is preparing to leave Seattle with her brother Brent to find greener pastures, essentially. And the cops have caught up with them on this here because they're small-time criminals. They're trying to make off with money. It's a little bit nebulous. I'm not exactly sure. Plus, they know that there's a conduit in the area. And so the game begins as Brent has told us to go to a high-rise apartment to collect a red duffel bag. But first we have to get the cops away from Brent. That is not quite what I wanted to do there. First thing we have to do is hide from the cops. And I mean, the best place to do that is this parking garage.
So with this...
Quite as smoothly as I would have liked. Go ahead.
So with this, there's always scripted phone calls in this game, and you can't skip any of the phone calls. So one of the imperative things here is just lose the cops as quick as possible, and they have a lot of trouble with stairs. So with this, we have barely enough time to lose the cops and then still make it to the objective inside one phone call.
Okay, they're shooting. Is that a bad sign?
It's not always a bad sign.
Okay.
It's a little bit RNG dependent at the
Oh,
start.
they're shooting directly at me. That is a bad sign.
That's not a bad sign. I would say probably we just go straight to the objective building and hide out there. Unless you have a reliable backup that you know of.
I don't.
Yeah, I'd probably go to the
to
objective
be in
building.
my GDQ run.
One day we get competent cops is usually marathon day, I think.
Yeah, this very thing happened in the GDQ run as well. It did not happen in the Mercy Kill run, incidentally. I have absolutely no idea where to go now.
I would say just go straight to the objective building.
I don't know where it is from here.
That's the point.
Okay, at least we're losing them.
Non puoi vedermi elicottero circolare.
Okay, there's the phone call. Jiminy crickets. Building is like there. Yeah, I was not even pointing the right direction.
It happens.
Okay.
Well, we're back on track.
Yeah. Can't honestly say that's never happened before because it has, but it's most unfortunate.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to say how often that happens, but some days the cops just decide to be competent.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even put the dot where it was. Oh, I was right on top of it! Oh, my goodness! And you may notice that the game is running in Italian. It's for quicker phone calls.
Yeah, a few of the dialogue is a fair bit faster than English. They're a little bit superfluous in English.
Which, we would have had an example of here had the cops not found me in the parking garage. But that's... Door's locked, so we have to blast our way in.
So one thing Ali will do here is she'll take a few steps to the right, just despawn some enemies.
Yeah, don't know why that works, but it does.
It's one of those mysteries I don't think we've been able to explain. I assume we're just blocking the spawn marker for them.
I don't know. It was one of those things in the Mercy Kill run that's like, that I remember, like, oh, there's something here that I'm supposed to do, but I couldn't quite come to mind. Did you happen to catch that, Ranayuki?
I don't think I was around at the time. It was just before I moved, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was like a 140 something, so hopefully even with my minimal practice, I'm at least 10 minutes better than that today.
I have faith in you. I think it'll be fine.
Been actual hell, I must admit. Alright, so the explosion depowers us. It's really just to teach us to press the touchpad, which interestingly enough translates into Italian as touchpad, by neon sources to replenish.
I mean, I doubt there's a suitable translation. It does sound fun, though.
Yeah, I don't speak Italian. I do speak Spanish, so some of the few of these words, I'm like, okay, I know what that means. It's not like I could follow it fluently. There's another little strat here that I totally did not even remember for the Mercy Kill run. We go for a swim.
So, conduits can't swim. So they just like to warp us back to shore. So that one warps us straight to the docks rather than us going all the way around.
Pretty favorable spawn, too.
I think this strat was spawn that we found in all collectibles, and I just never thought to put it in any percent for the longest time.
Mm-hmm. So that's Fetch calling Brent's phone, but unfortunately Brent's phone is laying on the ground. Brent is nowhere to be found. He's kind of having a little emotional breakdown here. But as Augustine figures out in a moment, that is actually when her body evolves new power. By quitting out to the home screen and loading back in, as long as it's a cutscene in front of another cutscene, it skips that first one. And even though this is a PS5 with obviously solid state drive, the loads are not lightning fast. It's still a lot faster than sitting through the cutscene. We'll even do this in-game a couple of times for favorable spawn manipulations.
Yeah, they're fast enough, because the cutscenes tend to take just far too long.
As you can see, we skip the stylized cutscene and we're straight into this, I don't want to say photoreal because it's not, but this other style of cutscene.
Mi sono svegliata con nuovi poteri, come se il corpo volesse combattere, ma la mente invece...
Yeah, the language choice doesn't have any impact on cutscenes. The cutscenes are always the same length. It's the phone calls and one rather infamous line of dialogue. I guess it is part infamous. Didn't even mean that. One rather, pardon the pun, but infamous line of dialogue that I guess is part of a phone call, but it's not really what I meant by that. From Fetch in just a little while, actually. It's our next mission back in Seattle after the arena challenge.
Yeah. Fetch in English tends in the phone calls to be a bit more nervous and awkward. In this one, she's very straight to the point, which I love. And I will try and remember the English line for when we get there, just to show how long it is.
Sure. Fetch in English is voiced by Laura Bailey. Really amazingly talented voice actress. I love her so much, but not fast.
finally, cutscene sort of coming to an end.
E a volte bisogna agire rapidamente, seguire l'istinto.
Yeah, the way I do this is really not ergonomically correct. I, hold down L2 with my left forefinger, shoot on R2 with my right forefinger, and push the right stick with my left thumb to move the camera around.
I mean, whatever works for you.
Yeah.
You didn't miss any shots, which is something I think I've done far too many times to admit.
I don't usually miss here. The one of these that precedes beta, I usually miss one of those shots. Although, whether you miss one or all three in that case, you still have to do exactly one afterwards. So it's like, if you know you missed the first one, just tank the second two.
Yeah. Alright, so that... Oh, go ahead. So that's sort of the theme of this arena, is that we're going to be saving some hostages. So, if I'm right, I think these first 3 we have to collect, and then we've got another strat for the remainder of the challenge.
Correct. And the first 3 always spawn in the same places. The remaining ones, they don't spawn anywhere. There's like a set pool of spawns where they can spawn, but within
They're
that
sort of-
pool, it's random.
Yeah, they're sort of pseudo-random.
So we have a little tutorial here for how to unlock upgrades. Fortunately, the first required upgrade is actually extremely helpful. Photon jump.
Yeah, run wouldn't be possible without this.
Yeah. Augustine is asking us how high can we jump, but if we don't jump and just do that over and over, it actually spawns our next line of dialogue about a second quicker.
I mean, that was pretty high.
I like to start from up here at the beginning of Alpha because it'll pretty well spawn, yep, right where I was expecting. So like Yuki was saying, we're going to leave that hostage uncollected. It will make the remaining waves spawn in faster.
Yeah, so as usual in this game, we're just going to ignore what the objective is in a way. We're going to not save that first one, and every wave of enemies afterwards will just spawn in fairly well instantly.
Yeah, if the arena was clear of hostages, it would take like a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Of course, sometimes there is also trash talk from Augustine that delays it a little.
Yeah, that's the main RNG thing here, and obviously the spawns, but Alpha's pretty reliable nowadays.
Yep. Usually, I guess something in waves that usually spawn in front of you. That one super didn't. It spawned behind me and on the opposite side of the arena. And
yeah, it's also, sort of...
Waves also spawn near you on the x-axis. There's no guarantee where they'll spawn on the y-axis, which is why you don't really want to be standing on these middle platforms when waves spawn in, because they could be above or below you. If you're on the ground, you know they're either with you or above you. If you're on the top level, you know they're either with you or below you.
Yeah, so that wave spawn there was pretty horrendous, but it should just be one guy. Yeah.
Cool, I did not expect that to take them all out. Because that one didn't take anybody out, yay.
Yeah, I haven't really figured out what height you need to be at to do that, but the game sort of arbitrarily decides if you're right or not, I guess.
One thing Yuki was always really good at that I'm not is jumping up and like floating in midair and taking out the attackers from midair and then landing on the hostage as you come down.
So
I'm not very good at it.
So one of the things in this game is when Fetch aims, she has this sort of window of focus. Using that, you can sort of float down a little bit slower. Just gives you time to aim. It is very difficult to do. to take out 3 enemies on all weak points, it's pretty tough.
You do make it look easy.
I think I made it look easy. I don't think I can do it anymore.
Okay, past tense if you insist. The game will eventually direct you to open the menus, but if you know the last line of dialogue, which is not a trivial thing in Italian, you can pull the menu up yourself and just save a couple of seconds out.
Vorrei che riprendessi il racconto di quanto accaduto a Seattle. Dopo una notte passata in ricerca di mio fratello, sono tornata a ciò che restava della nostra barca. È lì.
You're about to meet Shane. In English, he is voiced by Travis Willingham, who is the husband of Laura Bailey, Betsy's voice actress. He also is the voice of Reggie, Delson's brother in Saints. And not throwing shade at the guy. Oh, I like his work, but the two characters do sound similar enough that you can easily tell that they're the same voice. On the other hand, Brent in English is voiced by the same guy who voices Hank in Second Son, and those two to me sound nothing alike.
That second one I didn't actually know.
Yeah, that actor's name is David Stanborough.
Dove le hanno portato? Mi accompagni?
Yeah, even if you don't speak Italian, which I imagine most of the people watching don't, you can kind of tell just by looking at this guy he's a bit of a skeeve. Certainly, if we had the English dialogue playing, that would come across loud and clear.
Yeah, just from this bit alone.
Grazie. E se ti venisse in mente altro, chiamami sul telefono di Brent.
Sì, certo, come vuoi, tesoro.
So as soon as this cutscene ends, we're going to do a road warp. This is one when I was going back and reviewing my PB after the Mercy Kill run. I was like, what? Oh, wait, yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, it's a marginal time save. Depends on loads, but even on a pretty slow console, this does save time.
If I can menu properly. Yep. Loading the autosave. And what's really funny is if you do this load warp and you go up to the big neon sign, if you do it fast enough, smooth enough, Fetch will say, "Sorry, Shane, gotta go," when he hasn't actually phoned yet. Yep.
Yep, brilliant.
Who's a Shane, but where's Shane? He's not actually talking.
So this first mission is basically just teaching us all about our new powers. It's a pretty standard tutorial for stuff.
Yeah, it's all about lumens and neon clouds.
So unlike in some of the other Infamous games, our upgrades are determined by these collectibles called lumens. Basically get enough and you can upgrade whatever you want.
I doubt I'm getting the spawn manipulation.
It's close.
Nope. Yeah. You can spawn just a little bit faster. Oh, by the way. Devo andare. That is the line that we were talking about earlier that demonstrates how much better Italian is. You think he can remember the English line? Remember, chat, she says 2 words in Italian. Devo andare.
I can't remember the line, but I know it takes her about 5 or 6 seconds just to say it.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know the exact word for word, but it's, I gotta go. Something really shiny just came into my field of vision. You understand, right? Bye.
I think that is exactly the line.
2 words, she says in Italian. Devo andare.
I don't think many other languages even have a line that long there. I think it's just English.
See if we can balance this up. And actually, this might work well to get triple takedown. Nope, not quite. Not quite.
Yeah. So here we're going for sort of a achievement called triple takedown. You need to get 3 weak point kills in 1 focus.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that gets us an extra 3 upgrade points, which is pretty key for getting air dash early.
Yep.
Here it doesn't look too bad, but because we do have good backups for this, but
Yeah, there's 2 other spots in the very next mission to get it. It's pretty
not at all a
hard to
problem.
miss it. Although, if I was grinding for a PB, I would probably reset there.
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest reset points of the run because normally here we'd be doing more speed tech with air dashing. Ali can still kind of do it here because you still get the second burst from the cloud, but the air dash just makes it stronger.
Yeah, and if I had... I don't exactly know what would have made me fast enough to... Yeah, what would have made me exactly fast enough to catch the train, but ideally you want to ride the train there. The train is faster than any speed fetch can go at. You saw I was just a little bit behind it. Yeah, if you have air dash, you can arrive at this marker before it spawns in.
Yeah. I think we used to think that window was quite tight, but I think you get a good few seconds if you move really well, so...
And do a little bit of lumen collection here. 8 is air dash.
So here I believe Shane is telling us to stay on top of the truck. We're not going to stay on top of the truck. You kind of don't need to. You just have to stay somewhat within the radius.
Yep. This is one of the things I was able to practice, the whole truck is lava.
Yeah, this was quite an intricate route to find good lumens. But I think it nets us something like 7.
Please, 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 please.
That last guy's still alive, I think.
Crap.
It's not a problem. We've got 2 more chances here.
There we go.
Yep. So in that, we do need those extra 3 because doing the normal lumen route for this means you have exactly enough to get all the upgrades we need for the run. It's pretty good cars.
Yeah.
I wouldn't complain about those.
Yeah, the prompt for destroy the car blockade that never even came on screen.
Yeah.
And unlike Infamous 1 and 2, there's no karma system in this game. So the game doesn't really care whether you're blowing up a police car or whether you're blowing up a car driven by the rival gang. It all counts towards charging your super ability.
Which is nice. Fetch has no allegiances. She just wants to get out.
Chaotic neutral?
I'm gonna say something along those lines, yeah. So pretty much from this point, the truck will not get destroyed, really, no matter what you do. Especially on easy. So here we can basically just abandon the truck, let it do its thing, and go get a few lumens.
Ok, torniamo in strada. Dovremmo essere al sicuro. Forse.
Idioti non si arrendono. Hai idee?
Ho un piano di fuga. Ma devo aspettare il momento giusto.
So the truck currently is being chased by like 2 or 3 cars. Even in that situation, it will not get destroyed. Cars just on this difficulty cannot do enough damage. But unfortunately, we're going to miss a cool scene of them being blocked off by the bus.
Yeah, I
And
missed
then
one of
Shane
the
just
lumens I
arrives
was
at the
going
end.
for. Missed one of the lumens I was going for, but that wasn't too bad.
That was pretty decent.
Yeah,
So-
and when she says "Eh, Brent," that's when it's safe to start running towards the next mission.
If you do that too soon, it does mission fail you, and it puts you back a fair way.
Arma I tuoi uomini e mandali a cercare Brent, se non vuoi un buco laser tra le gambe.
Ehi, se ti dicessi che ho già insegnato qualcuno a chiedere di tuo fratello?
Ah.
Le loro posizioni, forse a questo punto hanno raccolto qualcosa.
Let me get those. Oh.
Al simpatico nel giro di una fase. Fare.
Sono nato e cresciuto in Texas.
Oh, not the right direction. quite the right direction anyway. Yeah, like I said, chat, I'm not quite as practiced as I would have liked coming into this, but... Alright, well, I'm hitting the wrong inputs, too.
So, Violence in Seattle is somewhat of a tutorial mission as well. It's going to teach us about our sniper nests. Those are sort of basically like on-rail shooters. We're going to have set waves of enemies spawning in, and we can just deal with them.
Yeah, you can win it with one shot.
So what that does to them is it puts them into sort of a stasis, and then they blow up in a sort of radius. So we're going to use that a lot. Let's see if you go for it here. Okay. So here you can do probably the least marathon save strat that we have, which is setting off a singularity there, which takes out all the enemies, lets us gain control sooner, saves about 2 seconds, or use...
one, but yeah, not
yes, 1 or 2 seconds, or you soft lock the game. So, fit all in.
I believe I did do it in my GDQ run.
I think it's something I'm obligated to go for.
It looks cool when it works, because it's clearly... You can clearly tell, even if you don't know the game, that something is happening that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, they did not intend that.
Yeah, this is a real risk-reward kind of mission here, because the fastest way to take these enemies out is to use unfocused shots, but missing is slower than using focused shots.
Luckily, the spawn waves for these guys is fully scripted, so we know where they're going to spawn. But sometimes they do this annoying thing where they run below the roof of the building below us, and you just can't get them. Like now, and basically half the enemies on screen.
Most of the time, there's enough enemies on the screen that you can focus on somebody else if somebody runs to a spot where they're impervious. Out of myself here. Like if one, like, I'm losing my train of thought. There we go.
All right, it's not too bad. And again, another phone call, more downtime, so it's just more lumen collection.
Yeah, I don't remember the numbers that I need to be shooting for at all.
I vaguely remember, but it's not 100% because it might have been the more recent lumen route.
Go ahead and upgrade this and this. Now I know how many I need. I need 24. Or the last two traversal upgrades. Really good meme there is shooting off your singularity when you're trying to start the mission. I have lost runs to that. Because starting the mission is up on the D-pad, singularity is down on the D-pad. So sometimes thumbs just... Oh, come on. Sometimes thumbs just decide to be stupid.
I want to say this is our first introduction to Jenny in the game.
Yep.
Jenny is a hacker who, quote-unquote, works for Shane. That's pretty much all we will ever know about her. The other thing is her phone calls in this game take forever. So it's just more time to collect lumens.
Lumen collection was a little slow. Okay. Yeah, and in English, Jenny is also voiced by a very notable voice actress, Ashley Johnson of Last of Us and Critical Role fame.
So here we're going to take the cameras in a specific route, and I can explain it more when we hit the trigger in the future.
Yeah. This is one thing I did not remember at all in my Mercy Kill run. This mission probably took me 5 minutes in that run.
Yeah, it looks like you've got it right. So we need to hit enough cameras to extend our search radius to just enough to get this final camera.
Yeah.
Now, normally what happens is if we follow their intended route by pinging all the cameras, we run through a crime scene of this guy. By not running through it now, we can actually trigger that later, which causes some overlap in the dialogue and just skips the second set, ending the mission.
Yeah, it may not be so apparent in Italian what's happening, but she's going to say, oh, looks like there's a crime scene here, which you're supposed to find on your way to this.
Yeah. You may hear fetch cut Jenny off.
Yep, right there.
Right there. And it just ends the mission instantly.
And that in turn makes the next mission marker spawn in just a little bit faster.
Quindi dovrei correre laggiù e sbaragliare quegli idioti in tutina, giusto? Con immenso piacere. Dimmi solo dove andare. Ah, e Jenny è una grande. Chiamala, abbiamo una pista.
Oh, I was going the right way. I did not think I was.
If it's anything, I think this phone call isn't long enough to get there anyway, so...
Yeah, when I was reviewing my PB, it actually skips that lemon, even though it's right there.
So, a current strike back is somewhat of a, no pun intended, infamous mission for us, for having the most random thing in the game.
Yep.
We're gonna go for it.
Practicing last night.
So we're not gonna get it. Cool.
Let's see.
So this is a fight that takes place at the ferry terminal using the normal sniper mechanic. Instead of that, we're gonna wait a bit and then use our singularity. And if we do it at some arbitrary time, we can skip the whole fight. So we'll see. We don't know how this works. And if it works, I'm gonna be very happy. Cool. So that's terminal skip. Not getting that probably wastes about 10-15 seconds. Depends on
so
the wave
that
after.
happened. Yeah, running by these boxes spawns this fight by the Space Needle. It spawns the occurrence to... It causes the occurrence to spawn. It's going to demonstrate one minor drawback to getting terminal skip. You don't get your next singularity quite as quickly. But it's still faster to get terminal skip, of course.
Yeah, getting an extra singularity is like maybe an extra 3 or 4 kills.
Yeah.
It's nothing huge.
Oh, I thought I was going to get the one hit on them. Oh, I wasn't as close to these guys as I thought I was.
Alrighty. Should be just these snipers and then we can launch it off, hopefully.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Cars. Wait for the guys to get out of the cars, shoot off the singularity. This should clear the fight.
So yeah, rather than trying to clear out all of those guys, there's probably about 10 or 12 guys in there. Yeah, we just take them all out with singularity much faster. And then we get a lot more downtime here, so it's just more lumens. I think there's 5 in this section.
I'll be happy with 3.
Well, there's your 3.
Se sono viva è solo grazie a te. Quando la gente vede cosa so fare, comincia a dare di mano. Posso dire.
Tuo fratello è ancora in circolazione perché tieni a freno la nave. Preparati a stringere i denti. Jenny ha violato il telefono di quell'aculano. Ora sappiamo dove nascondono gli ostaggi.
Dici sul serio?
Quando sei pronta, troviamoci davanti all'Atte House di Madison. È ora di agire.
Then yeah, we should be pretty close to the mission, if not right there.
Yeah, this is one I always had trouble finding. I recognize the parking lot. Yeah, I went the wrong way. I recognize the parking lot as being the parking lot where the mission starts. Or one of the parking lot where the mission starts. Yeah, and to start this mission off, Shane says, come back here and jump on the truck, but you don't actually have to wait for him. You can just jump on yourself.
And much like the last mission, you also don't need to stay on the truck. Unfortunately, this one we've got no reason to get off.
Yeah,
but
I was just about to say that. There's no real upside to it. until the very end.
If you get lucky with those enemies, you can get the first guy fast enough that it drops the grenade on the second guy.
I don't recall that. This is one of the upgrades I was missing in my Mercy Kill run, the Rapid Fire.
Yeah, Rapid Fire means we don't have to focus to get rid of cards quicker.
Yep.
Which is pretty nice, it's just pretty free.
Very nice. It does kind of deplete your neon supply pretty quickly, but that's why we also get 2 neon capacity upgrades.
It's also fairly helpful later on against some of the juggernauts. So it works later on into the run.
Are you talking about capacity or rapid fire?
A rapid fire.
Yeah, rapid fire is really helpful against the helicopter in Surveillance Black. And this last car will just crash on its own.
So pretty much at this point we can abandon the truck and just go to where we need to be. Shane can sort of figure the rest out by himself.
This one right here, I do not remember.
No.
No.
I want to say the first was on the left side of the port.
Okay, that's a bit of a mess up, but not too bad. Oh, where am I? Okay, this is showing the rust a little bit. That's okay. Not a humongous time loss. There's lots of enemies here, but you don't need to fight it.
Yeah, the only objective they want you to do is to free everybody.
Because Brent has to be in one of these containers, wink wink.
Yeah, we'll find Brent this mission. Cool. And then got plenty of time to head to our last location in this part of the game.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to see them, but the DUP just spawned in by the docks there. And this is kind of the halfway point of the game. They will become enemies in the second half of the game.
Yeah.
In Seattle. That arrow very helpfully points to exactly where you're supposed to go. Oh, cool, I got the Sparks little visual glitch. Fetch is not supposed to look like this with sparks flying off for... I don't know precisely what causes it, but... And it's not harmful at all, it just looks cool.
I mean, I feel like I'd be a bit more scared if I was Shane, if a girl glowing with sparks. So, yeah, Shane's the bad guy.
Yeah, oh, yeah, big twist.
I mean, you never saw that one coming.
No. Here's another emotional breakdown. Helping Fetch evolve a new power. And another cutscene skip. There's my PS5 telling me in Italian that it's not connected to the internet. And I already knew. Yeah, that, by the way, is how you change the language in the game. You have to change your console's system language. I'm running this on a PS5. Works the very same way on PS4. And I'm running on a European copy of the game as well, which gives access to European languages. If you run on the NA version of the game, switching to Italian, your first light, everybody will still speak English, because NA version doesn't have Italian baked in. However, you can, if you decided to, pick this game up and run it, who knows, you can access Latin American Spanish with an NA version of the game, and I think you said that that's like just barely slower than Italian. It's like
it's marginal.
Just as good. Yeah.
Yeah, you're really not missing out on too much. Time for the worst tutorial in the game, which you've nailed. Good.
Yeah, that was pretty good because their weak points were all on their left arms, so I could have very easily hit them in the chest instead.
Yeah. So what can happen there is your stasis blast can sort of rotate them in the air, and then you just can't hit them.
So this is Beta Arena. This is basically where your PB paste runs come to die.
Yeah. So the main issue we have with this mission is that we can't use our singularity. We need it for pretty much immediately after this.
Hold that thought, maybe.
D'accordo. Per anni non ho fatto che fuggire da loro. Combatterli è più divertente.
I do happen to remember that when you ran the game, it was less an issue of couldn't use it, but you found it faster not to use it. I am gonna use it.
Yeah, so in the mission directly after this, I think we pretty much need a singularity.
Oh, you absolutely do, but if you use it early enough in beta, you rack up another one.
So we're being introduced to DUP enemy types here.
Yep.
Some of them will have 2 weak points. Some of them will have, I don't remember the power, but it is from Second Son, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I couldn't remember exactly, but this first turret does always spawn in the same place. The second and the third, not so much.
Yeah, that first one I think is fixed. The other two I'm pretty sure are random.
That's why I like to return to the center of the arena as much as possible, just to... Well, basically to make sure it doesn't spawn, like, over here. That really sucks. Like, this is a good spawn. This is a very good spawn. And that's,
that's probably the best.
Over. All right, let's go.
So fast takeovers basically skips the whole animation. I can't remember why they work. I just remember they do.
I've never been able to do them consistently. Sometimes they just happen. Now, it's only beneficial for them to happen during the first 3. If you do them during the bulk of beta, it will still skip the animation, but then the turret won't shoot. It'll just sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, the turret just sits there. The way I remember trying to do them was like using the very corner of my touchpad, but that might have been because my touchpad was slightly loose.
What?
So yeah, 10 waves of this, and it gets progressively harder, but nothing we should really worry about. I think this is the only place in the run on easy where you might actually die.
Yeah, I did in one of my practice runs last night.
Yeah.
And smoke totally messes Fetch up. It's interesting that that was never really used in Second Son, considering that smoke is one of Delson's abilities in that game.
And it'd be super cool if they used it. Is anyone who gets close to that? Not really. So they sort of randomly spawn some of those explosive crates. Enemies basically will never spawn near them. I don't know why.
Ah. You jerk. There we go. So I'm gonna refill. And then stand behind the turret facing this way. Hopefully that will make the next wave and/or waves spawn directly this direction. And reviewing my PB, doing this, got this turret to spawn basically right here, and took it over right at the end of this dialogue. It basically cleared 3 waves for me.
I think that's the biggest way to save time in here, because you can be as accurate as you want. If this turret's in a good place, you can just get 2 or 3 waves. Just no effort.
That was beautiful, and these are also right in front of the turret. Okay, I was getting a little bit scared there. I was going to come down here and heal.
Yeah, so...
Wow,
that's
being
how
10
you can...
feet away from the smoke still messed me up.
Yeah, so that's how you can get killed pretty quickly, and this is just that smoke. Okay, they actually spawned on one. That's pretty good.
controllo sta migliorando.
Got the singularity. Hopefully big guy will spawn, yes, right next to the ammo box. Okay, dying here would be very bad. So I'm gonna come down here and heal.
Best to play it safe.
If you do enough damage to the big guy, you can skip this.
Yeah, so...
Just having to pull him out of his little concrete cocoon and kill him that way. If you do enough damage, you can just dissolve him outright. But...
You're not always that lucky with him.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty acceptable.
Yeah, that was okay. 25 is what I need for Bended Cloudburst and Double Air Dash.
Brilliant. Yeah, with those big guys, that's one of the reasons we have Rapid Fire, because you want to pelt as much damage into him early.
Yes.
I think also Stasis Blast can help with that, but just Rapid Firing him's pretty reliable.
Yeah.
Mi dicevi che Shane ti ha tradito.
That was a pretty good beta. If it was a PB attempt, I probably would have risked it for the biscuit at the end there and not gone down and healed. But yeah, if you die there, it sets you back to wave 6, and that's wave 10. So that's a pretty substantial.
It's pretty
time
cruel,
loss
yeah.
I have all the upgrades I know about getting, but just in case I want to, like, get a salvo upgrade or something, I'll go ahead and get a few more lumens that are on the way. Yeah, you have so much time to get those.
Yeah, there's so much downtime here, it's a little bit silly
sometimes. One of the
sometimes.
things that made this game pretty comfy to run is it's packed and fast-paced and balls to the wall, but not the entire time.
No, it gives you quite a lot of breaks, luckily.
Ricevuto, capo. Ok, DOP. Oggi vengo io a bussare a casa vostra. Vediamo se vi piace. Sono veloci a costruire.
Alright, so in this mission we have to open up 3 holding pens that Shane's men are being kept in, and defeat the DUP soldiers at this base. We open the first 2, that spawns this cutscene where more arrive, and we will use the singularity, and while the singularity is in midair, open the 3rd one. And that should clear all objectives.
Yeah, rather than fighting DUP, which as we saw, takes forever. We will just take them all out now, hopefully. Yep, perfect. Yeah, I can't imagine how much time that saves, but I think that's something that a lot of people would probably do instinctively, seeing that many enemies.
Well, certainly shoot off the singularity, yeah, but knowing to
open that cage, yeah.
Knowing that you even can open the cage while it's in midair is not the most obvious thing.
No. So I think the next upgrade you can potentially get is larger salvo, which is 10.
Right, yeah, it is.
So if you want to go that route, that's pretty open.
Yeah, our next mission is at the Pacific Science Center. This is a real-life landmark in Seattle, although there is a kind of fun Easter egg down there by those dinosaur statues. Don't have time to visit it right now, but if you have this game, or it is also in Second Son, you can go down there and look at the plaque in front of some of the dinosaur statues. There's some funny stuff on them.
So here we are introduced to the last sort of collectible type in the game, which is these drones. They're pretty explanatory, just shoot down the drones. I think they're worth about 2 SP. So, Yeah, that's the right place.
Yeah, it's by where these two DUP guys are.
Those two DUP guys get it every single run. Because I think otherwise you're too short of a singularity.
This is another thing that I did not remember how to do at all during the Mercy Kill run, and I was kind of chasing down the drones, because it's similar to the hidden camera missions from Second Son, except the drones move, of course. So you have to look at the footage and know where they are, and that took me several minutes.
And as we'll see, this is not a drone. How many DUP did we get there?
Yeah, the number 3. The number of DUP that spawn for that fight is RNG. Can be 2, 3, or 4. How is the helicopter not dead? Okay, thank you. 3 is by far the most common. I've only had 4. 2 is probably the second most common. I've only had 4 happen like once.
I think 4 happens when you're on PB attempts. I think that's the only time it happens.
The game knows. When I was practicing this mission just before we went live, I did get it too. And just as we thought, it meant that it would not happen during the run.
Ok, sei ufficialmente perdonata per la storia dell'elicottero. Dimmi dove andare e vado.
I'm doing better than I thought I would at remembering where the mission markers are. That's really the bread and butter of running any open world game, is knowing where the mission markers are going to be before they spawn in. And it's a little tougher in this game because the minimap has no compass. So you can take notes and say, this is north of that, but unless you pull this up, that doesn't really help so much. And certainly for my first few run attempts, I did do it that way.
So this mission's pretty fun. So you're given a bit of time to try and find each container, but because of the movement tech we use with this air dashing, every time we get one of those dashes, it just gives us more time anyway.
Yep, you don't actually... The game says you get time bonus by going through a neon cloud, but you actually only need the effect of going through a neon cloud. In just screwing around for funsies, I have gotten this timer up over 10 minutes.
Yeah, especially with double air dash, you can get the boost from one cloud 2 more times.
I missed a few clouds there, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we have loads of time.
Trying to do the single hits melee kill there. Also, if any enemy surrenders over the course of this mission, I have to kill them anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty tight on getting a singularity, but we do need one for the next mission.
Yes, we do.
So normally when they're surrendering, we can just skip them and open the container, but right now we don't really have a choice.
Questa è la mia amicona.
Al momento sono impegnata.
Sempre a corto di fiato. Ma che succede? Stai di nuovo pensando a me che cavalco?
So after the next container, there will be this mechanic where... Oh, it actually happens here. I didn't think it happened quite this early. Where smoke bombs will spawn if you're near the police. They will even spawn around here if you're running on the monorail tracks. So here we are. Out of here.
Ma che succede, Jenny? Qui non c'è nessuno.
Non lo so, ma ne manca solo uno.
Yeah, they kind of all over the place in this last one. Fortunately, they don't seem to have a vertical hitbox, so you can just jump over them. They have a very wide horizontal hit.
Yeah, but easy enough to avoid, so they don't usually pose any sort of problem.
Yeah, he's surrendering. Sorry, dude. Can't have it. And oh
And,
no,
yeah, we get
that's the last
exactly enough.
container, and he's not in there either.
Yeah, as we get exactly enough for our singularity, so those 2 DEP kills we got in Surveillance Blackout, and all of the guards in this one add up to just enough. It's great because Shane is calling us from Jenny's phone while we're looking at Jenny, so...
Yeah, in English, Fetch actually says put her on the phone while we're looking at her dead body. It's one of those things where I know I'm going to hell, but I'm still gonna laugh.
Ora capisci? Hai visto che cosa mi ha costretto a fare Jenny? Lei conosceva il prezzo da pagare per il suo tradimento. Ma tu?
Casually, you wouldn't know where to go until the end of that phone call. There's an F marker that spawns in to point you here.
Yeah, and luckily she's only round the corner, so there's loads of time to get here.
We have a load warp here as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the Italian word for pioneer building is pioneer building.
Hey, if you know how a language sounds, you can speak that language. This game has proven that.
Because it's the proper name, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, and when I was practicing last night, the crocodile at the very end is called crocodile.
Yeah, normally this traversal's about half the map. That cuts it down a fair amount.
Yeah, if you are running this game on an ordinary PS4 with an ordinary hard drive, the load warp is not faster.
Hmm.
Ok, Shane, sono qui.
Scusami, cara, ma ho avuto parecchio da fare.
So Shane is cluing us into his little objective here is to make a dirty deal with the chief of police, but he's got lots of cops and lots of DUP around him, so Shane wants us to cause a ruckus in the city. And what's better for causing a ruckus than a big, huge neon explosion?
I mean, this game likes us destroying things. And here, just by using a singularity, apparently their definition of a ruckus is a few car doors and some newspapers. It's enough to attack police attraction.
Wow, that
so
actually got it all the way.
I think it's because you got
Usually
the
I-
cars from the top of the building.
Usually I have to blow up like maybe one, maybe two more cars after the singularity. That actually, we never even saw the bar there, did we? That was cool.
Yeah, I think when you drop down from the Pioneer building, you got 2 cars in the explosion, so...
Very cool. So at the end of this narrow alleyway there, we see Shane talking to the chief of police. And apparently in the last 5 seconds, they figured out what's up, so they're going to come and rescue him unless we hold them off. And because we love our brother, we will do that. Yeah, that warning is telling you that there's snipers inbound, but if you actually look at the rooftop when it says that, you're gonna miss enemies down below.
So, to beat this person with neon superpowers, they've made the classic video game mistake of funneling through a very small alleyway.
And I'm playing this a little safe. You would ideally want to not use focus shots at all, because they are much slower. But I don't want any of them to get past me. Okay, I've got the singularity, so I'm going to let a bit of a crowd form and then shoot it off.
Yeah, that's a really good Kingpin.
Shane has negotiated his dirty deal with the mayor of Seattle, and now he's telling us we are free to go collect our brother and leave. He's in a building 3 blocks away, and if you know where to go, you can get there. Go away.
This is kind of a weird place to pick up our brother.
Who closes those doors? And we're stuck in here. There's nothing we can do. So I like to just abuse these soda machines a little bit.
Please don't mess with the soda machines too much. Statistics show that more people die from getting crushed by soda machines than shark attacks. So, you know, it's true in this game as well. You can die to those.
It's very hard to die in this game.
I think those soda machines are probably the most effective way to die. Because they can just one-shot you for no reason. Or they can clip you out of bounds and then you die.
Alright, another cutscene skip here. That was a little early. That wasn't too early.
That should be fine.
Okay.
The cutscene fully started, so it should be more than fine.
Usually I hear just the very beginning of the dialogue.
I think as soon as the screen starts fading out from white, you can skip.
I remember spending an afternoon just exhaustively testing it. Yep, okay, we're good. Yeah, if it says Curtain K Battle Arena, you're good. If it says 2 years earlier, Due Anni Prima, then you done goofed.
Yeah, you messed up. Gamma, by far the easiest of the arenas.
Yes, also the fastest.
Easily. It's a couple minutes. I'm not sure what they were trying to teach us with this arena, but...
Well, it is when you unlock missiles, so there's...
Yeah, you get salvo, but... after this, there's just nothing.
Questo addestramento funziona. Mi sento bene. Dammi un avversario più forte.
Come vuoi, Miss Walker. Segui le linee gialle e resta al centro del corridoio.
Alright, so this is going smoother than I was afraid it would. I'm sure it's not like I'm on PB pace or anything, but as much as that would have been cool, I certainly wasn't expecting it.
È il momento di affrontarli.
I believe Augustine's dialogue there is shorter in Italian than it is in English as well.
I believe you're right. And so that objective just says kill 20 demons. Figuring out why we're fighting demons at this point is a mystery to me.
È bello farli soffrire, vero? Siamo comodi. Viviamo in un mondo che c'è ostile.
Yeah, there's a line of dialogue. I might have skipped it or just blasted past it, where Augustine says the conduit who makes these holograms is obsessed with a video game about demons.
Yeah.
And every time I hear that, I'm like, shout-outs to all my friends who love Dark Souls. That is what I spend most of my time on Twitch watching.
So there's, I think, 4 types of enemies here. 3 or 4.
Angels, demons, spawners, and these guys.
Skeleton dudes, yeah. And they're all fairly simple to beat. These wraiths are very annoying, but they're not too horrible. And there's all 20.
Yeah, that's it.
Gamma goes by pretty quick.
Oh, 9, I thought I had 10.
Vedo che ti stai divertendo. Asseconda questa sensazione e libera il tuo potenziale.
Oh, come on. It's another forced menuing. Or no, it's not. Ah, dang it.
Yeah, not in this one. So we're going to be moving on to the worst part of the run. I don't think I even need to be afraid of saying that. It is just the worst part of the run because it's mostly just RNG.
This is kind of an epic mission casually. In the run, you know, we have our ways, but it can definitely go wrong.
Yeah, there's only so much you can mitigate. And they would place it right at the end of the game.
Yeah, these guys die in one hit.
Dovranno pur parlarsi in qualche modo. Oh, un auricolare.
That guy running away is super annoying.
Nessun segno di Walker? No, Shane ha pensato a tutto. Ora che la merce è sui camion, non ci troverà mai.
Se distruggo le droghe...
So you hit those video dishes and it tells you where the trucks are. You have to hit the first one before going to the first truck. Even though it's always in the same place and it doesn't even move. The same is true of the 6th truck. It is always in the same place and it remains stationary. Kill the enemies, you destroy Shane's merchandise, and you tag the truck. One stasis blast destroys the drugs in the truck. And I think you credited Lydia with that? That is a real
I want to say
name from the past of this game.
Maybe way back in the day, yeah. So honestly, these are strats you implemented to this with the save and load.
Well, what I did was quit out of the game altogether because I was not super bright, but you were the one who said
I basically just said,
why
load
don't
the
you just
autosave.
load the autosave? Yeah, loading the autosave gets us our singularity back, and it fixes the spawns of the trucks.
Yeah, this is one of the places where if we have larger salvo, you can wipe out all the enemies all at once.
Yeah, I was one short. You'll notice that enemy there was surrendering, and him I can't ignore.
Yeah, we don't really care at this point about the
If you
singularity.
get this just right, trucks 2, 3, and 4 will be basically right on top of each other. This isn't just right. It's not bad. I didn't have to go ping the dish again.
Sometimes when you get really lucky, they'll meet at an intersection.
I've had them drive down the same street as each other at the same time.
Yeah, both will stop at the same time, so you can deal with all the enemies
Yeah,
at
I
once
believe I
and
have
attack
had that
both.
happen too. And this is a little annoying, but not too terrible.
This is probably one of the contributors as to why it's the worst part of the game. Motion controls suck.
Yeah, they're not great.
So at this point we're sort of on our own unless we want to find a video dish, which you almost never do because they're on roofs.
Yeah, truck 4 isn't cool.
Sometimes I feel like within a street of it, you can get it with your normal ping, otherwise you need a video dish.
Yeah,
And
if
those
you're
are hard to come
close
by.
to it, your normal ping can show it. Yeah, I wasn't particularly close to it.
Yeah, 4 and 5 in bad positions, but it happens.
La ragazza al neon. There we go, that was good.
Literally
So
the
we have a
neon
surprise
girl.
DUP ambush, but oops, singularity.
Yeah, these DUP agents have a tendency to just run off in random directions. Some of them will jump onto roofs because they're annoying, so just dealing with them with the singularities way more consistent.
And we load the autosave again after the 4th truck.
Yeah, again, we just want our singularity back and it'll fix the spawn of that 5th truck. And the missiles, that's true.
Yeah, this one is pretty much guaranteed to be very far.
Yeah.
With any luck, I won't have to ping a video dish again, and I can just get it with normal ping. Solo una ragazza, solo una ragazza. It's just one girl. I have to be super close to it. There it is.
That's not too bad of a location. Definitely seen worse than this.
Yeah, they wise up a little bit on the last one, and they toss a smoke bomb at you as you open the door. I've still got the prompt to destroy the drugs. Come on. There we go.
One thing I've learned about this mission is if you get really unlucky, you can knock the truck over and softlock.
I think I saw that happen to you once.
Yeah, that killed my run.
truck is there-ish.
Yeah. The alleyway where we found Jenny, I believe, is the same alleyway we find the last truck.
Yes, it is. I'm just not practiced enough to know offhand at nighttime. This is the only mission that happens at nighttime. To know exactly where that is from an indeterminate place in the map.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes 1 second to drop the dot. It's not a catastrophic time loss at all.
Yeah. Usually the mark is that fish market sign because it's right behind it.
There's a lot of fighting here. We'll do a singularity. This will not even come close to clearing everyone. And of course, more enemies spawn in the more the fight goes on.
In some ways, it's not a bad thing because we will need another one. So I'm glad that we have enough enemies here to get another one.
There's some classic infamous pop-in rendering right there.
Some of these enemies are annoying because they'll spawn slightly above us but have to run back to these stairs.
And if I'd been a little bit quicker getting back there, I could have bottlenecked all 4 of them. That wasn't too bad. And there's always like one guy at the end who decides to be a straggler. There we go. So the prompt here is tag the truck. You tell me, is that what we're doing? Are we tagging the truck?
I mean, we've not followed many of the commands this game, so this is just another exception. This is a potential just like big time loss for a lot of us. Yeah, motion control
so annoying.
Suck. I don't know why they can give us an option to do this with the analog stick.
That would be so nice, yes.
Yeah, so Fetch is tagged sort of around the truck. And now it's finally time to save our brother.
I'm not sure if I'm going the right way. Oh, this is it right here.
Mm-hmm.
And one last little bit of pop-in rendering for the day. A bunch of dudes will spawn right over there, but you don't have to fight them. You can just go straight in.
So in here, we're going to get a singularity as quick as we possibly can.
Yeah, I think I'm 1 kill away.
You're 1 or 2, yeah.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, the UI is obviously gone here, but everything still works the way it's supposed to.
Yeah.
You know, you can rack up the singularity and whatnot, shoot it off. This fight is unwinnable. You have to, quote-unquote, die here, but you can't do it too quickly.
I'm not sure what the trigger is. I'm pretty sure it's just a certain amount of enemies.
I think I'm okay to die here. Yeah, I can fight it, control it. If she says I can fight it, control it, you're good.
Then yeah, you're good. So we used to play around with switching difficulty to hard here because as you can see, we're standing still and these guys can't do it. Hard can save time, but it's a little bit more arbitrary as to where the cutscene will actually trigger.
Yeah, so now we're running through Fetch's like fractured memories of basically what led her to the situation in Seattle where she's on the run from the cops and the DUP.
Hanno chiamato il DUP. Mi hanno scaricata perché ero un problema.
Mamma, metti giù il telefono. Non puoi farle questo, è tua figlia.
Brent being such a good big brother.
Sono una bambina. qui troverà una soluzione. Lei ce l'ha promesso.
Lei dov'è? Fetch! Scappa! Dai, dobbiamo andarcene!
Porterà qui.
And for the longest time, we didn't know that this upcoming cutscene is actually skippable with the same trick that we've been doing. We thought that the cutscenes were only skippable when they, like, introduced a power or something, but I think it's as I explained it earlier. It's a cutscene that's in front of another cutscene.
Yeah,
This
so
one is.
what we sort of figure is they like to use cutscenes as sort of loading screens, so they can get the next area in.
And I'm absolutely grateful that that cutscene is skippable because it breaks my heart every time.
It's also really long. This saves a good amount of time, and we weren't using it for too long.
Yeah, that is the cutscene of Fetch accidentally killing Brent.
So at this point, we're going to be moving into pretty much the last bit of the game.
Yep.
And also the easiest.
Yeah, definitely. It's just running.
È lì che ti abbiamo trovato? Era stato Shane a prendere Brent. È colpa sua se alla fine hai perso il controllo. Se tu potessi, lo uccideresti?
And we were talking alignments earlier. I would say in Second Son, Augustine is very lawful evil. In this game, she's kind of lawful neutral.
I would definitely say there's some development.
Ma dovevi ripercorrerla per tornare.
But she's sort of, kind of on our side here. She has her ulterior motive, of course. But she's doing us solid here.
Yeah, she's presenting us the man who made us kill our brother. So, you think, standing still, this is an easy shot for Fetch. She's done this loads of times. All that really needs to be said there is that she missed. She didn't get him.
But she did blast a hole through the concrete wall that's, like, very thick.
Yes, but she missed him.
Yeah, and she drained herself in so doing. You start off this next section unpowered and hurt. It's not an issue, you can still move. You just can't run at super speed or use any of your powers. You don't need to, though, of course.
But yeah, this final section of the game is definitely the easiest of the whole run. So for the most part, it's going to be us walking, then running. And we've got nothing else to do.
2 different times I got here in PB pace, and I was far enough ahead that I still PB'd, including my last PB. And there's going to be a drone that crashes that you drain neon from to get your powers back, and it just didn't crash.
Yeah, for some reason it can not crash, and then it will give you a game over.
I had to reload the checkpoint. It was like 20 seconds lost in what should be the most consistent mission ever.
I think the real slap in the face is the fail text is something like, Fetch didn't drain the neon. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, it makes fun of you.
The great line here in English. In English, gotta take it slow. This sucks. And don't we as speedrunners feel that? This is the fastest I can move. We still have our powers, because I can cue them, but nothing happens since we don't have any neon.
There's something about the Infamous series and traversing the underside of a bridge.
Yep, that was one of our first missions of the day, too, for Cole McGrab in Infamous 1.
There's a nice circularity.
You can do the ladder climb just a little bit faster if you jump up it, but only if you jump straight up the middle. If you grab the sides at all, she slides down and it's not faster.
Even as janky as it looks, it's way quicker. Especially that one. That one's good.
Yeah. And then you're supposed to walk to that F marker and have the bridge fall out from under your feet, but you can also just jump off.
Yeah, you made it there somehow.
There's the drone. Yeah, my last PB was a 119.07. If the drone had crashed, I would have had a 118, and I would have been very happy with that.
If we get it now...
If the drone doesn't crash now,
I mean, we
don't know.
sort of willed it into existence if that
I will be
happens.
happy and angry. Just like Ralph Wiggum. There we go. All right.
Perfect.
And at this point, we get an enhanced version of our singularity ability. You do have to use it once, scripted. And the flavor text for this describes it as pulling in everything that's not nailed down and even some things that are.
I mean, it just tore apart that tower, so that's pretty apt. So here we're going to have to fight off waves of DUP, except just like every other mission in the game, we can just ignore them.
Sconfiggi il DUP. I don't remember exactly what that is in English. It's like defeat the DUP or fight.
It definitely doesn't say escape.
Yeah. You can just run past them.
And assuming there's no random deaths here, we're pretty much home free.
Yep. Now, it is possible to... I forget how I've done it. But it is possible to out of bounds here and go straight to the end of the game. But as we kind of touched on earlier, there's no benefit to it. By missing triggers, the game doesn't know that you've gotten as far as you have, and the in-game state doesn't spawn in. What I do think is kind of interesting is it's coming up right here-ish, the rock slide. Yeah, there we go. Those rocks don't actually have collision at all. If you out of bounds and skip the trigger for that rock slide, there's an invisible wall in the exact shape of the rocks there. So it's not the rocks themselves that have collision.
And yeah, this is sort of the last place we can really die, just by sort of random rocks falling.
Yeah, it has happened, but it's pretty rare.
You can take like one or two of those and it's fine. Cool.
Even right here, when these two dudes jump out of the sky and spawn right in front of you, nope, sorry fellas, not interested.
Yeah, you guys aren't mandatory. You're not special. Like, if you look at the radar here, there's a million red dots there. You can ignore every single one.
Yep.
This could have been a really epic final mission. And then they just made it so you had to hit markers.
Yep.
And here we find the wreckage of Shane's APC.
And the blood trail leading out there. That blood trail is there if you out of bounds and skip ahead here, even though Shane is not. And it didn't wind up being too visible there, but if you shoot off the stasis blast and/or the rockets at the right angle, you can actually see them in this cutscene where Shane's staggering. I think it's kind of cool. Get ready up on time. It's in maybe a minute.
Yeah, if that.
Well, there's some dialogue. There's only like 3 more inputs, but there's some dialogue. This looks like it's all cutscene. It's actually not. There's R2 inputs. I'm just hitting them before the prompt comes on screen.
It's very in character for Shane to still be taunting you, even in this position.
After a brief and pathetic attempt to ask for mercy. Alright, get ready on time. It is imminent.
Non l'ho ucciso io. Sei stato tu.
And...
Hai visto Brent?
Let's see it.
That's First Light. Really cool game. Really fast-paced. Not, you know, packed with, like, crazy tricks either. This is a game that, not gonna lie, after I ran the game at GDQ a few years ago, I hope maybe 1 or 2 people would pick up, but nobody really did. But
yeah, it's pretty technical. But otherwise, it's fairly approachable.
Yeah. There's no, like, 2-frame window to jump through this small piece of geometry to blah, blah, blah.
No, it's extremely approachable, and it fits everything a speed game needs because you move at neon speed.
Oh, yeah. I tell you, there's other games I want to run to get ready for submission to events, not solely including next year's SGDQ, but that's certainly one of them that's on my to-do list. I've also kind of gotten the bug for this game a little bit, too. I want to run this game and get a better PB than I currently have. Did anyone in chat happen to notice the time? Or did you, Yuki?
1:24:31.
You came in under your original estimate.
Cool.
So be very happy. It was a good time.
Yeah, I was originally going to run with a 125 estimate, but my lack of practice coming into this kind of had me hemming and hawing a little, and Church offered to change it to 130. I was like, yes, please! I still came in under 125. That's very cool.
So I believe on the leaderboards that would still put you 4th.
Okay, yeah. Really had said what I had to say earlier after commentary on Infamous 1. Yeah, this has been our Infamous community today. It's been a lot of fun showing off these runs. It's really great games. Dust off your PS3s if you like the Call games. Thankfully, the First Light and Second Son, which we didn't get to see today, but is, you know, we kid, but it's a very good game, and it's got a pretty cool speed run too. There's some cool speed tech in it as well. Thankfully, those games can be played on more modern hardware, and yeah, we would surely love to see new people join the community. If this is, you know, sparked anyone's interest, you know, we'd love to have it. And thank you to GDQ for having us.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure being able to host this.
Yeah, thank you all so much for, you know, participating, and Ali, thank you so much for getting most of the legwork done on this. It's been a blast having you all.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any final thoughts or anything?
No, I think I'm all tapped out. Just I love the series, love the games, and love playing them fast.
Well, thank you, both of you, and to everybody else who participated today. This was an amazing showcase. Very great runs all day, very great commentary. That is going to be all for us tonight. We do have a show up tomorrow. That's going to be the Crash of the Titans anniversary special, celebrating the Crash series. Just a few quick announcements before we sign off. If you're over on YouTube watching, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, you can go to twitch.tv/gamesdonequick if you're interested in looking at any of our live content. Most weeknights it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and on weekends they usually start up at 1 p.m. Eastern. And we do have GDQ 2023 online coming up. That's going to be January 8th to 15th. You can head over to gamesdonequick.com for more information. Game submissions are closed, but you can tweet at gamesdonequick and let us know what you're hoping for to see on the schedule. With all that said, we're going to take a few minute break while we look for somebody to raid. If you wouldn't mind just sticking around so we can cheer on another runner in their speedruns, that would be awesome. Have a great night, everybody.